Well, yes, that. Separate that. Ted, this is his design. Okay, I came in and I already have my student. Brian was from there, so I think you sure. I was at the hotel, actually, hopefully, where I was. That's true. How are you? Good morning. How are we? Yeah. Between Brian and Kim. I don't know. I'm between Brian and Kim. You got. We need to put someone strong enough to do it. She said she might be getting sleep. She had to drop off her dog.
She's gotta know who you guys are. She's on her way. Oh, no, that makes total sense.
Oh, wait, here, I got it. Sure. Well, it's only about 15 minutes long, so. No, just good morning, everyone. Welcome to our annual goal setting session. Thank you for your dedication and commitment to the city. Let's get started.
Don, I'm just happy that we're all here on Saturday morning. Thanks for your, again, dedication and commitment to being here. I'm really looking forward to Ashley and Sasha helping us, wrap around what it is that we want to, do for the next few years as a city and the leadership of the council and the management team that's here to support. So let's get going.
Yeah, we've been really looking forward to coming down to Dallas. And like I said, thank you so much everyone that spoke with me and took time stuff with me for the interview process. That was really beneficial to me to gather your input, and I hope it was beneficial to you as well to start thinking about what you want to get out of the day. And so the outcomes that we drafted for today are really a result of those conversations. So like I said, we have a full agenda. Really excited to be here. Thank you for the opportunity for us to help and support your team in this goal setting retreat. And we'll just go ahead and jump in. I wanted to start with sharing the outcomes that we developed based on those discussions. So why are we here today? What are we trying to accomplish? Well, first of all, we want to develop council goals to guide the organization in serving the Dallas community. The goals that you set today are really going to set the tone for what is emphasized at the city in the work that they do. In order to do that, well, we need to first build a shared understanding of the current context. So what's going on in Dallas? What are the current considerations, things that are happening in the city, within the community that we need to be aware of, so that the goals that we set are responsive to those needs when thinking about not just Dallas today, but Dallas into the future as well. Underpinning our success of having goals and is also just building a strong, cohesive team. You guys have a big council. We have 9 council members in there, and there's a few new people joining the team, and so not to mention a big senior management team as well. And so being able to work together, get to know each other a little bit. We've built in a little bit of team building through our warm-up exercise. And so, of course, it would always be nice to have more time for that, but we tried to squeeze it in as best we could. We're trying to continue to build that foundation that's been already started, but it's always nice to get an opportunity to get to know each other. And especially in a goal setting, setting, you'll notice it's different. We're in a different location. We're not in the council chambers. We're not, you guys aren't at the dais. It is a public meeting, but it's a different type of public meeting. It's meant to have open and casual conversations. So take advantage of that, especially remember to get to know members of staff and other members of council. It doesn't always happen, so it's just a nice time to be able to gather together, have those productive conversations. And then also we want to review our progress reporting and implementation structure for goals, just in order to promote accountability and transparency throughout the year. So the goals that you set today, staff is going to take those goals and build a budget around them and start implementing your goals. And so throughout the year, staff's going to come to you with updates and progress reports and any sort of challenges or questions that they run into to seek your guidance. And so by talking about, okay, how are we going to focus on our implementation structure, how are we going to report back on these goals, that just promotes that accountability piece of like, we're continuing to work on that, this is what we're doing, this is the progress that we're making, let's continue to check in so everyone's on the same page over the course of the year. So that's what we're here to accomplish today. And in terms of our agenda, after we do our agenda overview and our warm-up, we're going to go into a review of the different roles and expectations that go with policy and administration in your council manager form of government. Then we're going to do an environmental scan activity that gets at building a shared understanding of the current context. So it's really thinking about where are we at right now before we think about where we want to go with our goals. Then at 10:30, we'll take a break. We'll come back and we'll do some idea mapping. This will be an opportunity for you to work in small groups together. So we'll break it up. We'll do the first part of the morning together as a large group. Then we'll have small group time for 4 groups. And we'll be able to take the themes and the information that we gathered during this environmental scan exercise. And this is when we start to begin thinking about what do we want to accomplish in this for the city? What does success look like for us, and how might we get there? So we'll do small groups here, and you'll have an opportunity to report back out to the large group. And so we'll get all those ideas up on our board These are the themes that emerged from our environmental scan. We talked about what success looks like in our small group and how we might get there, what current work is happening in the city, what future work needs to happen, and as a group, we'll start to refine the goals and actions in different theme areas. So lots of discussion there. We'll take a break at 1:55, then we'll come back at it at 2, and then we'll wrap that up between 2 and 2:45. And then at 2:45, I'd like to do a goal review, and depending on how everything shakes out with our goals and our timing, it would be great to do some sort of a prioritization exercise. It's a really nice input for staff to help inform the way that they structure their timelines and strategic plan and budget accordingly. And so, we'll do a prioritization exercise, and then at 3, we'll check in with the progress reporting and implementation structure. 3:15, we'll do some wrap up the next steps, so we can talk about what you can expect from here moving forward. And then we will adjourn at 3:30. So you can get on to whatever exciting things you have waiting for you after 3:30 today. Any questions about the agenda or what we're doing? All right, well, before we get into our warm-up, our team likes to call these guidelines for success. Sometimes people call them ground rules, but really it's about how are we going to agree today to work together, and what do we need to be successful in achieving our outcomes? What do we need to be successful in our goal setting today?
Participation.
Participation, yeah, what does that look like to you?
Sharing ideas.
This is the council goal setting. It's not just one person, it's not just a small group, it's the whole council. And so in order to have council goals that you really feel unity and cohesion around and excitement about, you have everyone participate. So we hope that we get from all places. Thank you. What else do we need?
Listening, but what I mean by listening in this particular context is being open to any idea, kind of a brainstorming atmosphere. Don't throw anything out. You know, don't shoot things down the first time they mention. That brainstorming really is what I'm thinking of. That kind of atmosphere.
Yeah. This is the time to be open, and this is the time to be creative, brainstorm, ask questions. There's no bad questions. You've got staff here that can share their expertise with you, their experience working with DAOs. Lots of different perspectives are welcome. And so, yeah, again, and I think that goes hand in hand with that participation.
And I would add to that is sort of bundled in with it, being willing to think outside the box.
Yeah. Thank you. What else do we need?
How about patience?
Patience.
Yes.
Okay, that's from patience. And why is patience important in this?
Again, we're learning about each other and each other's communication styles and thought processes, and I'm sure a lot of us are very different from each other. We just have to have patience with people expressing their ideas or concepts, and patience with this process. This is a long day, and it's going to be fruitful, but we have to have patience and work through it.
Yeah, it is a long, it can be a long day. Yeah, and I'm hoping, and I heard a lot of that from the conversations that I had. It's like, you want to know your colleagues and your team, and so, and hopefully this exercise that I'll put in, and it gives us a little bit of a starting point for that. But yeah, it's getting to know each other. Patience. Sometimes people are coming at issues with different perspectives. I don't know if you've ever heard of the iceberg analogy. Like you see what you see above the water is like just this little tiny iceberg, but if you look below, it's just like huge. So you have like this little tip on the top, and then this huge iceberg more underneath that you might not see up front, so communication with the process.
I was just gonna link mine to Councilor Shane's, which, would be like focus and discipline, because, there's the opportunity to go off on a lot of tangents, but at the end, we do wanna have actual goals that we can work towards over the next year.
Yeah, that's really important. So we're gonna be talking about a lot of different things, and we only have so much time today. So if the conversation or discussion, is like, there's clear that people are very interested in talking more about this, but it might be veering off from the scope or what we're able to do in this day, we're gonna utilize like a parking lot, so we can capture that. Sasha can do that in the notes that she's taking. And so that we capture it, we can address it more later, but maybe we don't have enough time in this setting to talk about it, so. Yeah, so it's really good. So this, and I'm just trying to give that gives me permission, keep things moving if I need to. And hopefully that's it. What are the goals? How do we decide which goals move forward and which ones don't? I think it's important to have a ground rule on that, you know, goals move forward with either consensus, the majority or consensus of the council. That's something that you agree to do? Can I write that on the board?
Definitely.
Okay, I'm feeling my head nod, so, okay. So. All right, anything else? That give us what we need to be successful? Okay, you guys want to go to your warm up? Okay, yeah, I think we could use a warm up. All right, so, so I don't know if you noticed when you walked in, we've got some white, flip chart paper. We're gonna do an exercise called self-portrait, so, any artists in the room?
Just you.
I'm not.
She cannot come and help you.
So stick people are welcome, but the idea is that it's an opportunity for you to have 5 minutes of drawing time, so don't spend all your time drawing, the person is totally fine, and I want you to answer, like, put in the 4 corners answers to these questions. So, and then we'll go around and we'll share, we'll just have one minute, 60 seconds per person. So this is a big group, so we could easily be here a long time, and you might not realize how easy it is to talk about yourself, but then sometimes we start going, and it's like, it's too long, so Sasha and I will try to keep everybody to the 1 minute rule, if that's okay. With our goal here to stay focused. So, first of all, I want you to think about what's your headline for the future. That could be for the city of Dallas, or thinking about the council's contribution to the future. So thinking about December 2025, what would the newspaper say? What do you want it to say about the community in Dallas? And what you have accomplished. Also, you can share your communication style. Are you direct? Are you more timid, or do you need time for processing? So anything you want to share about your communication style would be helpful there. Something fun about yourself, maybe something that people don't know. And then you can give what are your strengths. So what's something that you bring to this team? So think about what you're trying to think the strength that you bring. And then maybe something that's a challenge for you, or something that that you're going to be working on for next. Okay. All right. Everybody clear about what we're doing?
I'm gonna write these on there and look this flip chart
Yeah,
out for you
Sasha and I
guys.
will be here to help you.
Yeah.
All right, so you can stand up, let's have 5 minutes to
Oh, and
draw.
you guys have spelling markers in front of you, so grab a couple of those, maybe those will also wake you up this morning, just a little like strawberry, chocolate, or kind of little strawberry, hello, journey.
Have they brought the coffee yet?
On the big paper?
All right, so go ahead and so stand up and then find a spot, grab your markers. Sasha thoughtfully
I
put them in
did,
different
yeah, there
types.
are some short ones, there are some smaller ones, I didn't anticipate one being 6 feet, but there's some.
Yeah, go up.
Six, nine, nine.
Look.
Okay, wow, okay. My dad is 6 times.
Grab your smelling markers.
Yeah, draw your person, and I'm gonna work on the questions so you guys can see that, so.
And during the year.
question he always asks everybody, and the question
No, I
is,
do.
tell me something about
It's
yourself
okay.
that has nothing to do with the job.
No,
He asks
whenever
everybody that.
something's good.
And he gets some really interesting answers. He ran his ex-SAS, man, part of his household security. And when he asked the guy that question, you know, tell me something about yourself, I don't know. And I said, I'm a really good Irish tenor. And it turned out he is. So he gets an interesting answer.
Alright, I'm gonna put these questions up here, and then I'll put the flip chart over here. So you can see the questions. Alright, so communication style, headline for the future, something fun, and strength and challenge. Alright, I'm gonna play some fun music for you guys, because I feel like we need this little energy this morning. Alright, this is a playlist that the city of Somerston made, so you're welcome for the songs that are on here. It's okay, as long as you know where you're at. So communication style, headline for the future, hi, hello. Yes, where, who are you? Oh, perfect, hi, I'm Sasha. Liam. Yeah, so we've got some spelling markers here, you can grab a couple if you wanna have some fun colors. We're doing a self-portrait, so you can draw your stick figure or however artistic you are in the middle, put your name. And then on here you're gonna have prompts, it's what's your communication style, a headline for the future, so what would Baker be saying about Dallas in a year from now? And then something fun about yourself, and then strength or challenge.
Only once. I was gonna say, I would think most of us are supposed to do.
No, leave them up, yep, yep. Leave them up, and I'm gonna come behind you guys and just get a little video.
What do you guys, so we need a communication style, headline for the future, something fun, and then strength and challenge. It could be however you want to interpret it. Yeah, so, or maybe it's a role, it could be like one of the strength and challenge roles. Oh, yeah, well, you want, yeah. Sasha had a good idea, if you guys have time, why don't you add a song to the bottom of the list?
Alright, so one thing I want you guys to add to your self-portraits, I want you to on the very bottom, add a song that energizes you. We're gonna make you guys a Dallas playlist. I feel like we just need some jams today. So a song that energizes you. We've had stuff from Bon Jovi, We Built This City, AC/DC, we've had Lil Jon, and the new stuff.
Spotify.
Yeah, there you go. We've had Britney Spears, Chapel Rowan, or whatever her name is. had Ludacris, the city manager in Florence had Ludacris.
Here, you want to help me find this option? That does not surprise me.
I know, I'm like, it was really bright.
I know, I'm not an artist. I'm not an artist.
Okay, let's do one more minute, and then we're gonna do a gallery walk and go and you guys can present your posters. Okay, so one more minute.
Know each other.
One more minute.
All about you.
Hey guys,
Hey guys.
every time she sees me.
She says that.
Actually,
Oh, here we go. Is it Byron? Yeah.
Everybody heard the song now, I think of Byron.
That's
We built the city by something Starship. Yeah.
All right, is everybody ready?
Jefferson.
This side of the room looks like we're done. Let's go. Here.
All right, everyone come on this
We're
way,
gonna go over
we're
here.
gonna come on down.
We're gonna start, is it Brian? We're gonna start with Brian.
That's this way.
All right.
start with Brian.
We're gonna start with Brian. Okay, and this is a reminder, we're gonna go quick, okay? We're gonna go quick. So like 60 seconds. 60 seconds.
All right, come on down, everyone, we're gonna get started.
Okay. All right, Brian, take it away.
This is me, my comp side cooperative, because I try to cooperate with people. I'm not for the future, just for Dallas, progress. I want us to progress, a lot of things in the cooperative that we've done. Some challenges I think with progress is time, we have time to get everything that we've done. Strength is for me, I'm analytical, so I do that. My song is Pour Some Sugar on Me.
Yes.
Something fun about me is I'm bilingual, I speak Polish, I don't know if people do that, and I'm also left-handed, obviously. That's it.
Awesome, thank you. All right, that was good, very nice and succinct.
This is me, obviously. I'm Robert Fighty. You know, down top. And I'm a cheerleader. I like to root people on. My hands are in the air. I'm an expressive verbal, but this means I think while speaking, which drives a lot of people nuts because I have to finish my thought through talking. I think my headline of the year, at the end of the year, would be Year of Success. I would love to see that splashed across the newspapers and the headlines for the city of Dallas. Strength, I'm open-minded. I will change my opinion with new information. Challenges, I'm kind of new to the city council experience. Fun fact, taught motorcycle safety courses for 9 years. Is a hoot. And you're still here. And I'm still here.
And others are, because.
What's me?
And
Others are.
others are, there we go.
And my song is I'm gonna go with Kickstart My Heart by Motley Crue.
Okay, great, so let's start on the playlist, you guys, okay.
Great.
Alright, so Greg Gold, the city attorney, so my communication style, direct, but tactful, headline of the future, successful transition, Delaney Shirley's retiring in a month, so, moving that workload over to me and Justin, that's kind of my goal for the year. Something fun, so when I first graduated from law school, I worked out of John May for a couple years, so my favorite spot in Oregon is the Alva Desert, I go there every year or so. Strengths and challenges, so I guess my strength, I consider myself analytical and thoughtful. And then challenges, so I'm also a judge advocate for the Oregon Army National Guard, so that takes a huge chunk of my time. And this year I've got to do some courses for that for my next promotion. So that's what I'm happy with. And I didn't get to take this off.
Okay, you can know what, write one on there, okay.
A little bit.
I cheated on the song, obviously. It's We Built This City.
I love it.
I'm Michael Schilling. My collaborative listening, positive outreach style. Educate from that, that's part of it.
Everything you do surprises me.
My favorite place is to go over to the Snake River, Hills Canyon area, explore with my family. We'll go back up to, I'm very project oriented, as you probably know, so trying to pick one of our big projects for the future. Our dam project is one that's going to take a lot of time, so that's one of my biggest objectives, make sure that gets pushed through. Candid, engaging, and my weakness is broadly interested. I have a short attention span. I like moving on, so if I interrupt the conversations, make sure you circle back around and talk to me again.
That's such a good bit of that.
All right, Ben.
Thanks, Ben.
My name is Benjamin, economic and community development, my communication style, I love to be friendly first, but I also love when you just be really direct. I understand what I'm here in person. Positive, thorough, for the future, I'm a jobs guy. I came over from the private sector. I just love to see as much new businesses come to Dallas as possible in commercial and industrial. Something about me, I just drink way too much coffee. Everybody in the office knows. I've got 2 little kids at home. I've got a big group of friends. I love listening to music. It's my life. I think it's my strengths and my challenges. I know the challenge mountain is bigger than the strength mountain, but
And think of a song.
don't think of a song.
Okay, got it.
Who's here?
Actually, Carlos, and the most one is, I'm direct, and I'm concrete in my communication style. My goal for the future is for Dallas to be inclusive and safe. Music, I love all things music, I'm very eclectic in my music taste. My strength, I'm a guardian protector, and I'm tenacious in everything I do. My challenges, I'm very reactive, so there are a lot of things that would make me reactive. 2 songs, You Belong to the City and Go on Tour.
Okay,
I
let
love it. I make sure you add your name for it.
Oh.
So we're gonna take pictures of these, so you guys can ask them.
Brian's gonna put them up in his office too, all of them.
All right, so Mark.
So, I like to work, so I put some good work on myself. My communication style is verbal, yes, I'm direct, and empathic. I would like to see a more involved community. So we have events to have where people show up. A fun fact about myself, I'm skydiving, to celebrate my 50th birthday. I'm a compassionate person, that also can be a weakness, but, and then I have 2 dogs who are dogs, those are not sheep. And the song is Wild Heart and Your Baby.
It's not a weakness, it's an overdone strength.
Or who's the artist?
Overdone strength. That's good.
Mark?
This is Mark Munoz Johnson. I'll start with my strength because I did not draw this picture, it's enormous, so I delegated it. Okay. Yes. So, Andrea drew this one. One of my weaknesses is not knowing when to not my style.
I wouldn't agree with that, given your taste in movies, but go on.
Unfiltered verbal and but listening, and that's only in the library, because normally I don't talk outside of work. I don't communicate with people, I just shut myself away, and that's it. Let's see, the thing I'd like to see is the library connecting with schools and businesses.
Yes.
All right.
Some white noise on the list, just for you, some white noise sound.
Community style and direct, that's all I'll say about that. Direct, and I guess I kind of agree that I'm, a little bit unfiltered, so I can say what I'm thinking, and, like, headline like City here, that we have the greatest diversity in the city. One thing I do want to veg out and escape from the real world, I play RPG, PC gamer, so I do a lot of PC gaming, just to keep my brain not thinking about other things. My strength is listening and looking at both sides, both and various sides of an argument. I argue both sides, whether I agree with it or not. My challenge is waiting to speak. And so if I interrupt you when you're speaking to me, I apologize. I try to think and count in my head that I'm listening. So I have to have more patience in doing that. Anything by Rush, I'm a big Rush fan. Anything by Rush I'll listen to. My kids have incorporated that too, and their listening habits, so I've done a good job.
Very good. All right, Councilor Brennan.
Mine seems a little wordy, not unusual. So I'm naturally shy, people don't believe that, but it's true. I make myself the outgoing. I'm a deep thinker before I speak, but I'm super direct when something is important to me. My tagline for the city would be watch us and do all things with love. There are a lot of people who doubt some of the rules that we set, that, oh yeah, well, that's never gonna happen. Well, I do that to do that, and help it happen. But I do everything with love, whether it's something that seems positive or negative. And I have 5 friends named Debbie, so there are 6 of us, so we all have qualifiers in front of our name. I'm Blue Debbie, because I'm the smallest. I used to be Blue Debbie.
Little Debbie's better.
Which really, I'm so not mean. Oh my
And
gosh.
there's cookies called Little Debbie's.
I know, well, I have a boyfriend who used to call me snack cake, so there's that. That might be where the original. So, I have this ruler. So, my huge heart is my family and friends are everything to me. My fun things, I love to cook, but I'm hugely food motivated, so I eat all the time, like 7 times a day. I dance every day. I love all Motown. I love all music, but when I listen to Motown in my house, so do my neighbors. True story. My strength, I can be super silly. I'm absolutely fearless. I love to teach and learn, like anything, even things that seem boring. And my challenge is I take on way too much. And so my self-care is kind of but also God makes me lie down in green pastures, which is why I was sick for 3 weeks. So I've taken my self-care time, and now I'm love that. And it looks so healthy.
It does. I love it. You believe it?
Yeah, I'm David Shane, you all know me. And I thought of a couple of things when Rich was up there that I need to add that he does that I do too. Well, not this, no, one thing, this is not it. But, write this real quick and then I'll explain it all. And,
Hopefully you're getting extra minutes.
I'll go fast. People who know me know I can talk really fast like that. My communication style is direct. Rich context means I sometimes give too much information, more than is maybe necessary for the occasion. I'm very detail-oriented. I believe deeply that God is in details. And hesitation, Rich said he sometimes hesitates to speak when he should. I'm guilty of that as well. Useless knowledge, everybody here knows that I'm a contributor for a living, so I collect volumes of useless knowledge. I won't give you examples. Future orientation means that, as it's been alluded to by a couple of people already, I like to look at the long term, and we're doing a lot of long-term things, as you know, the dam, the police department, a lot of other things. The people who came before us, like the people who built the reservoir we have now, were thinking in the future, 30, 40, 50 years ago when they did it. We need to be doing that too, and provide for the people who are coming after us. That's what that means. Strengths, I already alluded to the fact that I'm really focused on details. Challenge, time management, I'm not very good at it, I tend to overcommit myself and be guilty of that. So Rich talked about waiting to speak. I'm really guilty of that, I interrupt people a lot, I know it, it's a flaw. I work on it, sometimes I get better, sometimes I don't. So I wrote 2 songs, they're both by the same band, Van Halen. One is Jump and the other is Eruption. Eruption just because I like the sound of it, but Jump meaning, in this context, meaning don't be afraid to take chances and take risks. Dallas, if you think of a bell curve, high risk, low risk, Dallas is the low risk end of the bell curve. And I think we need to move closer toward the center on some of the things we do, so that's that.
I'm just gonna add Van Halen, because I went to the song from Mrs. Doubtfire, that song, so. Alright.
I got a few goals still left on mine, I need to finish up, but, this week. Communication, real passive listening, quiet, as you know. Maybe, but also down here, I play the drums and bass and some piano, and I have 5 kids. And, guess I'm gonna, constant.
That's strength.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I'll finish it up a little bit.
Yeah, go for it. Thank you.
All right, so,
Here we are.
I am introvert, and I love meaningful exchange. What that also means, one of my challenges I would put here is, I hate small talk, because we're not getting anything done. So, headline, I'm gonna retire in 4 months, okay? That doesn't mean I'm not gonna finish strong. I love what I do, and I'm in it to see how much I can get done before I'm out the door, but retirement's important, I have another life waiting for me. Interesting, I was the chair of the U.S. Myths Design Committee for between 2010 and 2015, so a lot of the coins in your pocket I had something to do with. Strength, I think my strength is vision. When I was a city manager, which, yeah, I was a city manager before I was a public works director, I used this a lot. I still use some in my job. Strength is balancing work and life, or my challenge is balancing work and life. It's something that in later years I've taught myself how to do that better, and I think I do it a lot better than I used to, but I have to watch myself. And then the other challenge was that I recently had to make a decision to sell my Harley, which was really difficult to do. And my song is Free Bird by Leonard Skinner. Not so much for the lyrics, but for the feel of the song and the awesome guitar riffs. Tony. I didn't say anything yet, you already laughed. I go to face-to-face communications so that I do a better job of understanding content, because push comes to shove, I play basketball, so you might have to push up books, little pictures, things like that, make it easier to understand. But I believe that so much of our communication is nonverbal, and we do a bad job of doing social media, so I like that face-to-face contact. We do a better job of understanding each other. My goal for the future is to grow Dallas to sustain the people and develop and maintain a close community that cares for one another, because I don't think that small town means the number of buildings we have in it, but it's how we approach each other and how we take care of one another. So it's very important to me. I do a good job of making friends in all environments. My wife hates going shopping with me because she comes around the corner and I'm surrounded by people having conversations. So it's kind of annoying, but I think it's a good thing. My weakness is fitting in cars. A fun fact is I love paranormal research and actually filmed a show for 3 seasons. I got too much work, so I stopped doing it, but I love to go out in the middle of the night and with a flashlight and look for things that go bump in the night. And my favorite artist right now is Dax. He sings a song called In God's Eyes that I listen to on repeat all the time. So, yep, that's it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm Kim. And, my communication style is sometimes I'm a little too blunt, say things that are on my mind. My vision for the future
their minds and the listeners, and I think that's important, and I think that's why we're here. My strengths, I can consider other arguments and views, and I can express my opinions. I'm open to other ideas and other people. My challenges are sometimes I'm too blunt and too quick to make a decision, but I can do these things. Something fun, I love to camp and explore Oregon and country, our country specifically. And I like hysteria, I get that.
Okay, I'm Tom. My communication style is direct. I also like to listen because I can learn a lot more by listening than by running my mouth. For the future, it's mixed for me. Like Gary, I'm retiring in a few months, so that's a big piece there. And that holds travel and who knows what else. But also what's important to me is getting what I did right now, is getting our facility through. And also, I'm really interested in the process for my replacement from now on. Strengths, I think my history and experience here is a strength, has been for me anyway. Some challenges is really the fact that I am retiring. That's a whole different world for me after being here nearly 40 years and leaving Dallas because this is an important place for me. Fun thing, I got a new home in Georgia we've been working to get set up and new friends and a whole lot of unknown on the horizon there. I started thinking of music, country music, southern rock, classic rock, country American. These really came to mind, so that's what you're about.
Riley Greenman. And April. I'll start with my communication. I like to process things and then respond. And when I do respond, it's going to be pretty direct and transparent, and I'll give you my honest thoughts and opinions on things. The headline that I picked was 150 years plus and going strong. Not only for the city, but in 2 years, my department will be 150 years old as the fire department. So we're pretty excited about that. Some things about me. I used to be a police officer in my former life. Some of the highlights of that, I caught a bank robber. I got a confession from a murderer. And then currently, I'm the first female fire chief the city of Dallas has ever had. And my kids, I have 3 kids and 3 bonus kids. My boys are in the Navy, and my daughter works at Peachtrust. I'm pretty excited about that. Some of my strengths, pretty outgoing. My kids used to set a timer for me when I go to the grocery store because I see them talk. I think that one of my better strengths too is that I do have a lot of history with the city, 25 plus years, with the fire department and with the police department combined. And I'm not, I don't shy away from those uncomfortable conversations that sometimes we do have. Some challenges with that too, I like to avoid conflict as much as possible. And sometimes I've had people tell me that I'm too soft. Meaning that I kind of really baby people more emotionally. And the song that I picked was Thunder by Imagine Dragons. I heard this in a completely different perspective 8 years ago when my son graduated from the Navy, from boot camp. The Navy band played Thunder, and every time I hear it on the radio, I think of the percussion and it's just, it gives me chills every time I hear it.
I'm Emily. So my communication style, I'm very quiet, and in most meetings, I'm probably the most quiet person because I'm just listening to everybody and kind of taking it all in. And then I'm thinking through every side to every decision that's being made and trying to think of where we might get stuck on things. My headlines were police station construction underway and the public works building completed. 2 big projects that we've been working on for a long time, and I'm really excited to get done. Something fun about me, I'm an NFL team owner. Go Packers. My strengths, I'm really detail oriented, and I, like Tom and April mentioned, have 23 years of experience with the city of Dallas over multiple departments. So I think that's a strength. I've been there through a lot of the things that people have questions about sometimes. So, and a challenge because
I think through all of the possible sides to every decision that's being made, I can take too long to make a decision. And really, any song from Two Steps from Hell would be on my motivation playlist, but I pick Invincible.
I am Jennifer. I think my communication style is thoughtful. A lot of times I'll be talking to my employees and they'll just get silence from me. And that's because I'm processing and I'm thinking through before I respond to them. Or I will often ask them, I'll say, I need more time to kind of mull on this and I'll get back to you. My song is Come With Me Now by the Congos. Something fun. In my younger years, I was a competitive classical pianist. I came to the city as their parks manager and administrative services manager. Now these are my hiking boots. My headline is Dallas More Than a Bedroom Community. I think that captures a lot of what we want for our community in a lot of different ways. I am organized in the way that I approach things, but I'm an oldest child, so I can often be bossy and impatient.
I resonate with that. I'm also in this job. Makes me laugh. All right, last one up. Cecilia.
I was the late one, sorry.
But you made it. That's all that counts.
Yeah, I made it. Yay. Communication, I don't know. I just say I'm always thinking, so it's hard for me to communicate sometimes. Headline, police station bomb passes. I was telling Brian, I think our city, we as a community, we've grown, and I think as a staff, we've grown, and relationships have formed. But I want to see something visual here in the city. Something that the city's done that's visual. I kind of like to see the new fire truck, and I like visual, so I'm excited about that. Strength, of course, is numbers. Challenge, I just put people. Sometimes I have a hard time. I almost have a hard time with people. So that's a challenge for me. Something about me, I don't know, right now, I haven't done much traveling, but I've loved to travel. So I've been to some cool places, higher balloon rides and stuff like that. So I'm ready to go again sometime. And my song is Try Everything by Shakira. I like the try everything because I like change. I really do. I like doing changes in the office, changes at home, stuff like that. So try everything.
Cool. Well, hopefully you had some fun during this exercise, and more importantly, you maybe learned something about your colleagues and the people that you're working together with. Sasha is going to take pictures of all of these, and then we'll share these in the notes, so then we can go back to maybe here. We'll put together a playlist and share that out, but in terms of like people's strengths or their visions or their communication styles. All right, thank you so much. And thanks everybody did really good. We're already staying on schedule with our agenda. So we're going to shift into our next item of our agenda, which is talking about the roles and expectations of the city manager form of government. And so in local government and in Oregon, there's different types of different forms of government. Anybody want to shout out in this form of government that you know of?
I'm really stuck there because my impression is that about 98% of all the cities in Oregon use our form.
Yeah, most are the council manager form of government. There's also there's strong mayor. And so that would be when like the mayor is the CEO of the organization. So City of Beaverton most recently was strong mayor form of government. A few years back they transitioned over to council manager form of government. The other one is a commissioner form of government, where your elected body of like city council or commissioners are each assigned as like the design director as the different types of
Oh yeah, you see that a lot in big cities like these.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I just saw it most recently in Portland, and then they, just this year, they're shifting to their council manager form of government. So there's different forms, but why do we talk about why is it important? Your form of government is important to know and understand your roles and expectations, because it's really about the system that you work in. And so in order to do well and be successful, it's important to know where's my lane, what am I responsible for, what can I let go of, and how are we going to work together to advance the work of the city. So that's why we talk about a council manager form of government. And just a little bit of history, council manager form of government actually came out of the late 1800s. Woodrow Wilson wrote an essay, I think it was maybe, at least it was 14 years before he became president. But during that time, in the late 1800s, it was during the Industrial Revolution. And so cities were heavily investing in their infrastructure, growing rapidly, which was great. But on the other hand, you had a lot of political corruption that was happening with political leaders with that investment in infrastructure and in cities. And so Woodrow Wilson saw this as an issue, and he wrote this paper. I think it's the Study of Public Administration, or not exactly the title, but basically the idea is he outlined this new form of government where it separates your elected officials of setting policy with the administration side of having professional administrative expertise in running organizations without an eye of, or influence of the political piece of it. And so it was his answer to combating the corruption that he saw happening in cities during the late 1800s. And so since then, numerous cities have adopted the city government. Councilor Shane said probably 98 or 90% of cities, at least in Oregon, are that way. And it's the same way around the country because it really is kind of a really clear structure to be working in. And so that's what we're going to be talking about today. So what does that look like? Raise your hand if anybody has attended the League of Oregon Cities training for elected officials. So it's a lot of it is the same content that you would receive at that LOC training, but this is just a more condensed version for our purposes for this goal setting. So first of all, I'll just talk about the different roles that we play, and then we'll move on and think about, okay, these are the roles that we play on each side of this system that we have. What are our expectations, and what do we need to be successful in working together in this partnership? So first of all, I'll go through on the policy side. So this is the city council. So city council, we are responsible for setting the what in the organization, whereas the staff is responsible for determining the how. And so this is really important, and it can often get challenging at times because when you run, sometimes on your city council, you have people that have a lot of administration experience, project management, you run organizations, really successful at doing that. However, as a city councilor, that's not your role. Your role is to set the what, and then you trust, you give your intentions over to staff, and you trust them that they're going to implement it. And so that's the difference between the two there. You're also being responsible for representing the constituents of Dallas and keeping staff informed. And that second part of keeping staff informed is really important too. So there could be members of staff that are community members in Dallas, they live here, or they hear things that are going on, and yes, that's great, but they don't have the same level of responsibility that city councilors have to just to keep staff informed and know what's going on in the city. So as an elected official, you're a representative of the city. We often say your finger is on the pulse of the community. So when you're talking to people in the grocery store, or you're stopping off and having conversations, you're gathering that information. It's really important that you share that with staff because it informs the work that they do and the priorities of the city. So really important to keep the staff informed. On the staff side, they provide the technical expertise for doing the work and carrying out your direction. So think about all of the certifications and years of experience and technical expertise that's just in this room alone. So all the certifications that you have that are required to be in fire or police or public works, or I think about all the years of to be an attorney and all the you're not the attorney, but Ben is not the attorney. Greg and
Justin's not here.
Justin's not here. So Greg, and I'm sure you have lots of years of experience in it. But so there's a lot of expertise and knowledge and experience in this room. And so for council, don't feel the weight of having to be an expert on everything. That's what staff's job is for. They're here to give you that technical expertise and the usual advice to help give you all the information that you need to do your work. This is where it can get a little bit challenging on the staff side. So you've got staff that are knowledgeable, experienced, passionate about the work. They might also be a resident in Dallas, and they have ideas about what the city should be doing, or how the city should be doing it. But that's not staff's role. That's council's role to inform their decisions and give them all, give council all the information that they need to make an informed decision, but you're providing the technical expertise there. And then also here, setting goals, priorities, and direction, that's exactly what we're doing today. So you're gonna set the goals for the organization. These are, and for the city, it's an opportunity for you to decide what do we want to highlight and emphasize our work on over the next year, 2 years, and beyond. And in that way, it's really important that staff and council are in the room at the same time when council has these discussions. Because if staff is responsible for implementation, it's really valuable for them to be here and hear all of the context, the conversation, and the nuance behind the intentions that you're setting today. And so that way, in the future, when they're implementing the work and they're bringing updates to you and progress reports or staff updates, they have been in the room, they know what you're looking for, and so they know their audience. And so they can share those updates and the things that you're thinking about and having it be really meaningful on what the council is looking for. So those are setting goals, priorities, and direction. On the staff side, it's the staff's role to align goals with resources. So this is done through the budget process. So you set your goals, you say what your goals and priorities are for the city, and staff puts together, where's Cecilia? Yeah, staff puts together a budget that reflects those priorities, and so that's showing up in the budget process, and you'll see that as that continues to develop. And so that's why we do goal setting at this time of year. It's before the budget process really kicks off, because it can inform the priorities that you set today. And then you might not think about it as a responsibility or like a policy decision here, but approving your budget and your contract is a huge thing of what cities do. So you're the first strings of the city. So you could, you're approving that budget. So you're setting what you want to do, staff is helping you determine how to do it, and then you're approving how that money gets spent. And then finally, staff is carrying out the projects and the programs. So you're saying what your priorities are in the direction, and then staff is the one that is carrying that forward. This can get a little bit challenging sometimes, where there's conversations around, well, we could just have a really active volunteer community, like they can just go out and rake the leaves before the street sweeper comes. Like, why can't we just have counselors come out and rake the leaves before the street sweeper comes? And that literally just was shared with me by a council member in another community. But that gets really challenging because that's not the role of council to actually do the work. It's the work of the city. And so thinking about this work as a system, and you can see your different roles and how they work together. But as you can see with these concentric circles, or these overlapping circles, in the middle here, that's what I did right before. This is where the partnership comes into play. And so both sides need each other to be effective and do the work together. Any questions about volunteers?
Not a question, but a suggestion, because I feel pretty strong about this. On the left one, we have keep staff informed, which is a function of communication. I think we need a bullet, I think there should be a bullet on the right side about reporting, because that's the other side of that coin. And I mention it for two reasons. One, because it's critically important, and two, because our staff happens to be exceptionally good at it.
Well, I think that's a really great segue to this conversation around expectations. So this is a system that we're working in. What are our expectations of each other? So since you mentioned that, Councilor Ken, I'm going to just grab that right now. So reporting. And what is that all about? It's sharing information back to council, right? I think also something that I would add on to this is that in your reporting, it's really important to have neutral, unbiased information, so that and it's complete. So it's kind of an opportunity to look at all of the different policy options, or having neutral advice. Is it okay if I add that to the list? So share information with council. This is the word that always throws me out.
EU.
Thank you.
EU.
EU. I was like, wait, that's currency neutral. Thank you. And neutral, okay. Thank you. Yeah, I think always gives me heartburn. Okay. Especially with, 22 people watching me. All right. What about other expectations? Let's kind of start over here on the council side. What expectations, when we think about council, what do you expect for yourself in these to be successful in this partnership? What do you need to be successful for yourself, and what do you need from your fellow councilors to be successful?
I have one, but I'm not sure this is.
Hold on, sorry. Councilor Fitzgerald.
Maybe we need to be honest.
Be honest.
Counselors, we need to speak up and let them know what you're thinking.
Yeah, if you're setting your responsibilities to set goals, priorities, and direction, but you don't share what those are, can you really tell me for staff to know what that is? Yeah, Councilor King?
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is where it belongs, but I can't think of a better place for it. I'm gonna call it balance, but what I mean by that is there's a tightrope as an elected, there's a tightrope you always walk between what constituents tell you that they want and what you know really won't work or isn't the right thing to do. It's it would be wonderful if we all have the government pay us $5,000 a month, like they do for retired people, such as yours truly. But that's not a practical thing to do. That's a trivial example, but things come up in policy decisions all the time where the community, or at least one very vocal segment of it, wants something really badly and gets in your face about it a lot. And it may just not be a good thing to do, may not be a good idea. And so you're walking that tightrope all the time. Sometimes it's not much of a problem. Sometimes it can get very, very tense.
Yeah, and I think something that I could piggyback on there, if I may, with, in order to balance those needs of your community, it's really important to know what they are and to be really informed about the complex policy issues. So we talked about, all of the things that come to council. There's a lot of different things going on in the city, a lot of different factors and components and things to be aware of, places where you can, rely on staff to provide that information to you. But I think it's really important that council be informed. And so what does being informed look like to be able to balance the needs of the community?
I think in order to be able to represent constituents and keep staff informed, we have to have those relationships in the community. Several of us speak to business owners frequently, or I talk to my students and their families, or, people just offhand know I'm a counselor and kind of ask about something, but being willing to have those conversations.
Yeah, absolutely. How else should we receive information? How else can council be informed?
I think externally to other organizations such as county, state, and federal, the implications of the decisions that they make on our community.
Community partners, okay.
Partners/adversaries, because sometimes I'm thinking of things like unfunded mandates and that sort of thing, where they'll assign responsibility knowing they carry it out.
Yeah, I think both of these are good. There's something else that I haven't heard yet, and I'm going to suggest. Being informed before every council meeting that you have, your staff is working very diligently to put together a thoughtful packet of information that tells you all of the information that's going to be covered in the meeting, background information, context, and it's an opportunity for you to read that report, because at the council meeting is really it's a business meeting, right? And so you're expected to make decisions at a business meeting. And so part of being informed is reading your packet. So I'm going to put that on there. And then something that goes hand in hand with that is asking questions. So when is the best time to ask yeah, before the meeting, why is that, and why is it important to ask questions? But to the extent that it's possible, I mean, sometimes you're gonna have conversation at council, at the meetings, and it's gonna prompt other discussion and other questions, that's totally reasonable. But why is it important to the best of our ability to ask questions before?
I'll give them a chance to prepare a good answer.
Yeah, absolutely, they have time to give you the information that you need. So, never have I seen a good outcome at a council meeting by like a gotcha question to staff. It's not good, it doesn't advance your partnership, and also it doesn't really advance the conversation or the decisions that you need to be making at the council meeting, because you're not giving staff enough time to be able to answer and get that information back to you. Also, staff has the responsibility of keeping all of council informed and trying to get that information. So if you ask your question in advance, it's likely that someone else has a similar or the same question, and so it's Brian's job to kind of make sure that everyone has the same information going into that meeting, so he can not only answer your question, but share that information with others. So, like the questions in advance, knowing that just as much as you can. Another expectation that you guys should be thinking about is you're setting the what and you've got goals and priorities and direction. It's really important that in those business meetings for council that you're making decisions. So it's your responsibility and expectation that you make decisions. So what happens if you go to a council meeting and council isn't making a decision? What's the implications of that?
So you have to come back and address it again later, for one thing.
Yeah, so staff doesn't, so if you don't make if you're responsible for setting the what, and then but you don't make your decision, then staff is kind of left saying like, I don't know what my direction here is. I can do what you need to do, but I need to know what that is. And so the challenging thing without the council's unable to make a decision, then work starts backing up for staff. A lot of thought goes into the design of council agendas and the sequencing of the work, not just within the organization, but thinking about contractors or consultants or engineering, and all of that work is sequenced. And so staff is using their expertise to sequence that work as best as possible, and then bring things to council when they need information. And so, it's really important to try to make decisions. That being said, the same thing with asking questions in advance. Sometimes you're going to get to a place where it's like, I don't have all the information that I need to make a decision at this time, or we need to, go back and get some more information. And I think that's reasonable, but like to an extent. So just try to think about, okay, what sort of questions can I ask in advance? How can I be prepared going through the business meeting to be able to make the decisions to provide that direction to staff so that they can carry forward the work that you're setting. Are there any other expectations for council?
Is staff allowed to weigh in?
Yes.
Well, yes, I agree that keeping staff informed is an important function of the council, but from staff, it's very helpful if they are also proactive about keeping their constituents informed, because they have an understanding and a perspective on local government that most people don't have. And so getting that good information to their constituents really helps us in our work, so they understand maybe why something that they want to have happen isn't happening.
So I have a bullet point that maybe goes underneath decisions, and that is that individual counselors should be supportive of council decisions, whether or not they voted for that decision afterwards. And they don't need to, go out and be a cheerleader for that decision if they weren't in favor of it, but certainly not, being adversaries to the council on their own. I think that, frustrates the partnership not only between council and staff, but also between the council themselves. So I think, acting as one body is important.
Yeah, absolutely. So your authority is with the body of council. And so a lot of times you might have a decision where everyone votes Other times, there's really some delicate or tense or controversial decisions that come up, and that can be really challenging too. And maybe the council split on a decision, but it's really important, as Brian said, that once a decision is made, that you agree, say, okay, maybe it's not the way I voted, but I'm respecting the decision of the body and I'm agreeing to move forward. Because what happens if you don't? Then it gets really confusing to staff on what really is the direction. Or it can hold things up in future meetings where if you keep kind of rehashing old decisions that have already been made, it blocks up the work that needs and the progress that needs to happen. Or it can undermine the authority of council and your communication with community members. So in other cities, we've seen this show up where it's like, yeah, there was a really hard vote, and then after the council meeting, councilors picking up on social media and sharing like, this was terrible, like, this happened, you know, blah, 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 and it's really damaging to the authority and the team that you're building at the council level. So that being said, there's a tactful way to go about it. You have a decision and you didn't go for it, it went the other way, and it looks something like this. Look, council had a difficult decision tonight. I didn't vote that way, but the majority of the council did, and so I'm gonna respect the decision of the council, and then we're gonna move forward together, and then we just leave it at that. So.
If you have verbal dissent like we're talking about, you end up sending mixed signals back to the community. That's never good.
Yeah, you're really challenging. Yeah, thank you for bringing that. That's really important. What about on the staff side? What are their expectations of staff? Fulfill their side in this partnership.
One thing is making sure we hear and understand what the council's direction is for us.
Mm-hmm. And how can we make sure that we hear and understand council's direction?
Good communication.
Good communication, yeah. And if you need clarity, ask for it, so.
Well, communication's the key to everything on that page.
That's true. Yeah. So if you're responsible for carrying out this direction and goals of council, it's really important that you understand what they are. And if you have any questions about to get that clarity. What other expectations do we have of staff?
I think there's an inherent expectation with like the providing technical expertise.
Mm-hmm.
And it's something that I appreciate so much with literally every staff member, every time I ask a question, is they can put it in layman's terms for us. Because there are things that I do have technical experience and, you know, a lot of experience with, and I understand vocabulary, but there are other things that we ask, and they don't make us feel dumb for not knowing. So I appreciate their being able to put it in layman's terms without us feeling like idiots for not knowing everything. Because it does sometimes, even the public expects, well, you're on city council, so you must be an expert in all these things, and there are a lot of times I have to say, absolutely not, but we have a great team that works with us, the staff members, who explain things to us, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're definitely not expected to be the expert in all things, and we understand.
I would plagiarize Brian with act as one body. It'd be ignorant to think that the staff doesn't have different opinions on decisions that are made, but even if it's a decision that they don't agree with, they still act.
Yeah, it's like honor council's decision.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not that that's happening.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you guys are the ones that have been elected by your constituents by the city, and so there might be like, oh yeah, I would have done it a different way, but again, that's not
this gets kind of more to the, hearing that process go around, but making sure that our staff are trained and qualified and confident to carry out.
Oh, you took the words right out of my mouth.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
there's-
staff training and
Because they're expected, it says right there, your third bullet, includes circle. Well, actually, sorry, second bullet, they have to be the subject matter experts, and that means you have to always stay current and keep up. That's exactly what I was going to get to, yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, sometimes we'll capture this in different ways. We capture it here as like be trained in subject matter experts, but also just like, being professional and being a high performing organization. And so council, they're gonna set the what, and then they're expecting you to, be professionals and do the work well, do it with integrity, with subject matter expertise. And so that you can really advance that work in the city. Are we missing anything?
I was gonna say, assume best intentions, because sometimes we may hear something that, or be explained, in a way that, kind of gives us, angst, but it's best intentions.
Absolutely. Yeah, and do you think that's here, or do you think that maybe it's just under partnership?
Yeah, partnership would be a great place.
Yeah, we wrote that just under here, so yeah, assume best intentions. Both sides. I think we all agree that we're all in this work because we care about the community. We just want it to be a better place, and we might have different ideas about what that might look like, but we can work together.
Yeah, I would add one more little there on the right. I'm gonna call it development, staff development. And it actually includes your last bullet there, but it includes more besides that, because it also has to do with succession planning. We're right in the middle of that, with 2 people in this room who are getting ready to retire. We're in the middle of that process now, replacing them. So that goes along with being a subject matter expert. It all comes under that heading of development. Making sure you are, that the staff is up to date, up to speed, and prepared for, the inevitable changes that happen all the time.
Yeah, kind of like no matter who's in the role, we need to make sure that we are in a good place and we're planning for the future, so.
Because if you don't do those things, you don't maintain the others. You don't keep doing it.
Did we miss anything? Any questions about our roles or expectations and partnership between council and staff?
I'm not sure where it goes, but as far as informing that everybody has the same information. And I'm not sure. I guess that comes as part of having a good, strong agenda.
Yeah. Yeah, I see it on both sides.
Under partnership.
Yeah, it's a good order partnership.
Yeah, I know, I was putting it here and then I was thinking I should put it under partnership. Yeah, there's a lot going on in the city and there's a lot of people. And so that can be challenging to make sure that everyone has the same level of information. That's why you have a rock star city manager right here, in Brian. And I know, I'm gonna give Brian a little bit of kudos. There was no exchange, but something that did come up in the outreach pretty strongly was how much you appreciate the information and the communication structure that you get from Brian and from the department directors. And so that doesn't always happen, and that's something that you need to build. And so that's a huge asset that you have on the team. And so I think that's really great that you have that. And he's, part of his role is to make sure that everyone has that same level of information. And so that gets back to, asking or trying to be informed as much as you can and asking your questions in advance, because especially like leading up to a council meeting, there's some questions flooding in his inbox or his phone's ringing. It could be challenging for him to like, okay, I gotta make sure everyone has that information before the council meeting, but I fight that a good leader at the helm of the organization would do that. Are you guys ready to move on to our next exercise? Okay, so Sasha's gonna help me move this over to, maybe put it over there. We're gonna move into our environmental scan exercise. You want me to get it? No, I got it. It's like the first thing, it's like, I might do it. I know, you might, I know, you were like, it was very close. Yeah. All right, so if you recall when we talked about our agenda in this environmental scan exercise, so we're kind of going into building the foundation for our goal setting. And so before, we're just gonna like be Vanna White here and channel that. But we're gonna think about environmental scan and thinking about the current context within the organization, what's happening, and externally in the community as well.
I'll go up first and then I'll bring the chair over.
Oh, okay, that sounds good.
Another prerequisite for working here is height, which I don't have
Okay.
compared to my colleagues.
Is that even?
Yeah.
Okay.
Close.
Close, good enough, okay, if it's not too bad, otherwise, like, you'll look at it, and then if there's any, like, certain personalities in the room, myself included, it's just like, I'm gonna stare at it, and then I'll fix it at a break. That's not too bad, okay. But the idea here is like, we don't work in a vacuum, there's a lot of different factors and trends that are impacting the organization, there are things to be thinking about, that are impacting the community, lots of change happening in Dallas, and so the purpose of this exercise, this context map, is to try to get it all in one place, so that we can be thinking about what's happening where, and then as we move into, okay, if this is our current situation, our current environment, what is most important that we're seeing here, what are some common themes that are emerging from this board, and then we'll start to think about, okay, those are might be some priorities that we need to look at in the city, and what does success look like in those areas, so that's how we're going to continue to build on this context map for the goal setting process. A couple of things about the context map, I'll talk about the categories in a moment, but there's no wrong information to put up here. We're just gathering information. We might have different perspectives about what's going on. That's okay. I'm just going to capture it all. There's no right or wrong answers. But the idea here is, I made you guys here. Here's your little city. And then you've got all of these different factors that are affecting your community and your organization and the things that you can do. And so I'll just walk through our different categories that we'll work through together. So we're going to start going through and just getting a really, really high level view of kind of what's currently going on in the departments in terms of their current and future work. So I asked department heads to think about maybe 3 or 5 priorities or things that are happening in your own departments that you can share. So we'll capture those there. But then elsewhere, that'll be more staff driven as I'm recording that. But then we'll have a facilitated conversation about these other sections. So like what's happening in the economic climate, whether it's local to Dallas or more state trends or national trends, and how might that impact the work that we can do. Community needs and trends, what's going on in the community, what's important, what issues or challenges or opportunities are we seeing, what do we need to capture here and be thinking about. This helps us to be responsive and relevant in our goals and our priorities that we're setting. Organizational needs and trends, so we've already heard it alluded to a couple times. You got like some key staff transitions that are going to be happening over the next 6 months. Not to mention other great things happening in the organization. And so what are the needs and things that are happening that we need to be thinking about, and how does that influence the work that we can do in the city? Political factors, okay, there's a lot happening in that space, whether that local, state, federal, but think about what sort of factors are impacting our work at the city. Technology factors, so we live in a world of like just super fast technology. There's all different ways of doing things nowadays, different tools you can use, artificial intelligence. So what sort of factors do we need to be keeping in mind that are relevant to the city of Dallas and how we do our work and how we implement that work? And then finally, we always have like a little section over here, like our dark stormy cloud of uncertainty. So we plan the best that we can, but there's also lots of things that we can't plan for. And so sometimes it's just nice to grab them here, so at least we know these are uncertainties and we can keep them in mind as we're thinking about our goals. These are things that we don't know the outcomes of, or things that we may or may not be able to control. So that's just an overview of this context mapping exercise. Any questions about this or questions about the categories?
Yeah, the two middle ones, can you, because there's things that are gonna come up, I've got one in mind for later, that I'm not sure belong in a single category. They span, you know.
Yeah, and that's part of the exercise too. I'm glad that you brought it up. There are going to be some items where it's like, is this a community trend? Is it an economic factor? And I might draw an arrow to show that it's in both places. Or as a group, like, let's put it there, but know that it has in fact some of the pieces there. Different components. It's not going to be perfect, and there's definitely overlap. So I'll try to graph that as best I can with arrows and other symbols. Okay. You guys want to start? Normally, I like to start with just the department current and future work, and just be able to grab those highlights. How do we want to start this? We can start. Really, my hope here is that, so we have about 45 minutes before we need to move on to our next piece. So just kind of with the self-portrait exercise, we'll just try to be brief here, but we want to try to capture it. So just try to have the right level of information. So really these are kind of more topical that we can just grab. That's kind of the depth that I'm looking for. Does anybody want to go first?
So when you say current, the agenda spoke of accomplishments in 2024. Is that what you're talking about?
You know, I did. I forgot about I was so excited to get to this section. I forgot about this, our Dallas gratitude thing. So thank you. Thanks for reminding me of that. So part of it too is you guys have a really great partnership in your organization, and there's been some really great accomplishments. And so we can capture those here. I was going to have everybody write. We can write a note on the and put it on the board in terms of something that are grateful for, an accomplishment that you'd like to share. We can do it that way, or I can grab them here.
Your intent in current was just what's currently happening?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, so why don't we just do that really quick? Why don't everybody just write their, an accomplishment from the last year? You've got these sticky notes in front of you and your markers. Thank you for reminding me. And so what we want to do is an opportunity to express gratitude for your awesome team that you have. And so you can either express gratitude for a particular project or accomplishment that you're proud of, or something that you want to share, or to a person that helped make that happen. Just be very. Whenever you have it done, excited about the work on the Lafayette? Excited about the work on the Lafayette note. And then Brian says Kim Herring's work on the 150th celebration.
Do you write yourself that, or did you do that under 50?
I just put that in there. What else Those are my,
I've got the PD is fully staffed for the first time in 7 or 8 years. That's not a lot of meetings, you can say it's fully staffed, right, that's really good. I know it's kind of a future thing, but really the progress that we've made so far on the police facility, that's the most progress we've made in the 4 years I've been here. And also with my opening coming up, just our internal staff's interest in the position.
you want to share?
Yeah, mine is, I'm spotlighting Brian for his guidance. We have all these people here, we have new people, we have tenured people, and just a lot of information, and really citizens too. And Brian always seems to manage it all very well, providing good guidance and direction.
Awesome, thank you.
So it's the 150th celebration and the amount of community involvement we have with the volunteers. It's awesome.
Still thinking? Okay.
I'm highlighting Brian as well, as a citizen, great job of running the city. He's consistently pushing the wheel of progress. He's a better juggler than I am, when it comes to some things and managing things, and he has a great job of selecting the staff. Council cohesion, cohesive, working towards a greater balance, basically. Usually I would pick a project, but you guys are doing a great job describing all of our projects and a lot of neat things going on.
Yeah.
And I wasn't about to write Brian because I'm sitting next to him and I saw the other dog right.
Yeah.
One other thing, I mean, you touched on the 150th of October, I think the time capsule was pretty significant for we as generous.
Oh, yeah, that's cool.
My in-house, just that willing to change and take on the world this year.
I was right on what I was saying, the Japanese garden, I was really excited about how it all came together. We can park, so John Martin Park, the construction fences are up and ready to start going, I'm excited about that.
Just in passing on that to acknowledge some of the visitors, acknowledge the council, the one councilor who was here today with us, Larry, is the one who more than anyone else lit the fire in that project and made sure that it got carried through, so kudos to Larry.
And on top of that, that Japanese garden started at a village.
They started as a council. Oh,
At one.
that's great.
All right, I haven't been here that long, but I'm thankful for letting Shirley doing kind of direct handoff for the attorney responsibilities.
I couldn't decide between, I'm thrilled that we have, full staff at Dallas TV, they're an amazing mix of people, they complement each other and the community loves them. And also the library, I work with kids that don't always feel welcomed by the community, and I bring these kids to the library, and they're so well supported and loved and appreciated there. I mean, the library does an amazing job with them. So I just love that, we love that.
Mine's slightly general, as staff, I really appreciate council's serious involvement and engagement with 791 Montreal and that type of work that does come up. It's discussed, it's taken seriously, we do get direction.
So I said full staffing at the police department and the fire department, all of their full-time positions are filled. And Public Works is nearly full staff, and we've just got really stable staffing across all of our departments. And I think that speaks well to the whole management team, yeah, no, knock on wood. It speaks well to the whole management team for creating a good environment for their employees, and it also speaks well to the council's support of staff. Because not all councils do support their staff, and that shows. So I think that, you know, everybody in this room contributes to that really stable, supported staff.
One of the things I'm grateful for living here and being involved is that, as we all know, there are some communities in the state where the council and staff, how should we put this, don't work together as three hands
All right, well, thank you for taking a moment to share some of those accomplishments and that gratitude, for the previous work and thinking about the work ahead. All right, so why don't, oh, yes.
Can I put one more?
Yes, yes.
Cecilia has one too.
Okay. Oh, and then Cecilia, yes.
Sorry, I was thinking.
Okay.
I'll let you do it.
Staff's work on the size and numbers of grants. So Michael Pence?
Pierce.
Pierce, and safer routes.
We just received a $1.9 million grant that he was concerned.
Awesome.
And Public Works has been doing great. Parks has been, the number of grants our staff has gotten in the city, I just can't say how many.
That's great. Okay, and Cecilia says, working with staff, council, and community to reach goals
Yes.
for financial.
Yeah,
financial.
Yeah.
That's great. All right, well, Sasha, when she has a moment from taking break, and then we'll grab them here, and then we'll be able to capture those. We'll take a picture and then be able to put those in the notes too. So thank you so much for sharing all those things. All right, so I need one as a department to volunteer to share just a couple, like maybe three to five things that you're working on, that you're currently working on or thinking about next year. That's going to influence like thinking about your workload and your capacity, like focusing on what's going to be taking a lot of your time.
Let's start with Public Works and go to the police department.
Okay, okay.
I missed that. Okay, so, currently we are working to secure our water storage rights permit, for our Mercer Dam replacement project. Working with the state of Oregon on that. If we get them to move a little faster, we'll move faster on the project. There's also, we're about to begin the construction of the first phase of the Lockville Node Sewer Extension. We are starting updates to both our sewer and water master plans that will be completed this next year. We're looking at this summer starting the Levens and Ellendale intersection improvement project, where we're going to signalize the intersection.
That's a big grant, right?
Which one is that, Mike? The intersection?
Levens and Allendale.
Levens and Ellendale.
I'm sorry, everybody said it was Levens?
Levens and Allendale.
L-E-V-E-N, yes,
Levens and
Ellendale.
Ellendale, okay.
That's the $1.9 million grant on those funds.
Oh, thank you, okay.
So we're also looking at a major partnership project with the school district to build new sidewalks and ADA ramps all around the high school and elementary school campus on Ash Street. We're looking going to bid just in the next month or two on the filter upgrades at the water treatment plant. And least, but last but certainly not least, is the Public Works building, which we're about to break ground on that as well. So a lot going on.
And can we add to that list that we're gonna be replacing our public works director, and so we'll have to get a new director up to speed?
Yes.
That's under the city manager's
Oh, is
report,
that,
so
okay.
don't do that one yet.
Yeah, I'm sure you're the same, staff.
So after police, we'll do library. And I'll call us out.
Okay, that sounds good. Okay, do library?
No, police.
Oh,
Police.
Lead first.
Okay.
To start with, the challenges associated with mental health, and not my officers, but those that we deal with, so.
It's too late for your officers.
Yeah, and at the huge demand on our resources almost daily. And I wanted to put the unhoused persons that we interact with, that it's not a huge problem with us as much as it's more of a community issue. So it's there, but it's not as prevalent as others. So
actually capturing it here, just really good. All right, what about other?
Next on the list is our facility needs and the progress we're making towards ending the police station. Staffing, as I mentioned earlier, we're fully staffed, and that's a big accomplishment, but at the same time, I'm leaving in 4 months, so we're going to be looking for another body at some point in time, whether it's my replacement or someone else, depending on how that goes. So there's going to be some staffing changes there.
Did you capture everything?
Resource needs that we have, because doing our business just like fire is one of the more expensive ones we have, and the technology changes, it's getting more and more expensive, both on the personnel side and the equipment side of doing this job. So just the resource costs in general.
Okay, I'm gonna do that. So, public safety, technology.
And others up there for accomplishments would be improving our traffic safety program and developing the cadet program, which in the long term will aid in traffic safety and cadets.
Great. And then we'll go library. Thank you.
Yep, and after library, it's economic and community development.
I guess sort of aspirational in the sense that we're in this beautiful facility. We have a tendency to reach the elderly population and the young population, but it would be nice, the demographics that reach between 16 and 50. We're trying to think of ways to reach that demographic more. Yeah, but this isn't a census thing, this is a library thing.
Yes. All right.
Way to offend the whole room.
No, it's what I do best. Also, and the Spanish-speaking population, you know, these are two demographics that we don't reach a lot. And also, you know, library motto is if it was good enough for Columbus, it's good enough for us, is to try and stay vibrant and not be stale. It's very difficult to try and make change, even the physical layout of the library, which we're very challenged with, that to keep things mixed up, keep things new and different, so that people think there's something new to see in the library when they come. And the other thing is programming. We do a lot of programming. Children's alone, we do 200 events a year, and just trying to mix that up and come up with new things to do.
Did you say 200 programs?
For children alone, and we do probably 30 to 40 for adults.
I honestly don't know how you do the number, sheer number of things you do. I mean, it's
awesome. And especially staffing, because we do a lot of things in the evening, trying to make all that balance out.
Actually,
No. Yeah, I mean.
One of the next, after traffic safety, remind me you had a cadet program.
Yes, thank you.
So that's probably where we'll first start.
Mark, just looking at your numbers, you know, your engagement of the 16 to 50-year-olds, maybe you need to do maybe 150 good adult or kid activities and maybe 100 adult activities. All right, so after economic and community development, we'll bounce back to finance.
So staffing is a priority for us as well. We just got a new building official, promoted within Chris. We're gonna have another retirement in code services in the coming months, first quarter here. So just making sure we maintain current staffing levels for the work that we do have. Last year we did officially complete the formation of the historic district. That also is on the National Register now of historic places. And then big projects that we've been working on for a while, so looking forward to finishing around June, July, will be the Rock Rail Node rezoning. of projects we wrapping up into.
I captured mill site, but what is it with the mill site specifically?
It's also a redevelopment initiative, the zoning, and a few of
Oh, so zoning, there you go.
And then we're gonna be kicking off our transportation system plan update this year as well. We're getting involved in that.
That's a big undertaking. Thank you. Right, we're doing finance now?
After finance, we'll do, the city manager's office, and then we'll, we're gonna get there.
I have no idea, Ryan. My role is to support everybody else, so.
All right, I'll tackle this.
Okay, for finance, well, I always tell everybody we're pretty boring, we do the same thing every year, but we have a lot of requirements that come up every year for the audit reporting, and so we have to stay up to, training on that, and then our budgets, those are the two main things we do each year, is budget and audit. And then also in our department, it's important for us to keep up with technology, there's a lot of changes with technology. And of course, being supportive to all the departments in the city.
Yeah, and is there any new technology that you're implementing?
Well, like in all our software that we do, you know, to be more efficient, like our accounting software and so forth, there's all those changes due to technology changes.
You're just staying up to date on that, okay. I didn't know if there was like, you were, rolling out like a new way of, like, your utility bills or something like that.
No, those are always like changing with the technology, those.
Got it. Thank you.
We'll do the city manager's office, then we'll jump over to, parks, and then finish up fire. So for our office, communications, continuing, just a implementation of our communications plan, doing that. Important. Supporting all the staffing changes that we have in the city right now, and in the future. You didn't mention the biennial budget, right?
Oh, no.
I'll mention that. So, moving to a biennial budget in the next few years. And then, revisioning, having a new vision for the city. We have a 2030 vision, which is coming up on very quick. So, doing a new community visioning process, future work. That's good for us. Parks. Yep.
So we have some fun projects coming up, as was mentioned earlier, we just broke ground for Barnard Park, a new 2.5-acre park. We are pursuing and building additional pickleball courts at City Park, that would be a project for next fiscal year. Also, we're going to be rehabilitating our basketball courts at City Park, and also hopefully over at Birch. I think challenges are with new parks comes additional need for maintenance. So staffing is always an issue for us for parks. I'm gonna, as Emily said, we've had that stabilization of staffing. We've also explained to the Aquatic Center, which is actually huge and enables us to provide the services and to make programs and facility itself open to more of our community. I also, the city facilities also falls under me, and as you've heard mentioned, we have a new public works building coming online, hopefully a new police station coming online. So, you know, staffing there as well, and making sure that we're able to maintain and care for these new facilities. So, something that we're working on.
I have a lot, so I'm gonna try to move it.
That's okay, I saved room for you.
Okay, so, our first goal is maybe to we haven't had, we don't have to put this up there, but just for a little context, we haven't had a strategic plan since 2015 when we were with, another fire department originally.
So are you implementing or do you also have to develop?
We probably developed one just because the last strategic plan that we had was with, Southwest Full Fire District, but we're no longer together. We wanted to come up with our own, what our own goals and objectives would be, and with that, we would have to do a mission, vision, value statement. Primarily, one of the reasons that we need to do our strategic plan is we've had a significant increase in call volume, where sometimes our call volume supersedes our staffing levels. So how to best manage that. We also have some education and training requirements that come from multiple sources, such as our local Department of Public Safety and Training, OSHA, NFPA, and OHA. We're going to be dealing with a lot of new construction that we've never seen before within our city, which is going to be challenging for us. We really have to implement some different training requirements, be a little bit creative on how we find funding for that.
So there's new construction that you need to do the training.
Yeah, so for the first time ever, we're going to be looking at buildings that are more than 3 stories. So 4 and 5 story buildings, which is going to be a challenge, just because something new for us.
And that can be bigger than it sounds, because it includes things like the fact, the ladder truck we have, won't reach to some of those when they're built. So you get big capital expenditures, and that's a biggie. It's more than it sounds like.
And even more than that, to add on to that, is the radio communications, because sometimes in these larger buildings, with the square footage and how they're constructed, our radios may not work inside those buildings, which is problematic. We're working on strengthening our partnership with our local hospital. We do a significant amount of inter-facility transfers. We rely heavily on our mutual aid partners, but the unfortunate part is that sometimes they're not a reliable resource just because of their staffing levels and their call volume. We're looking at ways to generate revenue. What I mean by that is maybe we brought in our billing company, we brought in one of the representatives to teach us how to do more accurate charting and reporting. We're looking at adjusting our fee schedule. And then we participate in the Medicare, Medicaid, EMT program. And then we want to increase our FireMed membership program for our new members.
You said a mentorship program?
It's a FireMed it's a FireMed membership. It's an ambulance subscription.
Oh, okay, a fireman membership. Sorry.
No, that's okay. That's fine.
Fire med program.
Yeah. I really have, I'm so sorry. And then for the first time since, I said that we had 24-hour staffing, we have staffing, on our fire side. We're going to be creating prevention programs to bring back into the schools. That will be something that hasn't been done in a very long time. Well, and that would be very strategic and so we can have a so we're going to strengthen our business inspection program that we currently partner with Oregon State Fire Marshal's Office and Fort County Fire District No. 1. We currently do not have our own fire marshal, so we contract to one of our mutual partners for plan review fire marshal, and then we have access to the Oregon State Fire Marshal's Office for an assigned deputy fire marshal for who does inspections within our county as well, but we also trained our staff to company level inspections, so we're able to go out and do the inspections internally.
You can just leave.
Yeah, and then, one thing that's very important to my staff and to me also, is the implementation of mandatory medical physicals for our staff, which is also an NFPA standard, but, it'll be moving to an OSHA requirement.
Okay, you said mandatory, say it one more time.
Medical physicals. And those medical physicals, are important to the fire service just because of the increased risk of cancer, within, the firefighter community as well as cardiac issues. I know. Thank you. All right, I think we can recap. All right, thank you for sharing those things. Of course, this isn't, it's not, reflective of all of the things that are happening in the departments. Of course, it's just a couple minutes per department, but hopefully that gives you a sense of what they're thinking about and what they're gonna be working on next year. So let's go down a little bit more. Do you guys want to talk about like what's happening in, you want to start with the economy and we'll just grab some things about what's going on in the economy, what are some considerations and things that we need to be thinking about for our goal setting?
You're talking about the macro economy or the micro economy?
Could be both, anything that you might be impacting city there.
Well, one biggie, and this is what I was alluding to earlier when I was talking about crossing lines and spanning areas. Someone, I don't remember what was their individual coordinate, somebody mentioned getting away from being a beggar community, which we have been, that's the direction that Dallas has been trending for a long time, of course, becoming one. For a lot of reasons we beat to death, but we need to move in the other direction, and that means expanding the commercial and industrial sectors in town. There's all kinds of important reasons for doing that, which, again, we all know, and a lot we all know, rezoning is going to be part of South Dallas or the middle district is going to be part of long-term, a lot of other things, but to have long-term fiscal health, we need to be more towards being balanced between residential and those other two sectors than we've been for a very long time. That's a biggie with a lot of long-term implications.
Residential. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Too many words going on. I know. I'm just gonna capture that too up here, with financial stability because it does, relate. Just financial stability. What else? We could continue to build out some needs or in the community trends areas since we're there now. What else?
Uncertainty of funding resources,
Mm-hmm.
from an economic standpoint, whether it be at the federal or state.
Yeah, well, what would be driving those then?
Or political factors in that.
Yeah.
I think with the uncertainties in funding from the feds and state, you're seeing a lot now with federal government with state is saying it's gonna be a tight budget year, so we shouldn't expect a lot of money that we're not already receiving from the state.
I would add that aside from how, initiatives at the federal level could impact funding to Dallas directly, I think there's uncertainty about how it would impact our community more broadly.
There are ripple effects.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, so, you're right, uncertain. Timing.
Just at the household level.
Yeah, there's so many programs that provide funding just for kind of day-to-day.
Another thing that the community needs in terms that I think of is just as we're growing, right, we're seeing different people moving in, we're seeing different needs of those people that are moving in, and you have to provide different services based on the amount of people you're trying to respond to. So I think the growth creates a whole challenge, a whole set of needs, and maybe different needs than what we were providing before, or the way we were providing before. So we need to understand what the new, combined demographic, wants and needs as a whole. So I think that requires some surveying and other communication, hearing from our constituents, knowing what they want.
Yeah, I think we talk a lot about our bedroom community, but really, the fastest growing community is probably the retirement communities and people that are coming, transplants from Washington, California, and other places, and what, retirement folks, what their needs are.
It's very appropriate considering where we're sitting.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing too, yeah. Yeah, what other things in the community are you thinking about that we should capture here?
We have a big demand for more family and older children activities and locations, stuff to do.
Yeah, demand for.
Yeah, we hear that kind of thing a lot. I need more activities for my teens, that kind of thing.
We're gonna say downtown, second story utilization of a lot of buildings that we do have. And then we've been retooling our grants to create funding for more nightlife, more activities, more opportunities for people walking around and spending money.
You said second story what?
Utilization for downtown buildings.
What else in the community?
I think it's important to include community preparedness, emergency preparedness, because a lot of our community have found, or at least a certain segment of our community has unrealistic expectations, and they tend to rely on emergency services to take care of everything, should there be a disaster, and it's just not reality.
That bleeds over into the uncertainties.
Yeah, could be good.
Yeah, so like maybe over reliance on city service. Public safety. Yeah, and then we'll capture that too, over here, when we say uncertainties of like natural disasters.
Yeah, disaster preparedness.
Yeah.
One of the reasons we want very badly to build a new police station is because the current one is decisively safe. And in the event of disaster, we really like that facility to keep functioning.
Right.
water and sewer.
Yep, water, sewer, transportation, stormwater. And the good thing that the council has been taking good leadership on, and probably taking some learnings from community feedback, is they've implemented revenue sources for each of those areas. Just a lot of leadership in that.
All right, let's see if we can fill out some of these other areas. What's happening politically that would be impacting the community that we should be aware of? What are some things that we can politically?
Well, political and economic are still going to be hit right now.
All right, well, feel free to share, see if there's a, as we think about either political or economic, we could add it either place.
One thing, the political factor with, what's going on at the federal level right now, we've actually had persons reach out to us, wanting us to go arrest persons they believe were illegal immigrants, and state law doesn't allow for that, so there's
Yeah, so there's,
communication issues there with persons understanding Oregon law versus federal law.
yeah, so Oregon's a sanctuary state. But how is that gonna play with what's happening at the federal level?
Another political factor in misunderstanding this communication is the Supreme Court decision on the Grants Pass decision, and how that, what the city can do now with our unhoused population, saying, kick them off the streets, Supreme Court says to do that. Well, we have to remind them that we also have to state law that doesn't allow us to do that. So there's communication there as well.
We really could use some more state laws that don't completely contradict federal law.
Couldn't we just?
Can you be specific, is there anything specific that you want me to capture here?
Most of
Okay, well, if you can be specific, if there's something that you think is particularly relevant that I can add here.
There are things like education is right reserved to the states, so now there's a big, with our school budget, there are people that think the school budget for our local schools is dependent on the city, which is not true at all. But now we have these things about programs being cut, like lunches and, different programs that benefit students. And those are federal things that are not at the state level. We don't recognize those things. We have no such cuts going on, but there's a lot of misinformation about federal law versus state law versus local budgets and school budgets.
I'm not sure how you can compress this into a soundbite, but there's always a lot of disconnect between the public's understanding of how government functions and how it really does function. The things you listed there are good examples. There are countless others. Like we'll get comments like, well, why can't you just take some of the money out of the sewer fund and use it to fix the streets? Because state law prohibits us doing that. But just as a general, we all know that people have lives. They don't have time to be experts on how governments put together work. But it leads to a lot of misunderstandings in that kind of. That's something that there's countless examples of. Those are some of them.
The county and city issues are confused all over.
Oh, yeah, jurisdictional barrier change, who's allowed to do what.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Like what's the city's role?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't do government for a living, you have other priorities in your life. Can't be expected to understand all the ins and outs and bolts, but it does lead to those kind of misunderstandings and questions, and that always will.
Absolutely.
Under political factors, I think we're heading into a direction with doing more with less, smaller governments, where it starts in federal government and trickles down to state government. less money coming in. So there's less that we can do.
And I think to jump on the Carlos there, to add another point under other services is, what services does the city continue to provide with less?
Yeah.
I mean, because that could be a conversation that we have to have, we continue to provide, the level of parks and recreation, or library, or economic and community development. Any number of services. What does that look like?
Also, in the economic climate, if we're anticipating a higher retirement community, that community is already, they pay their fair share of, to resources, so they're probably not likely to support levies or anything that increases money coming out of their pocket.
Yeah, they're like on a fixed income usually.
And that crosses over into political factors too, because the retirement community votes in large numbers.
You know, one thing actually, I think it's important to get out there, but I'm not really sure where it should be. The fact that we're the county seat, Polk County, and we have our jail, and we have a lot of state and county services, we end up either intentionally or inadvertently getting folks from Salem that end up in our community and don't have the means or the initiative to go back to Salem. So that's adding to some of our demands and our resources as far as unhoused population and also behavioral issues. But they end up here, they end up in jail, and if an officer, for example, could cite release somebody in Salem, or they could lodge them in Polk County Jail, if they choose to bring them to the jail, and then they end up here. And that's a challenge. I don't know the best way to put it or where it's fit, but it's an issue.
And it happens a lot because a big chunk of Salem is on this side of the river.
I believe some of our successes come back to bite us because we are a relatively very safe community, and people who are houseless know that, and they probably prefer to come to Dallas than Salem.
Well, we have specifically heard when our officers interact with some people and ask them, what's going on, where you're from, where you're here, et cetera, they have said it's safer to be on the street in Dallas than it is Salem. And that's just the reality of it. I can't argue that.
No, you can't, this is true.
So they come for, safety.
I have a couple for technology.
Yeah, let's build up technology a little bit.
I think there are opportunities with AI that,
Hold on, it's hard for me to hear Jennifer if people are talking. Can you say that again?
yeah, there are opportunities with AI that I think it would be worthwhile looking into for our organization to run more efficiently when moving into the future.
Yeah, do any come to mind that you want to capture, or?
I mean, just in my field, there are ways to capture AI for like, parks reservations and recreational reservations and swimming lessons and things like that.
Grant writing is big, AI is grant writing.
Yeah, who likes to grant grants? I mean, I've written them, it's like, they're tough. They're really tough. I mean, also my sister writes grants for a living, so, but, I mean, grant writing it's a really big body of work, but it's a huge, it's a risk, because you never know if you're gonna get it, and so if you can harness the power of AI, that's definitely, it saves the thinking about doing more with less, how do you be efficient?
Yeah, it's a lot of work without knowing whether or not there's going to be a return.
And then also on technology, I would say, managing the, I think what's here to stay, the being aware of how, social media can be a source of misinformation and undermining our efforts.
And it can happen in the blink of an eye.
It can.
Yeah, a lot of the communities that we're talking with are really struggling with that misinformation, and how do we tell our story, how do we share, and combat misinformation. I like your, don't you guys have a myth-busting, somebody wrote that, I thought that was really great.
That's pretty new.
I think the AI can also help with, even our communication, our like web-based communication. You know, something's on the website and they have a question for the city, I can see, you know, AI being able to be responsive to those questions. And how do I come utility bill, right? They answer that question, the answer populated back to AI. You know, how do I get online? Whatever.
The challenge associated with technology is just in the world we live in with computers and software, it forces some upgrades a lot more frequent than it has in the past, and that gets to be really expensive. And takes away some of the discretion we have too, because you have to replace stuff that seemingly would work, but because of the security risks associated with technology, there's constant upgrades, and it's very expensive.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually, I heard you say two things actually, so like security, like cybersecurity. So have you guys had any, like, near misses with, like, phishing emails or?
School district.
We're really proactive with our training on that. So I would say that I don't think that we have had any near misses in Dallas, I should not possibly, but, we're also very proactive in training with all our employees to train on cybersecurity annually.
Yeah, I would say that our testing is pretty successful.
Yeah, we also dummy test a lot of people with.
Oh, really?
Clicking on things, and then we shame them when they click on it.
Brian, I gotta have this invoice to be paid, it has to
Yeah,
be
no,
right now.
what am I
You
gonna
send
sign?
over
No,
to-
like, yeah, exactly. No, it was fun, the first time I did that, we covertly tested our city management team, and I went to the city management team meeting, and they called out people that clicked on it.
Oh, wow.
So,
That's amazing.
and they did.
There's highway cybersecurity. Do you guys hear what's happening in Clackamas County right now? There's letters coming out from Clackamas County about tax liens, and people need to write like $33,000 checks and all that stuff, and they're all fake. And they just went out last week, and people were, yeah, so they're.
That's pretty common.
Yeah, Cinnamon Health's going through a cybersecurity issue right now.
Anthony brought up the school district's issue, and we did have a breach. Another problem we have is that we're at the mercy of the other resources we use too. So like we use things like Power School, outside resources that the community uses. Those are at risk, and you don't have any control over what happens there. So you can still have.
Yeah. All right, I'm looking at the time, why don't we spend like 5-10 more minutes finishing this up, and then we'll head to our break, and then we'll move into our idea mapping. So what else do we wanna fill in that we haven't seemed to capture yet? I feel like we could talk more about organizational needs and trends. What's happening in the organization? I noted there's staff transitions, I didn't finish writing there before there's public works,
Please.
police. And then, Angela, you mentioned too, you've got the DCD too. Is there other areas where there's kind of some key staff transitions?
What's the turnover like in at the aquatic center? Is it still a high turnover there, or is it?
Well, I mean, I think it's always gonna be a higher turnover than you experience in other ways but we've been able to kind of like increase our base enough so that those turnovers don't like shut us down for a whole shift or whatever.
Great.
And we have guards there that have been with us for like 2 to 5 years.
Great.
Guards in front desk. So we're getting some stability there.
Yeah, what about, talk a little bit about resources, what else is happening in the organization? Any sort of like trends or things that are, talk about like your current and future work.
I mean, I think we recognize this as right? As our organization has grown slowly, over the years, we may have catch up in recent years, finding space for everyone. We don't have that, and so that's why we're looking at a new police station, so I would really need public works. That's kind of what it takes that. Right.
It's really not even
Once
a new
we're
police
close-
station, you just don't have one.
Right, and we
I
have,
mean,
at least we have a police department in quarters of City Hall and an annex building, but, and then, and need would be once those two facilities are built, then how do we, kind of rearrange City Hall to be, more efficient, and effective for our customers that are coming in and filling out those spaces? Not with people necessarily, but just making sure that it's organized appropriately.
I think one thing that we should touch on, we talked about staff transition and fill vacancies and whatnot, but it just, I know it's a demand on resources, but as our community grows, our staffing is, especially in public safety, is we're going to have to grow with it. And the community, a segment of the community doesn't like growth, but that's just a reality we're experiencing, we'll probably for the future. But right now, our staffing is good as long as everyone's there, but especially in public safety, there's a lot of vacation time, there's trainings, there's injuries, there's illnesses, sometimes long term. I've got an officer out right now that could be out for anywhere from 6 weeks to 6 months, depending on what the outcome. When we get shorthanded because of that, which is just a routine almost, then that becomes cost prohibitive because of the overtime reserve. So as we can grow to better adapt to vacancies that you know we're gonna have from time to time, then
Everything Tom has said applies to public works.
I was thinking the same thing.
I'm sure it does.
it's great if everybody's there, no one gets sick.
Right, but that's not the real world.
Within our organization, leaders or directors need to work on succession planning by training and developing the people that are already there to, seek higher level positions.
Yeah, so I would say to follow on that, like from a staffing perspective, it's not just quantity, but it's also quality. I can think of a number of situations where I have employees that are, maybe mid-career, they've been with us for a while, they're fabulous employees. They're in their 30s, and there's, right now in our organization, there's like no place for them to advance to, or they've already reached the top of the pay scale that they're on. And so that's a challenge, like how do we retain and advance and promote, really quality employees that we don't want to lose.
And that retention piece is really important. You can, like I say, you can look at a map of the state of Oregon right now, put your finger on the map, and probably look at cities closest is going to be police. And we have a pretty sizable segment of our staff that are fairly early in their career, have good certifications, and are very qualified and skilled. And honestly, they can go to work anywhere they want to, almost. So anything we can do to retain will help us not have to recruit as much.
I think a big part of that is, because retention is a lot more than, finding an advanced within an organization, right? It's really building a quality culture in the organization. I think we do well with that. And that's why we have a lot of long-term mid-career level employees that are still with us, is because Dallas has a good culture. So it's continuing to maintain our focus on what we can do culturally, make people happy in the jobs they're in. Pay is part of that, but it's a small part. People don't leave most times because of the pay, they leave because, of poor management, poor culture. And so, they see grass greener on the other side, and not realizing that the grass twice as deep, but, it's, maintaining a good culture is important for us.
More people look forward to coming to work.
Well, you're right, Brian, because there's anyone can go to work for the state police and make more money, but if they like where they are, that money is not going to run.
Yeah, I had a really good conversation with a police officer last week, and I just asked the officer, he's relatively new in our department, he said, same culture as it is in Dallas. It's like, you know, the police department here has such a culture, everyone loves each other, great team environment, it just went on and on and on. And I asked that question frequently to employees of all departments, you know, hey, do you like working here? That's a cultural question, right? I mean, do you like your job? Do you like the people you work with?
One of the things that, when we do your review every year, that's one of the subject areas that's on the standard questions to answer. And it's a bit of a conundrum for an elected because, you know, we don't live in City Hall, we don't see what's going on day to day. All, the best we can do to try to evaluate how staff is being managed is to look at the externals, low turnover, people, you know, enjoying their job and things like that. And those are the key indices that we can see, and they're all positive.
I do that one.
I haven't done one in way too long, I should do another one.
All right, let's give it one more minute and we'll take a break. Is there anything else that we're missing here?
I don't know whether this would be an organizational need or also possibly a political factor, but I'm sure there is communication with the county, but it's not very evident. At least as a city councilor, I don't feel like they do a whole lot to support the city. They don't communicate well with us. It's like they're invisible from the county seat. So I'm sure there is like somewhere in the background, some kind of communication going on, people working together, but I know, at least for me, I don't see it or feel it.
I know there's communication about specific things that come up, but Brian can speak more to that.
Yeah, I think there's areas for improvement with communication between the county, especially the elected positions, right? And you don't see the commissioners in a lot of your meetings, or we don't on there, and David Shane serves on, you know,
Public safety.
Yeah, the public coordinating council. So he's on that and has, you know, touch points with commissioners there. But I would say from a staff perspective, there's really good coordination and cooperation and communication between the county and the city. But yeah, I think there's other areas like at the elected levels where there's probably not as much communication coordination. I mean, Mike serves on the MLAC with the commissioner from Polk County, so there is some. I think
Well, part of it is that a lot of us work here anyway,
Right.
and then meetings are
Yeah.
impossible to attend.
County commissioners, that's their paid job.
Yeah.
So there's a difference in the types of positions you have, but I think from, when I talk to the commissioners, the relationship between the city of Dallas and Polk County is light years ahead of where it's been, today.
Oh, I agree with that,
And
sure.
so they say that, there's no, I don't think there's any animosity or other stuff, and I would say that Dallas has a better relationship with Polk County than Polk County has with any of the other cities in their opinion.
See, and that seems reasonable to me. I just think, I don't know, as a counselor, I guess I would like to have more
Visibility.
updates about what those communications are and what the heck is going on, because we don't get that from them. Even as a citizen, I don't get, even when I look at their minutes, unless I'm gonna read every single word of the minutes, it's impossible to really know what's going on.
Yeah, I think that's where there's improvement.
Yeah.
And you don't see commissioners very often at public events, even though they're right here in town. They are the county seat. There's a lot that goes on that's good, but it's not visible. We don't see it.
And it could also be that Dave and I need to do a better job giving you guys updates and council comments about our involvement with Polk County. Because
All right, well, I'm hearing a little bit of jumping for things that we could do. Before we get there, we're almost there.
The last thing I would add
Yeah.
to your list under economic climate is that we do see economic growth, right, in Dallas. On the residential sector, particularly, we see a lot of that. Even on the commercial side, where we have areas for expansions, new additions, you had Open Road, which, you know, they're headquartered here, they're a global company, they did a major expansion recently. The hospital has done expansion, the school district is doing work that way. So we're seeing economic growth in Dallas. That's a good thing. I've been in communities where you don't see any of it, and you actually see the opposite. You know, businesses going away and shutting down, so. And I think there's an appetite for a whole lot more of that when the city makes that land available.
And then should we put, do you guys want to put an outside in Montreal, where do we want to put that?
Definitely.
Yeah. Opportunities.
I'm just gonna put them here, but basically it's just, everybody knows, I just wanted.
Probably should say 47/50.
Measure 47.
Yeah, 50 was asked to fix some of the holes in 47.
47 was the first, so it doesn't sound as good as 550.
No,
Yeah, 550
doesn't
rolls
roll
off.
off the tongue as nicely.
All right, any other factors or any other trends that we want to capture before we take our break?
I was thinking of the economic climate, the housing cost is just, they almost just like close the door for first-time home buyers or young folks. So, it's just difficult for them to kind of come into our community.
Yeah.
And where do you think, which of these?
Yeah.
All right, why don't we take, let's take a 10-minute break. Let's come back at 11, and then we'll do our ID and nothing. Okay. do demand for services and how do we maintain a fully staffed department as, you know, staff transitions continue. Also, another thing that came up to me, is, you know, how about the financial stability? So balancing residential land with commercial and industrial land, we're trying to do some economic growth, but there's a lot of uncertainty around funding in the future. City has been successful in doing some grants, but thinking about financial sustainability for the future. And then, of course, a ton of discussion around community growth, whether that's with housing or economic growth or community development, and the supporting infrastructure that's needed to underpin that community growth, whether it's roads, city facilities, water, sewer, stormwater, that infrastructure that's needed to support that growth. And then recreation. So I'm saying broad recreation, not necessarily like officially like parks and recreation, but I think the library would fit into here this too. But like basically like how people are interacting with the city and how what they do when they're not working or shopping, how they're enjoying their time in the city and making sure that Dallas is a nice place to be. Are there any other like kind of key takeaways that we may have missed from our discussion before we move into our small group exercises?
I think we covered the Jericho's.
So the next thing that I want to do, you're going to have an idea to take all of this context of currently like what's happening in the organization, some current and future work, thinking about the community needs, organizational needs and trends, with the context of what's happening politically, economically, some technology factors and things to consider. And I'm going to break them into small groups. And what I want you to do is think about these areas. What does success look like for the city? What does success look like for recreation, or infrastructure and city facilities? Or what are we driving towards with community growth? What's our desired outcome here? Same with financial stability and public safety. So you might approach it like this, like what's the problem that we're trying to solve? What's the problem or the challenge that we're trying to solve? And what success looks like? And so that's kind of the first thing that you'll do in your small groups. What does success look like? What are we driving towards? What's the problem that we're trying to solve? And after you do that, and what you're going to do in your small groups, as you do figure that out, I want you to write that idea with one of your markers, very big and clear, so it's really easy for people to read, because we'll be putting it up on the board, so thinking about like writing it like that size. So I do want you to say like, okay, what is the problem we're trying to solve? What's the outcome? So maybe you put a problem and a solution, or the problem and the outcome maybe could be on the same one. But then after that, when you think about, okay, what does success look like? Where are we headed? What's the desired outcome that we want to see? Remember thinking about the lens and your role as council. Council can really drive this part of the discussion in small group because you're setting the what for the city. Then you want to shift into your small group in the discussions about, okay, well, how might we achieve that desired outcome? How might we get there? And so that's where you can lean on staff to share like, oh, well, this work that's currently underway in the city would be relevant, you know, and maybe just include that, or if there's any new ideas that come up. And what I want you to do is put one idea or one thought, like propose it, because when we come together as a small group, we might be moving these around the board. So if you put in like all your ideas and you write really small, it kind of negates the purpose of this being sticky and movable. And so one idea proposed it in terms of like, these are ideas that you could help achieve that success that you're looking for, or that desired outcome. Does that make sense? Any questions about that? Or it's not clear? Okay. So what I'd like to do, because I have you split into 4 groups, and so I want you to be thinking about these, like kind of these key things that came up. By no means are you limited to that. If there's other things that came up that you want to focus on, so when you're thinking about how we might get there, you can think about all of those different areas. So think about what success looks like, what's the problem we're trying to solve, and how might we get there. So I'm going to read off your groups, and then I think there's enough space that we can maybe move chairs and just have like, we'll have 4 groups. We're like group 1, group 2, group 3, and group 4. Does that work for everybody? Okay. So group 1 is going to be Mayor Slack, Councilor Burden, Councilor Grace isn't Chief Simpson and Emily. That's group one. Group two, Counselor Schilling, Counselor Gloucester, Counselor Barrientos, Benjamin, Mark, and Justin, but he's not here. So we're good, so that's five, okay. And then group three, Counselor Shane, Counselor Fitzgerald, Chief Wallace, Gary, Cecilia, and Kim. And then group four over here is Counselor James, Counselor Spivey, Brian, Jennifer, and Greg. All right, so my question to you, I want to make sure you feel like you have ownership over this process. You can do it one of two ways. And so I just want to see what feels good to the groups. Each group, you could take a specific, like, theme that came out of this exercise and just really focus on that theme, and then we'll have an opportunity to come back as a large group to discuss that, so, and you can add other ideas. Or if you want to feel like you can touch all areas, I know there's a lot of focus in the city right now around community growth, so I want to make sure that, you know, everyone feels like they can talk about those things, because there's a lot of movement in that area. So would you rather be able to have like topical, each group focus on a different topic, or do you guys like the idea of thinking about all of these different areas?
I think we're better off thinking about them all, because the way you've got the groups, the demographics of the groups, you've got people who are different.
That's kind of what I was thinking too, and then it might be really nice too with this idea map, because then you can see like where there's commonalities and where ideas are overlapping. So all I'll say is like, don't get too hung up on the, on like making your statement of like your desired outcome or success, just like jot some of the ideas down, because we can work with that, because I want to make sure that you have enough time to spend doing, thinking about how, the steps about how we get there. Okay, does anybody need a reminder on their group? Okay, all right, so it's 11:10. So I'm gonna check in with you guys at 11:30. See where everybody's at. So feel free to move your chairs, bring your Post-its, bring your markers. I'll leave this board up, I'm gonna put it up on the wall.
Group two, I'm sure. This is group two. Think, isn't it? Group two?
I believe so.
He's over there. All right, I'm lost. Oh, no, you're with us.
Took him out.
Sorry.
Me out.
We're gonna have Larry and him with surgery.
Yeah. What's that?
All three counselors in this group?
Tom, there's a chair here.
I thought you were. Were you with Mayor Slack? No, he was with me. He was with us.
We'll have a good hang. We'll be all right.
You're fine at 11:30.
Seriously, I just saw that sign.
I wanted to buy one and it just.
It's broken.
Is it up there yet?
What?
Yeah. I'll be right back.
Be careful, it's hot. Yeah, but it's hot.
I'm gonna talk mine up. I said 11 o'clock when you get up. Your head's going to be the camera now. That Shirley's a real camera hog, that's all I know.
Watch your legs. I'm coming through.
It's probably not even
Now I
on.
understand why you're probably smarter than I am.
Always be.
No, pretty much. Drinking coffee?
Getting some
We were just waiting for the coffee.
I know. All right, so basically take one of those items to tackle first. Think about what maybe the problem or challenge that you'd like to solve as city council, or what a desired outcome or what success looks like in that area. And then you're gonna write that on your sticky note and then capture all the specific ideas on separate sticky notes.
Do we want to select one person to write?
Nobody could read
You're right.
Okay. Recreation, infrastructure, city facilities, community growth, financial sustainability, public safety. So they have one.
Or there could be, or in there other, you know, if there's other focus areas that you have, you can mark those too.
Goals that we want to accomplish.
And, yeah.
Ashley,
refresh my memory on how we want to structure this. Start with
Yeah, I'll-
what is success, oh, you're gonna come talk to us.
Yeah, I'll come
so-
talk to you.
Give me 30 minutes to see if we figured out what I just throw out there, parties, goals, to have, space.
Public safety.
Yeah.
So, which is great. And so that would be the outcome, and how are we gonna get it, how are we gonna get it? So we're going to be doing that through community outreach and trying to pass the way.
And did you see that Chemeketa is putting a levy
Oh, yeah,
on
we
as well? I mean.
Yep,
so
we got 3 of them.
3, yeah.
And
with
Polk
the
County
Polk County, yeah. That's not gonna make it easy.
We were not happy about it. I think our citizens, I think they'll vote down the community of Chemeketa rather
Yeah,
quickly.
I think so.
And we'll just disregard it.
One city
We'll
already
become
failed.
competition with the fair council.
Or will they just go down and listen?
I don't think so. It depends on how well we do getting it out there. I mean, one of the big reasons that they started Facebook, I'm not a Facebook person, but the reason we started it now is for exactly what's going on.
Right.
And we're getting a lot of negative. Well,
Yeah.
it's great to get the negative, because then we can say why we have a positive.
Right.
Here's, it's like, you know, why aren't you remodeling the IMIs, or why aren't you adding on to it? And the reason why is because we already spent money and looked into that, and it's not feasible. It's gonna cost 3 or 4 times more. I mean, Brian can give you the
Well,
exact
and
number.
when we start shaking, it's gonna drop.
Yeah, and, yeah, well, but that's something we would have to do immediately. We have to seismically upgrade it. So, and then trying to add a second story, because it's not near the size of the
No.
So when you
And
get
so
the
we-
communication, that's the
we
key.
looked at it, so that's going out, and that's why we have that Facebook page now live for the, for this.
I've looked at it.
So
Sorry
you
to
wanna write that one
interrupt.
down?
I just want to remind you guys that you guys are right next to the mic, and so just be aware of that.
I've been coming.
I'm very aware, because Carlos stood and said.
You can say tone and talk appropriately. It's fine.
Just wanted to mention that little
Not a
detail
problem.
so that you guys are, it's on your
Yeah,
mind.
you put the wrong group over here.
Seriously.
You're like, we're gonna go outside.
I'm playing this thing.
Describe it.
So, as public safety first priority is police building, a big piece of that is gonna be getting the levy passed. But that also ties into good community communication
Yeah.
and getting the conversation started, so we know what.
Communication plays education.
Okay.
That's an opportunity, people who are willfully ignorant, understand, you got a segment of the population that says, I don't care. Like, we're supposed to be able to say what we want to say, right?
Sure.
It's there, you do have a segment of the population that doesn't want to be convinced.
Yeah.
How do you
It's in the cost an hour, it's in the big cost of it, and we don't have enough. It's gonna end up costing us a lot more money.
Yeah, and I mean, the big constituents are the retirees, and you gotta put yourself in their boat, the young kids who are still working, they're on a fixed income, and they keep, I mean, they just month to month, they try to make it through. But I'm sure they have savings, but they don't want to dip into the savings to support. And really, they probably, they don't use as resources for everything. Maybe they may use it once or twice or 3 times, but it's nice to know that the police department's gonna be there. You know, and it's gonna be a great place, for our police officers to work on.
He's gonna play the recording back on Friday.
Yeah.
So she only wanted the big top level pieces, so how would you sum that down?
I would sum that down to, retirees, probably conflicted because of the support in this. I think intuitively they want to support this, but they're conflicted about how much they can support.
I think so, right?
Okay, so right back around to public works. Because you guys talked about, I was just listening, community growth is key, and I'm picking on YouTube more than their.
What's that?
You don't live in town, you live in, so they don't live in town, but community growth, what do you guys want to see? What do you see Dallas? I mean, you mentioned that it's an older population. I see it being a fairly even spectrum. We have a lot of young families moving in. We have a lot of high technology as far as we have unbelievable when I went out on a police night out, the national night out, how many young families work from home. Because Dallas has high-speed internet, and we have two providers that provide high-speed internet at over at Cape. We have a lot of people that work from their house, which blew me away. What do you guys see as far as what do you envision Dallas as?
I envision hoping that we can get the industrial and the businesses to match what we've got for residential. Because in the 8 years, 9 years I've been here, the houses have grown ridiculous speeds, and we don't keep up with the other part of it because people are having to go to Salem to get what they need or going to Albany, and that's going to be fine for now. But eventually, people are going to get tired of that and driving every day. Why do I live here? I might as well move. And then we've got empty houses. So I envision us being able to get commercial growth through the projects.
And how do we do that?
Well, we're working on it right now with the sewer project, and we're having to fight with the state on how we need to get that project done and do it within budget and not jumping through those kind of hoops to make it more expensive. But developing the north end of town, the south end of town, so that we can match that. Because one of the things that people said to me when I was talking to them about city council was that they remember a time in Dallas was you could stay in Dallas if you needed to. And it hasn't been that way for a really long time, and then even older generation that I talk to was like, we're tired of having to drive. We want to come to a town, we want to have everything. So how we match the growth of our commercial and industrial to be able to sustain that in the long term, through projects, the sewer project, and working on. Get rid of our cardboard sewage lines. That my old house had a sewer line failure. It was cardboard. It was made out of a cardboard material. The old sewer lines. 15 grand later, I had to dig up.
What's that?
Asbestos. Yeah.
I would double down on the community, on the commercial development, and really higher end commercial development that is.
Sure you want to write?
Right. Headed more towards like outdoor gear, like recreational, like REI, our community here is very active. There's a lot of walkers, there's a lot of people that run, there's a lot of people that swim, and people come from all over Polk County and Salem just to attend our aquatic center. I'm surprised we don't have like a sporting place where you can buy high-end swimming gear or something like that. You know, something you can do on your aquatic center.
Something for you guys, since I live inside of racquetball courts, how far people drive to come to our racquetball? Pickleball.
It's important. Pickleball is a life.
Well,
it's a way of life around here.
Sporting goods place where you can buy high-end pickleball stuff, where you can have it instead of going to Amazon.
FYI, we do have that's up and coming because Max Grill sold his business and that's what he's doing.
Oh, okay.
He is developing pickleball equipment.
How do you, as city council and your economic development, right? It's all these things you're talking about. You know, you can't wave a magic wand and have a store show up. How do you get to those stores that might benefit from being in this community and get that to them? Yes, I do want to.
So my expertise on that area is what we're doing. Meaning, what we want is exactly what Carl said. Trying to attract those, we already had some attractions to this area. We had Fred Meyers that wanted to move in. Fred Meyers didn't want to move in with a store. They wanted to move in with a massive store that had all the way through Lumberton supply. There was no land. That was
no sewer.
Probably 16, 17 years ago. As a developer, I watched the Lock Rail node sit since 1992 when I moved into town, and nothing has gone in there because there's nobody, well, it's costing us how much? It's costing us $1.5 million for the first phase, it's gonna cost us probably $2 to $3 million to get the second phase of sewer. There's no developer that's gonna come in, there's no commercial business when you have a $5 million thing over your head. And that's our only commercial. So, we're getting close.
Right,
So then we can start the recruitment. So facilities, so.
Infrastructure.
The infrastructure of the Lock Rail node.
You've got that one already.
But it'll increase the commercial.
The capture space, because like not having a lot that big enough is just a deal breaker.
And the neat thing about it is, we already have businesses that are seeing the potential of Dallas since I've been on council. Syntec Engineering has moved into town. That Fresco Log Company moved into town. Open Road continued to grow, and they could have moved, but instead they bought Murphy's Grill, which is good and bad. It's a great location, but you look at the excitement that we're seeing in our downtown. It's the first time I've heard people, this year was the first time I've ever heard people think, our downtown is looking like it's coming alive.
Yeah.
I mean, now we don't have a nightlife, and that's something we gotta do, but that's what the 791 Main project is. So 791 Main is an incredible cornerstone. It's a scary one, because we're gonna, as council, we're gonna have to stick our necks out. Because if we want something like a boutique hotel, we're gonna probably be giving away the property. We're probably gonna have to subsidize it somehow. But if we can bring those people in to sustain a real good chef and make downtown a place that people want to go, that'll take some money. Townspeople, they, at 9 o'clock, they go in, shut the door, and turn the lights off.
Well, part of that's just because they had to, because 9 o'clock when the business is closed up or the restaurants, if they're open, I think there's enough demographic that you would get people to spend. But it just has to be used to.
What is Dallas known for? I mean, I've only been here for about 23 years, but I always think about like sporting, things like that. The number one thing I think about is wrestlers. Our wrestlers are known probably throughout the state. Why can't we have some type of facility where we can do, like a statewide tournament here in Dallas, because we're already on the map as being one of the premier places. We got a guy that's gone to Trans-American or whatever, he's gone overseas and he's just only 14 and his kids are developing big time. I mean, I know in Lane County they have the state championship leagues, for cross country and stuff like that, because they're known in Lane County for being Track Town USA. And Dallas could be known in the state as being Wrestling Town USA. And everybody can just think, in my humble opinion, should be coming to Dallas, and try to upset the champions.
I think that's been a problem. I mean, it's a problem for everybody, but you latch onto that thing and do things.
I see that as a secondary. As a former pro athlete, I would love to see the hoop. Where's the hoop? It died. And that was a facility that was geared just for athletes and things like that. And so it's like, without the other growth first. And our wrestling is good. We just qualified 15 kids for state next week, and the girls aren't done yet. Our wrestling, that's going to be a tough sell for a year-round thing. We're talking about how do we keep businesses open?
Right.
How do we get people downtown? Sports facilities are great, but the reality is it's like you stay closed at a certain time. It's not going to help for the overall track.
Right.
But it's a good thing because we are a wrestling town and people know us.
I know there was an economic development person here a while back, I don't know, and he was into getting Dallas recognized for bicycling, but I don't know if this town's really built for bicycling or not. I don't know enough about it.
All cities and has a bunch of bike trails.
But that is Charlie's shop.
Okay. Well, I knew it's Charlie's shop, but I mean, it was in the past that was, they're always looking for that hook to get people in. Like you said, if it's wrestling or something else.
We have, there's some unique things that are out there that they as far as that. But, I mean, he's one of the big reasons the Centec is charging. That's one of the big reasons why Open Road stayed. So,
I'm just thinking of the tourism angle more than.
yeah, okay.
And how to have that commercial, the recreational end of it that, you know, a lot of towns are noted for, like you're saying with restaurants.
I thought it was interesting you brought that up, Carlos, because, oh, shoot. The counselor that retired, that moved to the East Coast with her husband,
Oh, yeah,
police
yeah.
trainer, I can't think of her name. Said hi.
I can see her face.
I said, good night. She was at one of your LOC meetings, where everybody went to the LOC meeting, you had the Wolverine band, and they go, what's your town known for? And she could not come up with what your town known for. What is Dallas?
Right.
We still don't have what is Dallas known for, except we're getting there, and I think a lot of it is, you touched a little bit, but our outdoor recreation and fitness is what Dallas is.
Right.
No,
Hey guys, 2 more minutes in your small groups. Ten more minutes.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what he's
Yeah,
searching for there.
I mean, people that are overly involved in fitness or recreation and outdoor activities.
Well, you look at every single, most of the councils up there, there's some sort of recreation. I mean, I was hiking in the Snake River in the Hells Canyon area. We went down the line, there were a bunch of people that's what they
has hells in the name,
even
I'm good.
our new city attorney, he's exploring Alvaro Desert.
No, I think it's good. As we grow, that's gonna be huge.
And there between all those seats, so attracting wine tastings, take advantage of what we have, recreation, we've got remote workers that are young, but get out of the house, they may not want to.
Check out that Blosser winery.
Yeah.
It's local Blosser.
Uncle Bill. We doing okay? And I just started talking.
How many areas have you guys covered?
Including like
3-4.
Safety, financial, we haven't gone to financial sustainability.
That's great, that's great.
Don't wanna let you down.
Infrastructure, recreation. Did you touch on recreation?
Yeah, I think it's kind of what
Kind of what
he's
Carlos is
saying,
talking
using
about,
recreation as a hook to get people to come to the community.
What's crazy about financial stability? My problem is I think we just continue to do what we do.
Because all these things lead to that, you know, what you're talking about, yeah. We all know how that, it gets built, yeah.
People come out here to business, they're like, well, you got a lot of houses. That's the first thing they always say. It's like, yeah, you got a lot of houses.
The reason why I got you two to talk about community growth is because I'm a developer and I hear about shrinking Dallas and keeping it small all the time.
Small town is a mentality. It's not about how many buildings you have, it's how people from different backgrounds are friends and
Right,
live with each other.
but what's not gonna change on the value of the small town? It's going to be bigger, but it's gonna feel like a small town, and people like in Fields of Green, if you build it, they will come, you know?
And that's what
People just.
remember that when we're voting on the Main Street project. It's gonna be scary.
It is.
And when we took and we raised the
We'll probably
fees
get more
where we
now than we did the first one.
and we took it because it was basically, there's only 3 of us councils that are left. And we took it in short, we got beat up about the way we raised fees, but financial stability is not what it was when I joined.
No,
I mean, our budget was, we tanked, the best thing we did was hire Brian, and Brian had all the departments got as deep, as hard as they could, and it allowed us to become financially stable in what we're currently, but we're gonna be growing, so how does that look in the future? How do we grow so that we can hire the police officers that we're gonna need? Because you know, the good thing is we're not going fast. I mean, people think we are, but we're not. So, since I moved here, the town has doubled in size. That sounds like a lot, but that was 34 years.
I think people want a building with character that fits. They don't want something that's state of the art, like 21st century. They want something that knows its story, but is also feasible to the 21st century.
We have to have people, it's uncomfortable for people. I come from a community that when I was a kid was 32,000, it's now 23,000. Because it's
going the wrong way.
Industry left.
Yeah.
And that's what happened to Dallas when I moved to town. Dallas, when I moved to town, Caterpillar plant closed. And then a couple, 5 to 6 years later, the plywood, the filling part of the mill burned. And they didn't replace it, and it closed. So we were lucky to for in there to at least fill part of it. But what do we have to keep people here? It's exciting to be on.
Yes, I so continue to.
Slash robust economy, maintain our character.
I was gonna say, continue to build on what we started with these paths, running trails. People want to spend time outdoors. Oregon is the greatest place, regardless if it rains or whatever. Really, when I saw that path, my kids are right in my ear. So many people.
It's an asset.
You know?
Wait until we get the one that looks we connect downtown, so you can buy the dog park, get the Academy Street, so then you can go straight over to the Quantum, into the main park. Fine portion. And it's not great, but we're close. And actually, we're also looking at doing the park from Verdoa to the golf course.
That's all we're gonna do.
Cool. Anything else?
We solved all the world's
Any dreams? What? Any dreams?
Oh, I thought you said, do I want to drink? And I was like, what did you have in mind?
And Carlos was trying to volunteer me.
Yeah.
But can I volunteer to tell you? And so I'm asking, do you mind?
For?
If we have to be a spokesman, have a spokesperson.
Oh, I don't mind. I'll stand up front.
The reason I do that is because you're the youngest as far as.
Oh, no. One, I was a trainer in Grand County. I had 150, 200 people.
I don't mind doing it.
No, I'll do it. Okay. I get stared at every day, so I'll stand up front.
Since let's plan 20 years in the future. You're gonna get a police department, you're gonna get, public works. Someday you need to build a new library.
Yes.
That
was the best part about growing up. I grew up in Salem, a big giant library. I'd bust down and hang out all day at the library.
Salem, we're gonna go from Salem to the coast. In between is gonna be Dallas.
We're like Radiator Springs on cars.
What's gonna make them stop in Dallas? You know?
That's it, because they were not on the main roads, you gotta make them come.
Yeah.
So, how many people knew where Dallas was before they had to move here?
Well, you know, before I worked here, the only times I'd been to Dallas was on my way to Fall City.
I didn't know Dallas existed.
Yeah, I mean, I just driven through a couple of
I was in
times.
Salem for 45 years. It's changed a lot.
Has its reputation changed?
Better, yeah. Because when I was in high school, it was like, hicks and druggies. It's kind of the mentality in Dallas, basically. And so I've seen that a long way.
Yeah, people would used to say,
Dallas is nice.
So I tried to film an episode here in Dallas when I was doing my show in Salem, and we wanted to do a paranormal show in City Hall, or not City Hall, courthouse. We wanted to film it. And so we went back and forth, and we kept trying to show them, here's an episode, watch this, and see what we do. And they finally came back and said, I don't even remember who it was at that time, this was a long time ago. They said that they were afraid that we were going to bring up the history of the kid. I didn't even know anything about it. I didn't even know what they were talking about. I was like, when we see the show, watch the episode, we just want to look at ghosts and see if there's paranormal activity, film an episode. It's like, I didn't even know that's what the history was. Not that it is the history, but that people's perceptions of what it was.
Nominated, okay, so
Yes.
2 more minutes and then.
We nominated you because you're doing a great job up front. So
Hey, it's not my role, I don't set the one.
We tried. Sorry, guys.
We can't hold all those pins in our hands like you do.
That's amazing, yeah.
It makes me feel really nervous, like wearing a white shirt.
Yeah, and you haven't got anything on it. You're doing well.
Oh, no, Sasha, she's like, wait, you got some black. Yes.
Oh, we didn't even notice. That's why you brought her. We got Happy Gilmore. What am I supposed to do? Stand there and make sure I'm doing anything stupid.
All right, so we got public safety.
Okay.
And then economic development.
Oh, you even labeled them?
I think
They
we
all
kinda
kind of
hit
fell
the
under
others-
those.
The others kind of fell into those. I thought so too, but obviously I was quite interested.
Well, I got balanced economy. Did we rank?
So here, I'll read, we got economic development, commercial growth, we've got challenge, infrastructure, zoning space, facility, sports, active department, stores, recreation, tourism, nightlife, city identity, small town values, balanced economy. And then under public safety, challenge is fixed income, communication, education.
Yeah, springboard, jump off of.
You're always standing in the way of my issues. Things are short.
So I heard talk fast.
Yes.
Just put them up there.
There you go. Do you have any questions? I'll give you Carlos's email. Yeah. Can I get that email real quick?
I'll let you go first.
Almost to lunch, guys. We're almost there.
It's like it's up to the last card.
Yeah, we'll be at, what, 20 minutes to lunch, and it should be good. But the cookies are right now. Did every group feel like you were able to get to those, like, themes and have enough time to discuss?
Yeah, three. Sort of.
Do you feel like you left, like, things that you wanted to talk about, like, on the table?
Thank you. Thank you for your work. I think that was.
But no.
All right, well, let's kind of see how things shake up, and then we can always, because there's always opportunities to continue to have more and right more on post-its. I just wanted to do it quick. All right, Mayor.
First thing, there was staffing needed to support the growing community and our switching with succession planning.
Okay, so staffing, and then, so succession planning for staff, okay?
All right. Broader opportunities, recreating for all ages, and our solutions, more organized events and various existing locations.
Okay.
Facilities, sufficient space planning, pass bond and utilize city hall space efficiently.
So a bond,
Right.
is this for the police station bond?
Right.
Okay, so is this one for police station bond and use city, like, is the idea that you pass the bond, or is it?
They passed the police station bond, which means the police department out of city hall. A
Oh,
lot of
and then
city
you can
hall.
also plan and do it, got it. Okay.
Okay, infrastructure needed for growing community and you have managed growth with planning and policies.
Manage growth with planning and policies?
Trying to be succinct, I wrote that one down. They were talking about like the master planning for sewer and water.
Okay,
All of
okay.
like managing that growth.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to make
And out, I know, yeah. Okay, I just wanna make sure I was capturing like, yeah, okay.
Next was, public safety staffing, and that's just maintaining staffing and retaining people. Positive culture, longevity, incentives, and community involvement.
So is there any
Keep folks. We know about, increasing efficiencies, like extensive time for police reports, and what the options for AI options for reporting.
Okay.
Disaster preparedness, improve public outreach with community organizations.
Okay, so for like public safety.
Right.
I'm trying to just organize these a little bit, we'll move these around.
The need for more water storage, is push for progress on the dam.
Okay, so infrastructure.
Strengthen our general fund by having more commercial development, industrial development in town.
Commercial and industrial development.
Basically taxable property.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of this as, if I have something that's already here.
Under financial stability.
I'm gonna put it here.
Okay, that's what we have.
Okay, awesome, thank you. All right, group two, who we got?
So, we have like two basic groups. This is like, economic development, commercial growth, we put, we discussed the challenges with infrastructure in zoning states.
Okay.
We talked about, facility sports, active department, stores, recreation type stores.
Facility sports active department, tell me more about this.
Like, having, because we have a lot of outdoor people, like biking, going on trails, and having businesses support those activities.
Oh, okay, so this isn't about, so this is economic growth, okay. You have, where do we have?
Strengthen of commercial industrial development.
And then, tourism, we talked a little bit about, Main Street project. Something that's still in growth.
Okay.
We talked a lot about city identity.
Tell me about that.
Something, because we talked about, some people, you ask them that aren't from Dallas, say, what is Dallas known for? There isn't. So, developing that identity, that's something we know for positive people, right? And then we talked about the importance of small town values, balanced economy.
So is this like something that would need to be like a step that could be taken, like actionable, or is it?
I think it's more about maintaining that small town value,
Okay.
growing and developing.
Okay, so like maybe that, like the outcome that you're driving towards is like, how do we maintain our small town values? And we do that through a balanced economy?
Yeah.
Recognizing that our town is growing, how do we still maintain our small town values?
That small town values, okay, so do you feel like that would go more with this balanced economy, like economic growth, or is it more around city identity? Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking too, okay.
And then our next category was public safety.
Okay.
And the challenge was, we talked about is some of the bonds and the levies that are coming down. How do we reach the fixed income population?
How do we get their support to
Yes.
vote for it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Public safety.
And then, communication and education.
Communication, so tell me
As
more.
far as when we were talking, because it was in the same conversation of
Got it.
levies about how we communicate and educate and talk about.
Oh, okay, so, okay, let me add a little bit to this first, just so context, so we don't lose it. So communication and education for the police station fund. we talked about the passing bond and using city hall space here, so is everyone okay with it being here? Or is this more like, we've got the police station bond and it needs to pass, so when we're thinking about the steps that we take about it, would it feel more here with like staffing and succession planning and city hall space? Or do you feel like it's more focused on like the communication education piece?
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking too, and I'm not sure that we have.
Disaster preparedness, public outreach and education. We had something else that was education.
That's true, I mean, it is kind of here, all right. Let's just kind of put that there, it's kind of like, there's outreach, but it's like for a different purpose, but it's still just capturing outreach. As you can tell, these things are sticky and they're movable, so we'll kind of put it, I'm trying not to get too hung up on exactly where they are, because we'll.
Do we group the challenges of the fixed income by the communication education? So
Yeah,
that's-
right
Yeah,
there.
they're together there.
Yeah. Perfect, thank you. Again, I'm just gonna put police station bond here just for context, so as things move around, we don't lose it.
You're gonna be writing police station bonds a lot.
Yeah, I have a few. All right, thank you, group 2. All right, group number 3.
We started with public safety, and to the surprise of absolutely no one, first thing was the police station bond.
Yes.
And with that, getting the citizens educated so that they will understand what we're doing and support it. Because that's a key. Avoiding history here, getting our citizens department money is always a challenge, both a challenge for everybody, but it really is here. So the education is gonna be absolutely key, and that's gonna be, social media, and all kinds of town halls, all kinds of things. But that was our first one. Second one under public safety was fire and EMS staffing. And the key, the main hot button there is when people pick up the phone and call 911, they expect you to show up. And so we've got to do whatever it takes to make sure that we have the ability to respond. And it's for some categories of calls, you have to show up, state law requires you to. So that was a biggie. Next, we took them in order. Next one was financial stability. And basically, we have one thing there, which is provide for a stable general fund, and sub-bullet under that is expanding our commercial and industrial capacity, because that's the key to making that work long term. Community growth. The big thing we talked about here was keeping things balanced. People, and we know our population is going to grow. We need to make sure that there are jobs for those people and keeping those things in some kind of equilibrium so that you don't get just severe dislocations as we grow.
Yeah, so and what would be your like success in this area? What would that look like?
Oh, we didn't get that far.
Do you have ideas around how you could get good and manage growth or that balance of people and jobs?
Well, I mean, you can't do too much to control what our population's going to do. It's going to do what it's going to do. So it's the other side of the equation that you have to manage, attracting enough business to make sure there are jobs for people, and, the supply side, as it were. Controlling that and making sure that that growth at least tries to keep pace with population growth.
So I'm just gonna pose this to the group. Do we think that that's more around the economy and drawing people in? It's more of the strength of business around scaling the general fund by having balance?
Well, this is really about being able to pay for what you're doing.
Yeah, and this is making sure that this is strong.
If I can kind of add a little bit to that.
Yeah.
Maybe what you're looking at is how can the city contribute to that, right? And what you can do is you can make sure that you have land that's available for the growth of both people, residences, and economic growth. So making sure you have a balance of commercial industrial land that's available and residential land that's available, and not catering too far to one side or the other, right? We we got a place where we had a whole lot of residential land available where we're at today, and not a lot of commercial land. And so making sure that balance of land availability is.
A good example of what he's talking about is the Rock Creole node where we're deliberately trying to create more commercial land in that node so that we can attract more retail and other types of businesses. That's exactly kind of what he's talking
So
about.
should we put this in the middle here, you guys? In the middle?
Okay, infrastructure, a couple of things on infrastructure and facilities. One is upgrading the master plan for the water treatment plant because we're getting very close to capacity there.
That's wastewater. That was wastewater.
Oh, I'm sorry, wastewater, I'm sorry, yes, excuse me, wastewater. Yeah, because we're very close to capacity there. The plant we're using now was designed for about a 20-year lifespan. We're right at the end of that now, actually a little bit past it. So as growth continues, we need to expand that and do that properly in the plan. That's what you're going to do.
Let me clarify that. So it's not so much the day-to-day capacity we're finding at the sewer plant. What the challenge is when we get weather and we have surges come through the plant. There are times when the surge is enough that we overflow in the creek. That's the issue, is making sure that we can handle the surges of additional water material coming in. And the way you do that is not only your facilities, but also what we call I&I, which is we try to seal our pipes up better than they are. Anyway, I don't want people leaving here thinking that day-to-day our plant's about to be overwhelmed. That's not the case.
Thanks for the clarification.
Capacity issues and weather events that mainly are our challenge.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying that, because I probably did give a slightly misleading impression. Yeah, we have all the capacity we need for average day-to-day, but it's got, no pun intended, high water marks, the peaks that you have to handle, otherwise you overflow. And those peaks, we don't have a whole lot of headroom left to handle those peaks. So, yeah, like you said. And the other one we came up with under infrastructure was the water treatment plant. We're going to be, wait a minute. No, I'm sorry, same subject. Another thing that's needed there is to build a third dry treatment cell.
Filter cell.
No.
Filter cell. Oh,
That's the
I'm
water.
sorry, no, this is water, okay.
Yes.
The abbreviation's confusing, yeah, but,
This
yeah.
is wastewater.
This is wastewater, this is water treatment, yeah, we're very close to needing another treatment cell to handle the capacity as it grows.
I thought a 10-year window.
So these are things to be done in the next 10 years, or?
Yeah, we're doing a filter upgrade now that will give us 20 to 30% more capacity. That buys us a decade.
Okay, so you're doing one right now?
Yeah.
Okay, so we need to complete that.
It's an upgrade to the existing filters.
Okay.
Which,
In 10 years, we need to actually add filters.
So they're in the current upgrade, okay.
and
And
there's,
there's new capacity just by upgrading the filters we have.
and although the pressing need is 10 years out, you know. Okay, the last one, recreation. Oh, yeah, what we wrote down was community-wide opportunities and facilities. Somebody want to refresh my memory about how that discussion went, because we kind of heard it at the end.
Can you read that whole thing, David?
Sure, community-wide opportunities and facilities, and underneath that, parks master plan update. That was the master plan update for the parks was the
That's
action.
a recreation subject.
That's under recreation.
Yeah, it is under recreation. That's what we're on, that's what we're on at.
So update master.
That's the action item, is update the master plan. And then, let's finish, got two bullets under, but we talked about promoting activities so people know they're there. This began, this was our conversation about the thing about making sure that we have opportunities for kids and people. And then that morphed into that middle demographic that Mark was talking about when he was talking about the library. You know, they reach the young, they reach the old, up in the middle of 20s and 30s and people in between. And a lot of it is just making sure people know what we offer, because in a lot of cases they don't. And then that finally morphed into a conversation about travel, tourism, and attracting visitors, making them aware of the things we have that people don't know. You know, the fact that we're a gateway to a lot of things like Black Rock came up as an example, and some others too. You know, people are heading out to these places. They got to pass through Dallas. We should capture some of that activity and income and interest, and make sure that we have things here that will make them want to stop and not just, you know, pass through. And my own personal big hot button on that is our identity as part of wine country. It's, you know, everybody knows that Danville is the top wine producing county. We're the second biggest wine producing county in the state, and hardly anybody knows it.
You can write one for you.
Okay, thank you, group 3. All right, one more group.
I gotta go right behind you.
Oh, sorry.
First sticker is we have people that are hungry, so I'm gonna go quickly here. And there's a hangry on here, so. Under financial stability, we identified a problem of not enough property tax revenue for the services we want to provide. Solution, more businesses via a business-friendly culture in the city, which includes land available for development and supportive infrastructure.
That's my new alarm, goes off every day.
I love it.
Reset your
We're
name.
wrote it in, we're not done.
We're grateful speaker.
It's just, you know, you like tell them, it's like, if something's going well, we're gonna continue going, it's gonna continue. We need to readjust and readjust. So financial sustainability, more businesses, be a business-friendly culture, and land available.
Yes. Infrastructure, city facilities, problem, not enough long-term water storage. Build a new dam, approval of water permits, initiate design work, and solidify funding. Infrastructure, city facilities, problem, not enough treated water storage. Design, build the James Howell Road storage and filter change at the treatment plant. Infrastructure, city facilities, not enough space for the growing workforce of the city employees. New public works building, new police station, renovate city hall. Infrastructure, city facilities, no sewer access to the Montreal Mode. Build it. Recreation, meeting the demand of the growing population. Funding, especially in regard to the senior center, parks, and programs.
Okay, so this is, the problem is meeting the demand of growth, so more people are wanting recreation opportunities, and so we need funding for the senior center, park, and programs.
Yes, ma'am. And we had 43 more to go through.
Okay, cool. Well, look, we're right. Oh, wait, you really have more?
No.
Oh, okay, okay. All right. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna take our break for lunch. So we'll come back at 12:30. During the break, I'm gonna do a little bit of rearranging, and I might rewrite some of these so it's a little more clear, and then we can start thinking about what certain goal areas might be, and we can continue to build out different and capture different actions of how we might get there to the desired outcomes and what we're focusing on. So this is kind of like the first step. So we've got any directions, Kim, for lunch? Or do they need to know anything?
I will be muting the recording for lunch, the lunch break,
Okay.
and then we'll start back up.
Okay, great. So your lunch over there, and then does everyone know where the restrooms are? Down this way, out this door. On the right. All right, well, enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you at 12:30.
Good job.
Who's the hangry person was dead today?
Yeah.
rule that says that you have to stay seated while we're doing this conversation. So we're gonna be doing some work together where we're thinking about this next phase of, how we get to this goal setting and kind of doing some refinement of the work that we've already done so far. But like, listen to yourself, and give you what you need, give yourself what you need. We're gonna take a break at, I think we have a 1:55, we're gonna take a break. But if you can just stand up and move around, or there's plenty of food, or go down the hall, just do what you need to do, because I just want to make sure that everybody goes on. Okay? All right, so during the break, we tried to organize a little bit more from the groupings and the clusters that we were seeing, and then I tried to put the titles here. And so what I want to do in the group is I think that there's a lot of similarities across in terms of the things that people were saying, but I want to make sure that we've captured everything in terms of how we might get there. So with your goals, you're setting these goals in terms of what does success look like, what are we driving towards, but then we also want to make sure that we have like actionable steps to get there to help provide direction to staff in terms of what should they emphasize and what should they be working on. So, and I also want to make sure that we can leave up any areas here too. So that's why I left some space here in case there's other areas we maybe need to capture in that idea mapping. So my thought process here is that we're going to go through each of these categories and let's really refine like what the desired outcome or where we're driving towards here. Just talk about the outcome. And then we have some ideas about the steps about how we might get there, but let's make sure that we capture all of those and nothing's missing from that list. Does that sound good for everybody? I was thinking we could start with recreation, because it feels a little bit more straightforward. And I think that we have a really good start here with in terms of outcomes or what the desired success looks like. So under recreation, the things that came up here, and I'm just gonna read them out so because not everyone will see them, but basically asking for broader opportunities for all ages, so broader recreational opportunities for all ages, community-wide opportunities and facilities. So I think this is like the opportunities for like thinking about multiple ranges of ages, and then this community-wide opportunities and facilities, and then making sure that you have the places for them to go. And let's see, this one was more, this is meeting the demand of a growing population. And so it's basically making sure that there's enough opportunities. But I just wanted to really hone in on what we're driving towards and with recreation. And hearing from council, like when you think about recreation in Dallas, what do you want to see? You want to see them make sure that all ages can participate and that there's enough facilities. Does that capture everything? Did we miss anything? Do I ask council to keep something in mind? Yeah.
Please do.
Well, I would just encourage you that when we're thinking about, opportunities, there are lots of ways to think about that. It's not, I think you've already given thought to the needs of different ages, and like having a diversity of activities, but also thinking about, geographically, where are these located throughout our city, thinking about the populations that we're serving. For example, is our handicapped and disabled community, do they have recreational opportunities? Are there opportunities for, those that do not speak English as first language? So really thinking broadly about what expanding opportunities means in our community.
Yeah, so what does that mean? I'd love to be able to hear from council what that means to you and what you like.
Well, a lot of what she was talking about, you address, it's not a matter of infrastructure, you address it through programs. Like for the language issue, for example, or the handicap issue, you do that, you deal with that by designing programs around it, or at least adapting existing programs to serve it.
Yeah, I mean, and that would be like, how you would do it, but I just want to hear from council, is that something that you are prioritizing, that you'd like to see emphasized? Like, do you want to see it reflected in the goals? We talked about all ages, but what about, all abilities or,
John Barnes Park will have an outdoor playground. Each park will have an outdoor.
Yeah, so trying to think at that policy level of the direction, because if you tell Jennifer, we wanna see outcomes for all ages, that gives her some clarity, like, okay, I wanna make sure that I'm providing programs and opportunities that are relevant for all the ages. But do you want to see, like, for example, greater access to recreational opportunities? You can think about that in terms of, distance to a park. What's the, every person can travel to a park within, this number of minutes. I'm just trying to get you to think about what you're trying to see when you think about broader opportunities or community-wide opportunities. What does that mean? What does that mean to you?
I think a lot of people, especially in the newer neighborhoods, are pretty centered around parks. I think they have access, whether they're all abilities or not. I think most of our parks, we have in each little community area, we have parks. The older, maybe not quite as much in the older years. I don't think that was kind of a focus.
For a town our size, we have an incredible park system. So the infrastructure is not a major issue. What used to be put into is more what this is about, I think.
What do you mean this is more about?
What used to put that infrastructure to, what kind of programs take care of each other.
Oh,
And there will be a few places where we have to do physical things to accommodate disabled people, but mostly it's just about using what we've got more than we're using now, or differently, to address those population cohorts that are underserved.
Yeah, because if we just have one all abilities park, somebody from one end of town would have to, drive or commute to use that park, so I think they could kind of retire park a little bit, or, adapt them or alter them, retrofit,
Yeah,
some of the things in the park, so there's a little something for everyone.
Is it safe to say all ages and abilities? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you think about successful recreation or, parks and recreation, Dallas, does anything else come to mind? How you would define success? What about maintaining the parks?
Completion of the trail system.
What's that?
Completion of the trail system.
Completion of the trail system? And why?
Accessibility for the entire community. Right now, the majority of it is broken into two different sections, so we get the middle section connected, and the whole community can use the trail.
Okay.
The intention of the trails right from the get-go was to span the entire length of the city, as you said, they don't all connect here.
Okay, so increase the trail system?
Yeah, so there's the Rickreall Creek Trail System, RCCS. The valuable part of connecting all of that, so it's a complete trail, is that it touches on all of our parts that are built, right? And then you're connecting the neighborhoods, east to west, west to east through the city, through an accessible trail. That anyone with any ability, even multi-talent individuals can use that trail to get to our various parks.
So that way you get in the car.
Whether you want to go to Kingsville Park, Dallas City Park, Lock Jordan Park, or other parks that are on that trail. So we focus on finishing that trail system. You're also increasing the accessibility to every park.
Yeah. And I would point out that the main source of grant funding for the trails actually comes from ODOT. So completing the trail not only increases recreational opportunities, but ultimately extends transportation opportunities as well.
Okay, I'm just gonna note that. Things. Anything else that we're missing in terms of what success would look like for parks and recreation in Dallas? Thinking about ways to get there, so we talked about connecting the trail system, updating the parks master plan, having more organized events at various locations. But can we expand a little bit on that to give clarity and direction to staff on what that might mean? How might we have our events be more organized and at various, more organized events at various
was the one that originally brought that up. She's not here right now. So she was talking about, organized events at churches or, school facilities, or kind of utilizing what's here and making more organized events. She had talked about, maybe having karaoke and different events, organized events like that.
Okay, like city hosted events?
And then she had also mentioned like business hosted events, but maybe the city could, I don't know, help facilitate that. I'm not sure.
The fact that the city is hosting them doesn't mean the city has to organize all of them.
Okay, so
You
either
have
way,
NGOs
by city
organizing
or with
events.
partners? Okay, I'm gonna add that, so either, because again, like trying to provide for, with partners. Yeah, so it's just trying to provide clarity to staff, so staff's gonna start to think about, okay, what does council want to emphasize, what does council want to see? So if you wanna see more organized events, does that mean, do you want the city to host more events, or do you want the city to play a role in partnering with other organizations? Do you just wanna have the city have a presence at the events? You see how there's like a difference there, and that impacts how they're gonna build out their budget and align their resources around it. So, I know she's not here, but can I hear from the rest of the council? Is it more like more city sponsored events, or just trying to have a greater presence at city events?
I think, just having the city make available places for other maybe companies, or like a company picnic at the park,
Yeah,
or.
what you're calling partnerships.
Yeah, partnership, but I don't think the city should be paying to put on events necessarily.
Because like, so if like a business wants to do their company picnic at a park, they just reserve the shelter, right? So I'm just trying to think about like what sort of role, making sure that staff has clarity on what having more organized events means.
I could use clarity on how do you define an event? Do you define that as like a community, like Wallace Days type, is that an event? Or are, yoga classes for teenagers an event?
One example that she gave was one of the local bars trying to do more family-friendly activities such as karaoke with kids or something.
In the park?
She was talking about just like a facility or something, but, not something the city was running, but just we might target them on or participate.
Well, it's just even help get the word out.
Okay, so it's more about like partnerships for events, okay? I'm gonna say. All right, but what about, so we think about, okay, city working with partners to help with organized events. The park master plan update, connecting the trail system. This was around funding, and it says, so that we talked about like the problem and the solution, so we need to make sure that we're meeting the demand of a growing population. And then the solution's funding, but, in regard to the senior center parks and programs. So can you be more specific about that?
Yes, add something. So last year, the city came out with a recreation guide, which was exceptional. And I'm hoping that continues, because I think that's, a really good, partnership with the city and other organizations that want to put on special events. So maybe it could be a matter of like private businesses want to host like a lot of State Farm will host events, or they put funding towards that. I don't know if they would be willing to be part of that guide, but maybe we could start including other community partners in that activity guide too.
How does council feel about that?
I think anywhere we have like a community calendar or clearinghouse of events, so someplace someone could go and see everything that's going on or a good portion of it anyway, and that, I didn't remember what you were saying about that when that came out, that's a good,
They mailed it out, and I loved it. The other thing that we could probably add on to that too, which would not cost a whole lot of money, and could be sponsored by, a business too, is like June, July, August, when the months were pretty busy, just sending out like a postcard mailer with whatever that activity is for the month.
have people in the city that receive a utility bill, they receive communication through that utility bill. Maybe just communicating that way, like, hey, this month, we have these activities going on, and, X realty company is sponsoring this event, just to kind of get a little bit more out there.
So what is that, what's the purpose of the guide?
It was just a, it was like a booklet that had all of the, things that were going on in the city, like events.
Okay, so just about the ones that the city was doing.
I believe Jennifer and Allison.
There were some, so some of our events are sponsored by like our Dallas Downtown Association or Chamber, and they have the opportunity to take out space in the activities guide. So there's things going on too. There's basically a 6-month guide to all the fun stuff happening in the city, whether it's put on by the city or by the event.
You can also disseminate that information on social media, which is good.
Has everyone already received the activities guide that they for their house? Okay. And
Jennifer,
sorry, go ahead. Oh, I was just gonna say, so although I do appreciate social media, I think that we also have the ability to, capture a large audience too through our utility billing, and our monthly newsletters that, Allison, puts together, where we can start capturing the more of the recreational side to Dallas.
Oh, absolutely. I didn't mean, I meant in addition to, not replace it.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I think that there's multiple outlets that we can definitely capitalize on, that wouldn't be a huge expense to the city.
okay, so we just said maybe like increase awareness about activities community and action. Okay, I'm gonna capture that here, so maybe.
Jennifer, do private businesses have an opportunity to advertise in the activity guide? Yes. Because in my head, I was thinking, but we can't promote businesses, because then you get into a weird thing. But if they're paying to be in the activity guide, then
I don't know how many of them know they can do that. A business inventory.
That's a question for Jennifer.
A lot of them, I think we advertised at the chamber last year, we had a lot of businesses.
We expect, because last year was the first year that we did it, it was kind of untried, so a lot of our local businesses were a little wary. We were more successful last year, and so there's several businesses that have already said, we want space in it this year.
Agreed.
Okay, so I'm gonna grab that. Okay. So that's what you're gonna do. And then the last thing here I wanted to talk about was, so this, solution of funding, especially in regard to senior center park program. So how might we I mean, it's always a type of funding, right? But it's kind of hard to make a goal, get more funding.
Okay, we can break it up. a little bit. That's not my comment, but it kind of goes in line with what I was just talking with Brian about. Thank you for informing us that we have a birch park. Did not know that. That's the name, right?
We have Rangers Park for just a little bit longer, this would be a marker.
You guys renamed it.
Had no idea it was there, and don't know if I would have driven by it. But there's a lot of pocket parks that are in town that aren't highly utilized because they're too small. But our development code requires those to be there. And so I would like, this is a little bit more, this is part of the funding, and it's part of, bringing it. I'd like to see a conversation of council on what they are feeling about diving into the development code as far as, and allowing the developers to possibly, instead of having to provide X small park, that we could combine it by then contributing to, but just a fee in lieu of building a small park. That way the city would have more funds to fund what we're talking about.
Yeah, from like a larger,
But that would require the council to dive into the development code to look at that. Right?
Okay, other thoughts on that? I'm seeing some head nods. Is that something that you guys want to add to your list?
So are you saying like instead of requiring a builder to put like a little bitty park, just not do that and charge and then get.
They can pay instead.
We get paid instead, and then we can put that to the bigger parks, more substantial.
So that we can have accessibility. We can take money and put it into those areas that maybe there is a vacant lot over in the old part of town. We can build a nice facility when you're walking.
Other thoughts, or is anybody opposed to that?
No, I like that. There's an action item, revise the development code.
What's the reason that it's in the development code?
How about you say that,
Because
Brian,
it
how
came
would you
from
act
the
that?
we don't want to.
I mean, I think it's, I think we need to, I wouldn't say revise the development code, I would say to have a conversation about the development code requirements.
Good enough.
Because there's pieces in there that we really need to think about, right? We charge projects to these developers for building houses. We acquire the land, right? So we don't necessarily charge developers to build a lot, right? We get the land from them through the dedication. Generally, it could be, try to have it in part, space and we're actually pushing more of that, you know, if we, this is what I know, I think, we're trying to do, what we're talking about, the park, the space, space. So I think there's conversation around what that looks like, so, after your question, I think I would put it as, you know, there needs to be a conversation around the, development code requirement for pocket parks.
For pocket parks, okay, oh, okay, open park space, so open pocket,
Yeah, open space.
okay, all right. Okay, great. Anything that we're missing with recreation? Anything that's, so thinking about our context map of, you know, work that's currently underway, that maybe we want to emphasize, or that we missed from this list to get to our desired outcomes in the next 2 years for recreation? Talking about all ages and abilities, accessibility, awareness about activities. We have these suggested, these items here, they're not really suggested. That would be the direction. Are we missing anything? You're okay to move on to the next one? Okay. All right, let's do public safety. So some of these sticky notes are, have somewhat of the same items on there. A lot of them obviously around the police station bond. And so there's like this communication and education piece. And I put it on top of this one for the police station, it's like pass the ballot measure, educate citizens, and then I was trying to capture it here, like increase public support for, or like through community outreach and education on the police station bond. So you could write language like that, or you could have it be even more specific and say, you know, we want, our goal is to pass the police station bond, but, or just trying to make sure that what sort of direction that you're giving the staff to do that, yes.
We're already doing a lot to educate the public, and we're gonna be doing a whole lot more as it gets closer to the election. So I would say just pass them on, that's what this is all about, get it passed. Make it happen.
Any conversation about that, or should we just, I mean, it's pretty clear that that's your goal.
Well, there's two goals in there. It could be broken.
Okay.
One is pass the bond, but what if the bond doesn't pass? So I think we need to keep it on as a goal to have a police station. So that's one path, but two, we want to continue the conversation if the bond does not pass.
What's plan B?
Yeah, so how can we capture that?
All of it relies on educating the public on the need, whether they decide to vote for it or not. The struggle, especially with battling social media and disinformation.
And a competing issue on the same ballot.
Yeah. All right, so maybe one issue is there's, you know, public outreach and education.
Which is already there.
Which is there.
Yep.
Okay. I'm just gonna put that under here. And then what's the other issue that we need to capture here?
That we need police stations.
Continue.
Yeah, so, I don't know if you wanna say like, can't really say secure.
That needs an alternative funding source of some kind.
Or timing. I mean, it could be a number of things. You have, I mean, so I think of, you know, I'm very optimistic it'll pass. You know, we have a lot of work to try to make that happen, but in the event that the bond didn't pass, right, I think we also have to recognize that we own now property in a building that since we vacated, the advisory tour is moving on to a new location. And so, you know, what capacity do we have with that existing building, you know, and functionality for, you know, expansion of services? You know, be able to give some additional temporary relief to the police department by utilizing that space you're building that already exists. Not ideal, and this is a lot of marks of what we're ultimately wanting, but there's maybe something to do there.
Well, maybe since there's, it's May, it's been a couple more months until May, and it seems like there's just uncertainty there, and so hopefully it'll pass, and then, so I'm thinking, maybe we can capture like alternative options for police station funding, Sasha, in the parking lot, just so it's there, and so I don't think it's necessary that you create a goal around that right now, but because right now your focus can be on the community education to pass it, to help it pass. So we can keep it there.
Funding on that,
Explore alternative funding options for police station.
I don't think it has to be clarified that much. I think it's just alternative. It's gonna sound redundant, just eliminating communication with the police department. Police station is our goal. So right now our goal is to pass it, but our goal is to have a police station.
Okay.
I think that's technically two goals, one is a very short-term goal, one is a long-term goal.
Okay, so you want to have like this one be one thing and then we'll have two?
Yep.
Okay.
That's what I'm envisioning.
Does everybody feel okay with that? Okay.
But I don't want to, the reason why I want it to be more specific and not, a little more broad is, I don't think there's an alternative that's very comfortable for council. I was here, who else was here, Larry was here, Kim was here. That was it, last time that we had an uncomfortable discussion as far as how to fund something that was hard to fund. And it wasn't fun. But to me, that's why I'm putting it out there as something, it's been on way before I started. The dam has been on way before I started. These are things that we've got in the pipeline, and I don't want to lose focus of fire, police, water, course, now we're in the sewer and all those, but we're doing a really good job. So it's an uncomfortable thing to talk about. What happens if it does go? But that's why I want to. Or prefer.
Okay, because then it prompts additional conversation and then the outcome. All right, so we've covered the police station, volunteer communication and education and just passing it. The increased efficiency of police reporting, exploring options with AI, I grabbed that from this one, I just tried to make it more succinct. And so that came up, but I just wanted to check in with council if that's something that there's all agreement on, that you want to move forward with that. I mean, it feels a little bit like the implementation of the how to me. So I'm thinking about, okay, like what's the what that you're trying to solve here? Like the how, like this is a how, like, okay, you're increasing your efficiency of the police reporting.
In order to, yeah.
So I was like, okay, so I tried to start you with some outcomes, maintain, like, so public safety with the police station and the other items, what you're really driving towards is maintaining reliability and your responsiveness and public safety. But I just wasn't sure if this is more just like something internal to explore, or if council wanted this on the board as like, this is something that we want to direct staff to do. What does it say? Because increased efficiency of police reporting.
Just so you have options to have get on the road more.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a little too specific.
I think that's something we can leave up to staff, because, they're focused on the public solution.
That would be my recommendation, that it feels like if your outcome is to have reliability and responsiveness if you're, for a safe community, this one just feels like it's a little bit too much in the weeds. So I didn't want to take that one off. But getting back to like how we talked about outcomes for recreation, I tried to start clear, but what else would we add to public safety in terms of what the success looks like, what the outcomes that you want to see? What's the direction that you want to give to staff in terms of what success looks like for public safety in Dallas?
I have one, but it's very long-term. It's not something we're going to be dealing with this year or next. Next, you've got a real genuine training facility, which we've tried to do before.
Well, Well, and I'm just gonna just interject there, that's a how, a training facility, but what's the goal? Why would you need a training facility? Just gonna like press on that a little bit.
In my opinion, we do very well with the resources that we currently have.
Agreed.
That'll be something that'll be, a discussion between myself and the city manager, for a long-term solution, but currently I think that we do, a very good job with what we have, available to us.
I think our general consensus was we're happy and we think public safety is successful and doing wonderful. We just want to make sure that we continue to support what their needs are. And that's more of a staffing than a council position.
Yeah, the whole framework of public safety right now is that we're doing a good job anyway. We're looking for ways to do better. And there
I
are
think
ways.
the goal is just keeping your community safe and clean and, holding people accountable for some actions, and that's my idea of security and public safety. I mean, if people don't feel safe walking through the city park, which I just had a conversation with 2 people this week because of the campers, I guess, in our park, then that doesn't make a safe community. That doesn't make people feel safe in their community. So, whatever it takes to get to that place where people feel like they can go in dusk, at dusk and walk through their park alone, that's what needs to happen.
Yeah, so how might we have a safe community, in addition to the other things that are, not saying that we don't have a safe community, but how do we make sure that people feel safe?
No, I'm not saying we don't have it. I'm saying there is a perception to some people that I've had more than 10 conversations about some of the things that's happening, and some people, especially when they don't really feel safe. Some people don't even go for walks through the city park anymore that used to. And that's sad to me because our city park is amazing. That's what made me fall in love with Dallas in the first place, was our city park and the community here, so.
Yeah, so safe community, safe parks.
Yeah,
I feel like we have a very safe
we
community.
do have a safe community, but what I'm saying is that I've heard several people say, I don't go to the park in the, evening anymore to take a walk.
Do they say specifically why?
Because there's homeless in the park.
And they don't know people are dangerous? Okay, so if it's
Around
around
trash
so
and-
if it's
And
around,
litter and.
if it's around like unhoused population, so what sort of things could the city do to address that, or do you have a conversation about it,
So
or?
I feel like we're having conversations, but then that goes back to the politics of the state. What can you do? I think we do a good job, but are we just kind of pushing it out into the unseen areas? I don't.
It's hard to manage feelings of a community. It's hard to measure feelings and it's hard to manage feelings. The city can do a good job with communicating our response times, how many issues have we had with safety, and actually communicating and marketing. Are we safe? The answer is yes. Here's how we measured it. These are the goals that we had for safety, and we met those. Response times, those types of things.
Yeah,
You know better than I do.
and to piggyback on top of that, to the extent that the problem is one of perception and not reality.
Well,
we need-
because people stop walking in the
Yeah.
parks at
Yeah.
dusk, so
Yeah.
would it be a reality?
And-
No, what I'm saying is that, no, I know they're stopping that, it's obviously a reality. No, what I'm saying is that the perception of lack of safety, to the extent that that is a problem of perception, that we can address
That's what I'm talking about.
educationally. To the extent that it's a real valid safety problem, there's different things you have to do
Yeah,
to
so
address
if
that.
okay, so if it's a perception, then how could we address that at the city?
Well, he just listed a
Trash
few.
and the things that people are seeing. I mean, when you walk through the park and there's garbage and tents,
so what I'm hearing is that maybe it's a perception, people feel uncomfortable using cars at certain times of the day. And so my question to council is, and staff, is what do we do about it? And if that's something that gets on the list or not, as one of your council goals, it's something that you want to direct staff time to. Do you want to direct staff to spend more time cleaning up parks? Do you want to direct staff to have more active, community policing in the parks? Or do you want more lighting in the parks? So just thinking about like what the different options are.
Well, if you have more policing in the parks, then of course maybe you have to have more police, and that takes police from something else.
So one of the thoughts I had about park nighttime safety is light, right? And that has a two-edged sword because we close our parks at night, and it's harder to use a park when it's dark than it is when it's light. However, when it is dark, it's easier for people who aren't supposed to be there, right? Because they're hiding in the dark. So I think that is an area that I feel that if you wanted to have it easier to patrol community police in parks at nighttime, having a lit park helps with that, right? Because a police officer can easily see from their vehicle passing by into lighter areas, right, in dark areas. And people that want to hide won't do it when it's light. They're going to find the dark corners. And so I find lighting in parks nighttime lighting in parks is one way to discourage behaviors that we don't want to see.
Do you want to weigh in? Do you have thoughts about other options that could be considered?
No, Brian's right, and so it's came to that matter. There are officers who go through the park every night, and the parks are closed at night, so we can have people move if we catch them in there at night. Daytime's a different story depending on what they're doing, but lighting is always good for any kind of security measure, and if I've got 3 officers over at night dealing with calls on several parts of town, it's not as easy to spend a lot of time down there, but they do, I know on the night shift, take regular passes through for that. Lighting is probably the most practical thing you can do, but it can be a more long-term benefits, because it's there when we're not. So.
How does council feel about putting that on your list to increase the perception and actual safety in parks at night?
Sure.
Okay.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that Dallas is like a dangerous place and you can't, walk the streets or anything, but.
No, but if some people are intimidated, there's things you can do about that.
That's not fair to them to not be able to go and enjoy the park.
Sure.
They cherish too. I just love the Dallas City Park.
I'm not taking these off, I'm just putting this in order that we're talking about. All right, so this next one was around disaster preparedness, improve public outreach with community organizations. How does council feel about that? Any further discussion? I feel like everybody was pretty aligned on this one. But that's, I think it's kind of low hanging fruit, is something we could do. Okay, so we'll add that there. And then there's these 2 ones here around that were really focused on staffing. So this one says fire and EMS staffing to have an expected response or retention of staff, public safety staffing, positive culture, longevity incentive, community involvement. And so just thinking about like, should there be what the outcome should be with this staffing? Because we don't typically recommend putting staffing in your goals because it's more of the how, but like thinking about what are you trying to achieve with staffing.
There's one word that's called retention. Right now, we are staffed very well. Very well. But these goals that we already have up there, the police station, those are all things that we're trying to do that are actually a bigger goal, and that is retention of our officers and both police, fire, and EMS.
Well, I know staffing may not have been a correct wording on that. It was a matter of you need to have that in your community, right, it's expected. We're talking about, you expect to have your toilets flush, your water needs to be on, right? You need to be able to drive down the road and not hit a pothole. You know, those are things that people, expect. They expect when they call 911 to have police or fire and EMS show up to their house. So we weren't really sure how to fit that in there, as far as that expectation of service delivery for our public safety personnel.
So do you think these are more at like the outcome level, like getting at responsiveness?
Yeah. Is that what maybe like the right word, you know?
Yeah. Do you think that there's something that we need to capture then if we, under public safety, so we're trying to the police station, community outreach, in park lighting, disaster preparedness, is there anything under public safety that we're missing in order to help support, say, community parks and then that reliability and responsiveness?
I think that probably mixes that, the one that you just touched on.
I know you guys were talking about
Yeah,
the,
all those
something,
things that are in there, whether it's the culture, staffing, whatever it is, that goes toward maintaining reliability, responsiveness, and public safety across the board.
yeah, so how might we summarize this into an action I could provide direction for staff?
I think that's where we were struggling with, as far as like, how do we word that? We know what we want to say, I don't know how to put it in.
Yeah, you could say like promote a positive work culture, it could be recruitment and retention, which is really gets at that, having that positive culture.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, the what is the reliability and responsiveness of public safety in our community, you know, by those things, and those things are the how, right, the staff.
Yeah, so we,
Maintain and have work culture and everything else, so.
Well, it's like April said, you know,
From the council
turn the
level,
tap, you took the water, come on, et cetera, et cetera.
right, so from the council level, I think it's just really the reliability and responsiveness of public safety.
okay, so I'm just gonna capture it as retention and staff and positive culture, are we okay with that? One thing that came up in the context mapping exercise was this, it came up as like, more development between 4-story buildings and the impacts of maintaining, again, reliability and responsiveness, like about your radios working, or your ladder trucks like high enough. And thinking about like funding too, that one came up, I just didn't know if I wanted to pose that for discussion, if that's something that would require additional direction or clarity, or do you feel like you have what you need, chief, to think about responsiveness and maintaining that?
And I think that that's been a really good conversation that I had with our city manager and, we do a development review team. I think we had very good discussion when we had those meetings. It's happening, I think we have a pretty good handle on it at this point. But the reality is you really don't know until it's here.
Yeah, so it's more something we should be kind of thinking about, right?
To back people up. I think we need to put that on our goals for next year, not this year.
I think so.
Well, we can grab that, and again, we can put in like the parking lot, or for next year, so thinking about making sure that the public safety has the tools needed for increased growth in the community.
And that's something that, we are, as an organization, the Fire and EMS department, we are proactively, we're preparing for it. So we're not off guard when it finally happens and then we have to catch up on training. So we are proactively working on, policies and procedures and the way that we respond.
What did you actually just say? Actually, whatever you said was perfect. Yeah, but
Oh, okay.
what was it for you?
I think I said, now
I have public safety funding for tools as the community grows.
Say that one more time.
Public safety funding, well, I added funding because you're going to need funding, but public safety tools as the community grows is what she said.
Appropriate, yeah, that's appropriate for this year. If you put funding in there, that's next year.
Okay, so tools is appropriate for this year.
Because that would be a checklist for the city, all the managers, right? Can you read it one more time without something like no
Yeah.
tools on it?
Public safety tools as the community grows.
That's so that you get, so from what I'm getting from council and the head of, I thought when she said it, that we're enabling staff to start looking at these tools that we're going to need. One of those could be the conversations that fire is having about our buildings. We don't have them yet, but we need to be looking out there because is there anyone who was here trying to get a new fire truck? How long ago did that start? Was it a 3-year process when we actually started looking at the fire truck? I mean, we did the existing one in about a year and a half.
It was about 2 years. It happened really fast, but that was a new.
That's what I'm saying, it's unusual, that's why I'm saying is we need to start having a conversation to know what tools or things we're going to need in the future.
And-
That's what
Stay ahead of the curve.
Right, and if you remember, we had, ARPA funding that we reallocated, and then we had, the unique opportunity to purchase a fire engine that was, pre-fabricated. Those things don't align very often.
Well, we don't have the conversations about the need to have in the future. When an opportunity comes across your table, or a short timeline, you're having a conversation already. You're gonna scope that funding opportunity, so. Conversations. Actually, one thing I think is I look at the public safety list that I feel is missing, that I would like to see a greater focus on, is crime prevention. Right, how do we prevent crime? And what are the things we can do, that we're not doing now, to have that? When I lived in a different city, it's a much smaller city, right, we had, crime prevention focus. It was really interesting to see the numbers come out, the meetings we had where we would talk about crime prevention, what's going on in their neighborhood. And it was, really received well through a kind of community engagement process, of just kind of understanding, what are the crimes that are happening in Dallas? How can we prevent that? Establishing neighborhood watch programs and learning those up stronger. Dallas used to have a lot stronger neighborhood watch programs than it has today. And so I think just an increased focus on crime prevention, methods, techniques, and how technology has improved that. I think that's the conversation and focus I want to see our community start to engage with.
Yeah, I'll second that, that's good.
Crime prevention, so. Okay.
Brian, do you guys have neighborhood programs here, or neighborhood associations?
Say
Do you guys have active neighborhood associations?
We have a few, yeah.
Okay, cool, okay. That's.
And
okay,
there are
so
few
you
and far
increase-
between, but they exist.
Yeah.
Do I have consensus from the council to increase crime prevention? Let's see, how would we say? Increase crime prevention?
Increase crime prevention efforts.
Work.
Alright. Do you feel like we captured everything? Does everyone feel good about public safety? Guys wanna move on to the next one?
That's all we can do for this year.
Okay, which one do you guys wanna tackle next? Because I feel like it's a little bit tricky, because economy here, economy and financial sustainability, they're kind of tied together, right? Because a lot of this financial sustainability is coming from balancing with the tax base. So I felt like those, I put them next to each other, but then there's also these things around like having a, succession planning or, utilizing city hall space effectively, like that could kind of go in infrastructure, but I think I tried to capture that here. But I guess my question to the group is, this one's a little complicated. Do you wanna do infrastructure or do you wanna tackle this one next?
Well, that one's probably, since it is complicated, and we may spend more time on it, maybe we gotta do it first. Make sure it gets done.
Or the opposite. Yeah. Be better, to me, I think it'd be better just knock infrastructure out.
You guys want?
Because infrastructure's easy, we'll go through it pretty quick.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you mean, yeah.
And then that allows us more time instead of throwing like we're running.
Yeah, you're right, infrastructure will probably go fast, yeah.
Because we'll have a break in we'll have a break in like 30 minutes, and so we can kind of, that'll be the next check-in point, and then we have an additional, somewhere like an additional like 45 minutes to discuss, and we can add other things too. So,
Yeah, Michael's right, let's
You guys wanna tackle that?
pick the low hanging fruit first.
Okay,
low hanging fruit. All right, so infrastructure. Let's just get kind of centered on outcomes for infrastructure. So there's a lot of projects here, but some of the things we talked about is that, let's see, we need infrastructure to support a growing community. So is that doesn't count when we need infrastructure to support the growing community? Just put it right in there. Like, so maybe support community growth could be an outcome? Let's see, what else do we have here? Just thinking about how we define success. We had talked about water access. I don't know if that goes in here. We want to, call that as an outcome, because we're continuing to focus for more water storage or just more water availability to the community. I think everybody mentioned that project in the outreach.
That's ongoing, so I don't know if there's anything specific that we need to be doing right now that we aren't already doing.
Right, but at the same time, the goals, if they're updated annually, that you're providing that continued direction to staff. So it's basically saying, yes, we want to continue emphasizing this and pushing towards this.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Like I was talking to Jennifer about, we need to get the permitting for the expansion and for that.
There's nothing we do that's more important than water. Without water, you don't have to know.
Is that where we are?
Yeah.
Again?
Kind of, yeah, I'm just looking through these, here and seeing like what are, I'm trying to pull out outcomes.
Yeah, you
So
baby
the
steps.
water access for the community. I'm looking for what are these things aiming to do, or what are we, or not necessarily what are these things aiming to do, but what does council want to see for infrastructure, or over the next year?
As far as the raw water supply, I would suggest in the not too far out future, maybe the next year or so, what we're looking at is obtaining our water storage permit and to begin the design process for the new dam.
Okay.
We have to have a permit first.
Gary, can you say those one more time?
Pardon me?
Can you say those two things one more time?
Okay, so the first thing is we have to obtain our water storage rights permit.
That was permission to build the dam.
And as soon as we do that, then we can start investing in the design. The permit tells us a lot about what we have to design. So until we have the permit, we don't know exactly how to design.
And so with the other one, the second one would be like design.
Design the actual dam.
Within the next year, we should be able to begin design. That's probably a couple-year process to design.
Yeah, and like, to be clear, like, the things that you're putting on the list, like, they don't have to be done in the next year, it's just more like, we gotta start, there's gonna be taking staff.
Those are big
Water,
steps.
water storage needs to be done.
Okay.
And also, I guess there's a third one there, very important, and that's to begin identifying and securing funding. This is like a $70 million project.
So identify, I see here, and I know you guys have been taking actionable steps. Secure funding.
So I mean, actually, when you're looking at outcomes, it feels like under infrastructure, every yellow post-it note falls underneath support community growth.
I know, I was thinking that too.
So I mean, I think everything falls under support community growth, and there are a lot of hows, and I think every project that's listed on there is a how. Important to me is the kind of prioritization schedule of all the hows to make sure we're doing that appropriately. So, getting our master plans updated is in the front of the front row, right? There's the front chair that has to take place first. While some of the other projects we already have going on are getting completed. Because that's going to support, really laying out our future plans once those master plans are completed, we're gonna include an update to our system development chart methodologies to support those projects that we have planned in the future that will then pay for, you know, some of the projects that are on the list, and others that aren't on our list, that we're gonna have to think about. So, to me, it feels like we have a lot of projects that are in the queue, and there are things that are gonna get done, and we can talk about those and set those as some short interim goals, like the 2 year discussion, right? Those are short term, within the next year to 2 years. We're gonna get our water impoundment permit, right? And then we're going to begin our design of the new dam. With our water treatment plant project, for the filters, that's already under contract to get designed, and then that's gonna get implemented, right, within the next year to 2 years. And so, those are things that we certainly know we need to do and we're working on. But it feels to me the infrastructure, community growth goals should fit under support community growth and then focus on your master plans, right? Those master plans up to date. That's your transportation system plan, it's your sewer master plan, it's your water master plan. Those 3 master plans, and I would even probably talk about your stormwater master plan. So those 4 master plans and parks, all 5 of our master plans really have to get updated in the next 2 to 3 years.
Okay, so I'm gonna put update water, so update master plan for those capital. So there's water, sewer.
Water, sewer, stormwater, parks, and transportation.
Water, sewer, parks, stormwater, water, sewer, stormwater, and then parks and.
Parks and transportation.
Would the parks master plan go under over there? Or we want it all here?
We want to get the,
Parks.
yeah.
Well, those are all individually like huge bodies of work, so that you're doing big five.
Yeah, and that's why I told the next 3 years. I mean, some of those are already in process. Our TST is already underway, right? Funded, work's happening on that. So that one's gonna get done first. Our sewer master plan, we're going out for bid on that soon, right? Sewer master plan.
We have a contract in the works.
Yeah, there's already a contract in the works.
So would does this capture that? So if we're managing growth and planning and policies, that's your master plans, right? So I'm gonna replace this here just so it's a little more clear.
Well, I don't think all of them.
Because there were some of these that weren't quite as clear, or there, I was just trying to capture the intent of the conversation, so.
Yeah, I think, the next 3 below it, I think all go off as well. Water treatment plant, wastewater treatment plant, all those. That's all master.
Those are all master plan,
Yeah,
okay.
master plan.
So master plan, and then we can put that we've got this design, because I know there was a desire for like more short-term goals too, in the council goals, so like a balance of short and long term.
Yeah, and you're proposing the right order.
Oh, yeah, you like that, thank you.
I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sasha. All right.
Watch it.
Okay, what about this? Let's see, the next one's here, so I'm gonna. These ones are thinking about growth, so, no sewer access to the La Creole node, build it.
I mean, that's literally happening right now.
Is it gonna be completed the next year?
It better.
So thinking about the desire to have things that you're like, so if is it taking a lot of significant, is like,
There's 3 phases, number 1 happens this kind of year.
okay.
It's nice to have things we can check off.
That's
Yeah.
that's what I'm thinking,
So
you have everything that's long-term.
I would say, phase 2, design and construction can happen within the next year.
For the
Block it out. Yeah, well, I mean, construction's a couple of permits away from happening. Talking about phase 2.
Do you guys want to create a goal that says complete phase 1, or is it?
I would have it, I'm going to say complete phase 2.
As you build phase 1, we're designing phase 2.
Okay.
So phase 1's gonna get built this summer. If it doesn't, then
that capture it? Council, do you feel good about this,
Yeah.
putting this up there? Okay.
And that, yeah, as I was just saying, Gary, I was just saying before, that we should expect that to get done before we do the next goal setting session, so yeah.
And just so council's aware, phase 3 is the lift station, which is gonna be on the east side of the Lock Canal node, and so that one's not as eminent as phase 1 and phase 2.
It's further out.
But he's done.
All right, these next ones, let's do this one. Okay, the problem, not enough long-term water storage, so build a new dam, approval of water, initiate design work, solidify funding. I feel like we captured that, right? And then this one, problem, not enough treated water storage capacity, so design and build James Howe Road storage and the filter change and treatment plant.
The design's happening this next fiscal year.
Yeah, so that's a project that's not on that list there, but it's a short-term project, shorter term, project that'll get completed.
Yeah, so how does council feel about having that on there? Because again, it's gonna, it looks like, I mean, you need to allocate your funding to it, and if it's gonna be something you can check off, that's something that you guys wanna add.
And so this was talked about in our group, so I'll give a little bit of context for the whole body. You know, our post-treatment water storage capacity area is about 10.5 million gallons.
About 8.
About 8?
Yep, 6.1.
8.1? All right, maybe I already said bump up. Anyway, or this probably works. But, so, and our peak summer demand, daily demand, can be over 5 million. And so that means we're using 2/3 of our water on a daily basis that's stored after it's treated. We need more storage capacity, so that way if our plant went offline for more than a day and a half, we can actually still supply water to our residents and businesses. So that's why the projects like this are important, and in fact, we probably need to start to look and identify additional post-treatment storage capacity options beyond this in the not too distant future. So that's why this project is important. It's a priority. It needs to be completed within the next 3 years.
Anybody not okay with having that storage on there?
No.
Okay. And then is this filter change and treatment plan? That would be a second thing, right?
Yeah, and that's already, that's happening.
That's underway.
No. Okay,
Yeah,
so
we're already in the contract for design of that. And
Okay.
then construction will happen next year for the design, right?
For what?
For the water remediation media.
Well, that's going out to bid for construction.
Oh, for construction.
do you guys want to put it on your list, so it's something that even if we want this completed, so it's something that you can work on?
Yeah. I mean, it's a low hanging fruit.
Yeah.
We did something.
We did it.
Right. So I take it for what it's worth. My perception of this council is that you guys are really, in this city, you guys are very high achievers. And so I think about your council goals as it's an opportunity to tell the community all of the great work that you're doing and what you're focusing on. And so in your mind, you're like, oh, that's done, that's out to bid, it's already, but it's not, hasn't been completed yet. And so you can put it on your list, and then, you know, next year you can say, we completed it, and in addition, we're doing all of this other stuff. So just and I think that helps build like community awareness, just of how much the city's doing, so that when you do go out to the community for police station bonds or other things, it's just like, oh yeah, like the city's really working for me. I think it's an important piece of like your communication strategy.
And actually, I have birds chirping in my ear.
Yes.
We never saw, this city council does not celebrate itself enough. The accomplishments that we've done over the last 6 years that I've been on here are pretty amazing. Like, having you put, we'll call it low-hanging fruit in ours, out there, we appreciate that you brought that back and put that on for us.
Well, good. I'm glad that you guys feel good about that. I think, yeah, sometimes, especially in like city government, it's just like there's so many things to do. You just grind. And so it is important to kind of take a moment and celebrate and acknowledge. And so if I can play a small piece in that, help it, then I'm happy with that. So
It's the old alligator swamp metaphor. You forget to point out how many alligators you got rid of because you're too busy working on the next one.
Oh, yeah. All right, so this is really two things. I'm gonna put little circles here so that we, for our notes. All right, so thinking about community growth, you guys have quite the list here, but I'm gonna ask the question, there anything that we're missing? Is there anything that we're missing to support community growth? So I put outcomes, infrastructure to support community growth. I feel like we could round out the outcomes a little bit more. Well, and income around having, outcome around having, you know, water availability, like, secure future water availability. You know, along those lines, how does everybody feel about that? I mean, I can wordsmith it a little bit later, but.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't really like how that says, but I feel like that captures the essence, and then I'll put it a little bit.
Well, like you said, you can play with the word.
Yeah. Yeah, as long as we have like the intention and kind of the notes, then that's where you guys can lean on us to make it sound good.
Yeah, we don't like to wordsmith with 22 people.
Okay. Do we feel like that captures everything? We're really, so what are the outcomes here? We want to have infrastructure to support community growth and water. I feel like that's really, I don't feel like there's anything else that's what's in here, but I just want to make sure council knows about it. Okay. All right.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. What about then? Oh, is that?
So then like, yeah, so then I was like here,
Sorry.
I don't know that so I had these under infrastructure because it was like public facilities. I'm not sure that if they go on community growth or if it's in its own section, but I just kind of want to pose that to the group. You guys, like, can we fold it into community growth? Like, is this supporting that or is that different?
Sure, I think that public works buildings for the community growth.
As is done in the police station and all those other things, yeah. Yeah, that's what they're for, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe an outcome is like
That's why we do
city
it.
facilities to support community growth. Okay. Cool. Gotta have the tools in the toolbox. Look at that. See, we knocked that one off. You guys feel good? Feel good about that?
Woohoo!
Yeah.
I feel good for you guys.
I'm gonna put this here. Move these over. All right.
Who also there the cheerleader today? Carla, did you say?
Does anybody need to like stand up?
Cheerleader.
And I know we have, so I just want to pose this to the group. So I planned a break for 1:55. That's like less than 10 minutes. You guys want to take a break? You want to get started with this and then take a break? What feels good? This is your meeting, so I want you to feel like you have some agency over how this direction. What you can. No, after lunch is hard.
I'm ready for break. Yeah, break.
Yeah, I feel like
That's
we've
why
done
it's
it a
gonna be a
lot, and then
marathon.
let's dive into this. Okay, so why don't we come back at 10 till? Does that sound good?
If we ever do that, I know my right side, so otherwise it goes, what? Oh, you got a small second. Yeah. If you were talking about your meeting,
You're the one I want.
No, I was waiting.
Yeah.
I said
Nobody
to
watching.
her, I said, you want to do this? Yes. Yes, that was all fine. But she was off that day, and I was like, she's health, but she's coming in. Betty.
So are you going to library
You're talking about laying low and free.
for our Oh, good. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No problem. If you could just connect me, Sure. Oh, great, thank you. Well, thank you. Oh, good. Oh, good.
We'd like to do more with
Agreed. You guys. So, you know, hopefully I think learn from you like
It's like I just stand in the corner and everybody's like, I feel like you're proud of me.
well, and you stand in the corner because you're taller than everybody.
I do. Yes. I don't fit anywhere in life. I'm uncomfortable. What chair do I sit in and everything? So it's like I always try to find ways to. And then I feel bad for standing because these chairs are. People don't get it. No, and people look at me like I'm being impatient, like I'm ADHD, but it's not because I'm anxious. It's because I hurt all my basketball injuries too. I've gotten so many injuries that. Yeah. And mine was I didn't get paid unless I played because I was semi-pro. So it was playing through injuries and hurting and you know lying to doctors about concussions. I traveled around LA a lot and then did a lot of like I called them nose break leagues just because it was brutal and they didn't take really good care of the players. And then I was ready to go to Australia. And 2 weeks before I left, I was surgery on the worst because the plane was, I was going to go, and then a couple of weeks later, after I got settled, she was going to leave. She was hoping that I would go, but they served me the vacation super quick. And so I talked to my agent, and I said, you know, because my agent was a lawyer, and I said, what are the options? He said, well, as soon as you leave the country, they'll file paperwork and you'll lose everything. And I said, can't do that. And then, you know, when you say no to a contract, it doesn't work. So I got
my dad, baseball.
No, and I was like, I was working out 6 to 8 hours a day, 6 days a week. I was like 6'11", 280, 7% body fat. I was ready to go. Well, I was over 7. I've lost my.
I had to test sit down. I don't care about driving, I
No.
do test sit down. So they're comfortable.
Yeah.
It's this. Can I get the seat far enough away so we can steering wheel? So it's supposed to be steering wheel.
Well, people are like, why do you always drive seats? Seats, they go back, they go down, they have headroom. So I look like an idiot getting in and out of it.
I drive a Hyundai and I'm super comfortable in it.
We're going to buy it. Work bikes.
I didn't even know they still made those things.
They don't, they're old.
Okay.
I don't buy them.
Okay.
I can get one, it's less than 10 years old, but they have these seats in them. There's a guy that I know, 6'8". So
my seat is.
I don't drive a lot. My furthest lodge.
What do you have? If you're going to do a race, what do you think?
I've heard anything else.
Okay.
I just don't drive it the same time. So when the same as mine and messages in my car. Her car's newer and nicer. So mine's pretty good spot.
No, it does make it hard, even for me. Yeah, I know.
There you go. But yeah, I mean, it's not as bad as I feel like I got hit in the head with a
Stairs.
Like, how often do you get to talk to somebody and become a guy? Right.
Biggest guy I ever met was 7'8". He weighed about 550 pounds. He was in a wheelchair because he had money, like, he's pretty tall. He's big, I was like, he's a pretty good guy. He was gonna watch this and stand up. We were, when I was doing Curtis Studios, I stood up in the doorway, and the door was yeah, no, when I played basketball, I played against guys every day all the time.
Yeah.
In everyday life.
There's only 2 times life is short in you, which is, there's only 2 other times that I've ever felt short in my life. This is the Dallas airport, Gifted, and the Seattle airport when we went out.
If my neck is still really bad, like I would love it. I mean, it's like really bad right now.
Funny story.
My headache is
When I was
not
in high school, but I was already on so the commentators were laughing. There's a ball boy that's taller than half the players. So from that year forward, you have to be 12 or younger to be a ball boy.
And what's happened to the call? I know this was our I know. I take all the crush on the sun.
That's awesome.
Exactly.
So what happened was, they had 5 or 6. You know, based on the statute, the statute says this to be history and private. Rejected all of these, but overturned the conviction anyhow. The trial judge, for that, for violation of that statute at that level, the trial judge really have the authority to find out.
I was gonna harass it, just like, I don't. My 2 favorite cops were
properly.
Between those walk right past them.
Wall, the front wall, by accident.
Oh, dude.
I have to read an opinion between
Well, she had her hair down.
It's very
I got
properly
it.
worded and corrected every
And the second time it happened, she
The
comes home, like, are
subtext
you
in
serious? And I was like,
clearly
oh,
is,
she's
don't ever get that.
But I haven't seen her for a couple of years.
It's very clear, you don't have to read it.
Okay, I knew she was getting married.
Yeah, she had her hair down.
They wanted to overturn it, they couldn't on the legal arguments, exactly, you know, the conviction was sound legally, but the fine was wrong, so that was the.
Such a good time as that,
They were looking for a reason for that one, they found a relative, and they said, don't ever do this to us again.
Henry did a great job putting it, you know. Last year was a mess. Yeah, but also, I talked to her, I said, you take this thing and pick it up, and she started doing higher values. Yeah. Real difference.
Okay, now, as a non-law enforcement, we were laughing so hard at, the most, people pulled over, the most citations written, the same guy, we're like, oh, he didn't let anybody off, and then it was most arrests, I'm like, oh, question.
I asked the guy.
Well, and we didn't include our traffic safety officer, but it's not fair, that's all.
Right.
So, we eliminated it.
The coffee, I tried.
What a good evening, that was
They didn't have coffee in the morning, so I went up there and it's like closed.
The youngest one, and there's someone young.
And so. We'll do it. No, it's gotta be a single one.
Well, I'm in my fifties, so I think the guys I do work. So I just didn't play much of this, I only did some, as long as we were playing huge shows. By the time I got.
Okay, guys, I'm so sorry, torture has to continue, we gotta continue. Alright. But I think we're making, I don't know about you, I feel like we're making really good progress, yes.
I just wanted to say something, about crime prevention.
Yes.
I've been a police officer.
Okay, hold on, everyone. Counselor Barney, let's bring it back, because I want to make sure everyone. Thank you, alright. I just want to make sure.
Goals.
Yeah. Crime prevention. Be careful what you wish for with crime prevention, all right? Because with crime prevention, there's like about 3, 4, 5 ways to do it. Anti-crime units, street crime units, gang units, whichever way you want to call it. Sometimes there's more cons than pros. What happens is, if you have those units, the police department will get more complaints, you'll be profiling more people. The number of arrests will go up because officers will feel like they're forced to make those arrests because they're in a crime unit now. Tort claims go up. And really, if you think about it, less than 20% of police work has anything to do with crimes. Everything else is quality of life issue. So 80% of the quality of life issues, those are the issues that we should be stressing upon. We're going to hit upon crimes. Yeah, we need to do that, but if you put your emphasis in that, you're opening yourself up to tort claims and a lot of other things.
I appreciate Carlos' comments, and I want to maybe clarify where I'm coming at from crime prevention. I'm not coming at it from, building crime units within our police department. What I really like to see is maybe more of a community crime prevention focus, right? Having our
Neighborhood watch.
neighborhood watch groups, having, just conversations in our neighborhoods to say, hey,
If you see this, call.
yeah, hey, we're having, maybe we're having a rational property run going on in our neighborhood, right? People in the neighborhood meeting, saying, hey, here's ways that you can help to prevent crime, right? Locking your doors, putting away your wallets in your cars, knowing who your neighbors are, having contacts, and just having those conversations. So that's really more of the focus that I'm on, and where I've seen success in community crime prevention is doing that, having those conversations.
You're talking about bottom up as opposed to top down.
Right, not creating, task force or crime prevention task force within the department, to go, knock out, crime in your county. It's more of a, how does the neighborhood, how does the community come together to just be aware that, what does crime look like? What am if I see something that I don't know what it is, oh, is that a crime that's happening, and how can I prevent that? How can I help catch that or do that action? So just making an awareness, community around, human behavior, criminal activities, or things like how you identify them, and be part of the solution.
And then you like crime onto your property.
Right.
One of them's always laundry, don't leave that on the front porch.
Yeah, eliminate.
There's not to
those are even when people decide they don't want to meet anymore. Unfortunately, when people feel safe, they don't feel the need. And it's kind of a double-edged sword. And oftentimes when people feel unsafe, and there's a lot of crime in their neighborhood, then they are willing to reach out and participate in things like that. So I'm not saying it's not something that will work, it's more difficult to get that community involvement. But it's a big piece that we should look at and focus more time on. And Allison is doing the best she can at this point, but we'll continue.
It's kind of a catch-22. The safer people feel, the less inclined they are to work on being safe.
And the more willing to come, right? Yeah, people are less and less willing to put, just like our volunteers across the board, won't put in time like they used to. You know, if I don't feel like I have a problem in my neighborhood, I've got better things to do than do crime prevention. But I'll be the first one making noise if something happens, so.
Maybe what we could do is give out stickers like crime prevention, or this home is signed up for this type of crime prevention type thing. Just early warning things.
And we actually have door hangers that go out and just start dropping them in the neighborhood and try to get people motivated to call in, maybe if you will.
Yeah.
But I agree with your comments, right? I mean, if we do that top-down approach of building task forces within the department, all the things you mentioned, average steps of that, sure we could happen, but that's not what I'm
glad.
I don't think that's the council one either.
Yes, I don't think so. But like my neighborhood, we may have a crime once in a while, but we all feel very safe. But when we see those speeders, or if we see someone's walking around barefoot or acting nutty, those quality of life issues, a dog that's off of a leash or something like that, those are the things that really bother me.
Even without an organized neighborhood watch group, if you get friendly with your neighbors and you know each other well, some of that kind of thing will happen organically. I mean, in my neighborhood, more than once, the guy diagonally across the street from me has called up and said, hey, there was somebody walking through the neighborhood, knocking on doors, and he's heading for your house and he looks suspicious. Turned out to be nothing, but that kind of stuff will sometimes happen by itself if the neighbors talk to each other, right? Even without an organized structure.
Thank you so much for raising that. I think that it was really valuable and it provided a little more clarity to make sure that everyone is on the same page, which is really important, so thank you. No, Sasha.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention one thing too, because you guys brought up emergency preparedness. A city that I used to work for, not only was community safety brought up, the community-led safety, but we also wove emergency preparedness in there. So it's not just about keeping community safe, it's being safe when a disaster happens, like knowing where your resources are, knowing your neighbors, the connection points of who's around you, making sure you have water, making sure you have resources. So there's a way to leave that in there for it to be like a community safety thing that also includes preparedness.
And that's a key point. We recently, it's been a few months now, we changed our neighborhood watch to neighborhood watch and community preparedness, and we teach people to know what their limitations are, know what their neighbors are, know how to turn your gas off, know how to turn your neighbor's gas off if they can't get out, and take care of each other, because frankly, there's not enough of us between police and fire to take care of 18,000 people.
Or how to turn your water off when it freezes, so the fire department isn't a plumber all day.
Yeah, and that's why on the break, Sasha and I were talking, we proposed changing this from public safety to like community safety. This area, and so it's more focused on the entire community. And also, just so you know, on the back end, following from this retreat, we'll get to it more later, but we'll create some proposed statements, goal statements that really capture the outcomes and capture what all these actions are underneath there. So know that this is kind of just guiding for us, but that's not going to be an end product. Okay, you guys ready to jump into our this last section? Yes. Yeah, Brian and I connected a little bit on the break, but do you want to go ahead and share?
Well, it bothered me, it's bothered me the whole time, it's an issue with financial sustainability up there, because we just got done with that, we are done with that item. And so we were wordsmithing and we came up, and maybe Brian came up with a different word. We talked about long-term, I didn't like that either. And then we came up with continued financial stability. Because we spent a lot of time going around to the citizens about financial sustainability, and if we haven't already finished that, then
How about enhanced financial stability?
Well, let me jump to the conversation that Ashley and I had, do you want me to take the lead on that?
Yeah, that's what
So, it's not really the financial sustainability, category title at the bottom, it's also the one to the right of that economy. And so, when I look at, all the things underneath financial sustainability, I really think that financial sustainability is an outcome of that category, right? The things that we do are gonna help that, and I think that really, it becomes the economy and it's a balanced economy, right? We need to have a balanced economy in Dallas. And if we have a balanced economy, we're gonna have an outcome of financial sustainability, right? And so, we talk about underneath there, there's a stable general fund. Well, that comes because we have a balanced economy with, economic growth from, our industrial commercial development, balanced with residential development. You have a balance of people and jobs. They're talking about the same thing. Actually, the other ones, I guess.
Oh,
But,
sorry.
Yeah, efficiency, asset bonds.
Which one are you trying to?
I'm reading just what's the one in blue say?
It says problem, not enough property taxes for services.
Right.
So solution, more businesses via a business-friendly culture and land available for development and supporting infrastructure.
Yeah, so all that to me feels like it's, just a balanced economy, right? If we have a balanced economy, then all those things under there, can become outcomes and some of the how we get there, so. And then the other category that used to be economy, I think that fits more under, maybe a welcoming city, right? If we're a welcoming city, we're gonna have an identity, right? We're gonna have the tourism and nightlife. We're gonna be able to attract businesses, and then those things seem to fit under welcoming city. We have, our city motto is that we're a welcoming, safe, and livable community, right? So I think having the category of the welcoming city, plays in well with our mission statement as well. So those are some ideas on how the council feels about that.
Yeah, I think that puts it in a better framework.
Welcoming.
Welcoming community.
Safe and livable.
Or our mission is a welcoming, safe, and livable community.
Welcoming.
Yeah. Safe and livable community. The rest is dedicated to people and business, but. But when the senior management team often talks about our mission statement is those three words, right? Welcoming, safe, and livable.
Okay. So let's think about it as Brian proposed, maybe keeping those two separate right now, and let's focus on balanced economy. And I was thinking too, you could have balanced economy be like your goal, or maybe having a balanced economy is an outcome, and maybe you have a thriving economy. I don't know, it's like there's different ways to think about it, but, or it could be balanced. I don't know if there's a strong.
I like balance because if it's balanced, you get those outcomes.
Yeah, does everyone feel good about balanced economy? You can create some some language around that.
I think your outcome is the thriving economy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, when it's balanced, right?
Okay, so then we have.
Because that's what we don't have currently, and that's why we're trying to go to more of a balance.
The other thing about balanced economy, and it's not really an outcome or goal even, it's just a kind of side benefit is it's more robust and can tolerate more shocks.
So it's resilient.
Yeah,
So
that's a
resilience.
good word.
So that's where we're headed. Financial sustainability, thriving economy, and it's also resilient. We've got this expansion of, a lot of these are the same, and so I didn't want to take anybody's post-its off, be like, oh my gosh, it's not there. So I wanted to kind of do it as a group and think about how can we refine and add additional clarity, and thinking about the actions, kind of similarly how we've done, especially with infrastructure, where we added some more short-term goals. Because expansion of commercial and industrial tax base, that's going to take a while, and so I'm just gonna read these through so everyone can hear them, and then let's think about like actionable steps that we can take to get to this goal of a balanced economy. So, expansion of commercial and industrial tax base, balance of people and jobs, managed growth, available land, both residential and commercial, more businesses from a business via a business-friendly culture, and land available for development and supporting infrastructure. And then this one, let's see, succession planning. I'm not sure that one fits there anymore. Move this here for now, so we don't lose it. And then sufficient space planning, pass bond, utilize city hall efficiently. I feel like maybe we already captured that here. Is everybody? Yeah, thank you, Val. Okay. All right, so expansion of commercial and industrial tax base. It's basically, I heard it so much throughout all of the outreach interviews. I mean, I really come in council, you really get how it works, that you need to have that balance of commercial and industrial land, to balance out the economy, doing a lot of exciting things with Lock Creole Node, the mill site, is it the 791 building? So can we bring some, additional like clarity or, specificity under how we might get to this balanced economy? Because I think we all agree that we need to have, more available land, but how do we get there, or what's kind of currently underway?
Well, part of the zoning, we're doing some of that in the Lock Creole Node.
And adoption of the Lock Creole Node master plan and the rezoning.
Okay.
Properties consistent with that master plan is actually really low hanging fruit. Another victory that the Dallas City Council can celebrate.
There's a Lock Creole.
Lock Creole Node master plan. So that's going to be adopted in the not too distant future.
Next couple months.
Next few months. It's going to planning commission in March, council in April. It'll be adopted in May, so it'll be like one of the first schools to council issues.
When is the first budget meeting?
It's
April, isn't it?
No,
There's
April 12th.
there's
Monday,
April.
April 12th. No, we're
That's
changing
no.
to the 23rd.
Yeah.
Whatever that second meeting in council is.
Is that the training? Is that
Oh, do the calendar. The training's in April.
there's a training in April, and then the budget meetings are in May.
All right, so adoption of the Lock Creole master plan.
Yep.
Is it LE? Now I'm guessing. Is it LE or LA?
That's it.
LA, okay.
Lock Creole.
Okay, Lock Creole. Okay. What else can we do to support this balanced economy? Or,
I think the completion of the mill site redevelopment plan.
So
And you're gonna complete and adopt that plan as well.
Okay.
Possible.
all right, so complete and adopt.
Mill site development plan.
And that's gonna take place by the end of June.
Are there other things that need to happen with Lock Creole and mill site, or that, that's kind of like, this is your plan in place, so.
Those are the two biggies that are in the pipeline right now.
Yeah. What about, I heard something around rezoning, would that be?
That's part of the
That's part of the Lock Creole Node. Both of them.
Okay.
Yeah, there's gonna be some rezoning for both of those.
So do you want, should we capture that, is that gonna, or is that just kind of filtered in here?
I would capture that as, because both of those, the plans are not, they don't actually affect the rezone, you have to go through the process to rezone after you have those plans in place. The Lock Creole Node adoption will amend the comprehensive plan and will amend the mapping to the comprehensive plan. Then you actually have to implement the zone to be consistent with the comp plan for the Lock Creole Node. The mill site development plan won't have comprehensive plan amendments attached to it. So that's a subsequent process.
Okay, so could we say maybe like, would you wanna say complete rezoning?
I would say complete rezoning for the Lock Creole Node areas inside the city limits. Because some of it's inside city limits and some of it's not.
That's right.
Okay, so we complete
So,
rezoning.
yeah, complete rezoning for Lock Creole Node land inside city limits.
what about for the mill site, old mill site?
There's like some major infrastructure stuff that has to happen there before,
Okay.
before any rezoning or stuff like that takes place.
So that's kind of too far into the future, we could capture it for future goal setting.
Start moving the Ash Street.
Yeah, right.
Let's get our shovels out.
Yeah, write a check.
I have a groundbreaking ceremony that just doesn't stop.
Yeah. Love shackles.
This one?
No, that would happen in the future.
Oh, well, I thought maybe we could capture for future rezoning for the old mill site.
I think the mill site one, I wouldn't worry about the rezoning right now.
Or the infrastructure.
Because the infrastructure, I mean, so step one of that is actually relocating the river.
Okay.
That runs through the property.
Which is a very not inexpensive thing
Right,
to
it's a
do.
big project. That's,
Do we need to
stuff with the
capture,
mill,
should we
stuff with the
capture
mill
that?
site. What's that?
Should we capture that? Your infrastructure or?
It's not gonna happen this year or next.
It's under the mill site redevelopment plan.
And it's in the city's capital improvement plan as well. I mean, so it's captured in other documents. But for a goal setting, it's probably years in the making.
Too far out.
Too far out for this goal setting. But we're not gonna lose sight of it. It's not, we're not losing sight of that in the project. I think for this goal setting, adoption of the plan that we're working on and have been for the last couple of years is a good goal for the mill site.
What about, so we covered Black Trail Road, Old Mill Site, what about 791? 791. What's going on there, should we put it on the list? I don't know.
Do we think we might begin construction this calendar year? Is that too far out?
This calendar year's not likely, but you could recruit for a developer, secure a developer.
Saying that is on our agenda
This-
for the year's applicant
This, within the year.
Finalize the design, that's all prerequisite to finding a developer.
Right, so I mean, I think you could solicit and secure a secure a partner for the development of that property. But there's gonna be a whole lot of, architectural design work, and construction design and stuff for 2 years.
And we've got more decisions to make about how we do it too, right? Like, how much do we charge a property, or do we, all those kinds of things.
So what about recruit and secure development partner for the nice 791 building? Okay. Alright. And then this one says, problem, not enough property taxes for services, so more businesses via a business-friendly culture, and then the land available for development and supporting infrastructure. I feel like we've got that second one covered. What about this more business via a business-friendly culture? How might we do that, or what's the current, maybe share with the current work or approach that the city is
So
taking?
an element of that, that we didn't talk about earlier is hopefully this year we'll have a home to the visitor center. We've been bouncing around a lot, which properties are gonna stay stationed at. Our BDI, business database has gotten a lot more activity in terms of our economic development department reaching out to them. But having a place to, push more tourism out through the visitor center and partnering with them is gonna be a big piece this year, if we can get them going, so.
And I think the visitor center aspect probably falls under the welcoming community part, which is the next topic we're gonna talk about. So that, the business-friendly culture, was my comment made in before. And I never hear this anymore, but when I first started working here, I heard how business-unfriendly Dallas was.
Yeah, we've got some baggage there, and it's going away. It's not going to.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to hear that, because I haven't heard it in a couple of years, which is great. But,
It's getting better.
and I think we certainly turned the corner on that, and, anyone who's saying we're business unfriendly probably hasn't worked with us in a long time. But I just wanna make sure that we're continuing to have a positive culture where businesses, when they show up and they ask us questions, or they ask someone else a question about how does it work in the city, they get, positive response, right? Dallas is great to work with, they helped me out, they made sure I got my permits, they answered questions, I actually got funding to support my project, those are the things I think we need to just continue. So that's more of a continuation comment than something we need to, strike. I don't think we have to correct a major problem, we just have to continue to not, we don't want to slide backwards.
You know, for reasons that aren't worth drilling down into, we had a bad reputation for a long time. And there were reasons for it, and those reasons have pretty much been gotten rid of. But the attitude behaviors, it takes a long time to put things down, get people's attitudes to certain behavior. And we've made a lot of progress as a further go, but we're setting those priorities.
What if we had something around, like, so just showing that it continues to be a priority, but it's not a problem to fix, like maintain continued business friendly environment? I'm not sure that.
Yeah, that's good, that's good. You want to keep doing what we're doing.
Yeah.
I just brought that up because I want to make sure that's a continued focus of our department. They're doing a great job of that, and I want to make sure that continues.
Yeah, I think that the business development index or the BDI, like that sounded really cool when I come to Charlotte, it's like that's.
And it's just a more active role.
Yeah, well, and it's often like a really hard nut to crack, and so we often hear like from other studios that work with like where I don't really know where to start, you know, so you're kind of building that foundation. So it's nice to, I'm happy to hear you feel like that there's some momentum there. Let's see, would that also just attract businesses to Dallas? Is that going under a balanced economy, or is that more under this thing that's building up here, which is like having a welcoming community? Is this about a welcoming community for community members and to bring people in? Or is it also
You could make a case for it in either place, but I think it fits better as well in the community.
I think it fits better in a balanced economy. I do, because I think that there's a larger role for our economic and community development department to make sure that they are recruiting, businesses. Councilor Rose isn't here, I think he's watching from home. But one of the things he and I often talk about is, getting our staff out to trade shows, other places where businesses are, to say, hey, we hear California regulations are terrible. We're in Oregon, we're a little bit better. From the regulatory standpoint, but we're a whole lot better from other factors, right? We have water and infrastructure and other things. So I think getting out in front of businesses where they are, businesses that maybe aren't satisfied where they're currently at, getting here, I think we can up our game with that.
Everybody feel good about that? I feel like if we say attract businesses to Dallas, it captures this one, but this one was a little bit more specific. It was around having like the right type of stores in Dallas to encourage people to come and recreate here. Like you guys are close to a lot of recreational opportunities. So I'm wondering what you guys think about this. If this is captured here, if we can read it.
They're not exactly the same.
Yeah, they're similar but different, right?
Well, I was just gonna say, this will be a longer comment than what you're looking for. I'm gonna jump to this category of kind of a welcoming community. When Kelly Gallis was here, she was one of our city councils when I started. Her big thing was city identity, right? She was the lead Oregon Cities Conference, and she mentioned, right out here then, I saw all these different cities, like, Oswego has the Corn Festival, and, she goes to the canyon, she saw the cities that had their thing, and she's like, Dallas has nothing. We're nothing. We need our identity. And so that was her big deal. The longer I'm working here, and the more I think we have focus, especially the far left column, recreation, our town should and could be recognized as an amazing recreation destination for the types of recreation that we have, right? We don't have, major rock climbing, areas.
We don't have skiing.
We don't have skiing, you don't have those more maybe traditional things. But the things that we have are unique to a lot of Oregon cities, and I think if we just, rock the hell out of those, that's what we can be known for. And so I think this, sports facilities, businesses that cater to the things that we have, there's no reason why we couldn't have a store dedicated to pickleball, right? Or light shops because of our trail system that's all connected. Or, swimming with the aquatic center, right? There's things that we could have that businesses would open up and be supported because of recreational opportunities that we have in Dallas. And Dallas could be known and have an identity around, our local recreational opportunities. We do have Black Rock and some things that are nearby. We have Basset School. There's no reason we couldn't have a store dedicated to bird, right? And
sporting goods store.
Yeah,
That had
done
a little
with
bit of
sporting
everything,
goods.
but a small one.
Right, yeah, I mean, our downtown could be transitioned to a lot of these, you know, small and pop shops around our recreational activities in Dallas.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I've beaten this dead horse many times, but I'm gonna beat it again. We do not take advantage of being in the middle of wine country. That's an identity thing we don't, that we could be milking and we don't.
And it's a harder nut to crack. I mean, I think organically we're gonna grow into that. But that's a little bit harder nut to crack when other cities are a little bit ahead of the game with us, right? So having our own unique identity, I mean, there are some cities in the state, I think that, you know, that dug themselves as maybe a little bit more recreation destination, those more traditional recreational opportunities. And I think that's easier for us because of the area of community around us. I don't think those cities don't take advantage of that advantage. And we're farther ahead with identifying.
Well, I agree with you, it might be more of a long-term thing, because if you know, Yamhill is the epicenter, ground zero of wine country. But as time goes by, they're gonna get to be more and more like Napa Valley, more and more congested, more and more expensive, and we could be an alternative, but that's down the road.
And I agree we should take advantage of that. So, yeah.
Yeah, so really, really good discussion, and something that I capture while Brian was talking. If the council agrees with this of adding maybe this other goal area of having a welcoming community, because we did come up with this definitely came up in the idea mapping. And so, and it did come up in the outreach too, around like, what's our identity? We've got these Dallas days, we've got Christmas town, like, what do we want to be in this desire to continue to grow? So, just proposing to the group maybe something around having like a welcoming community area. Just want to look at if council's feeling like that's something that we want to explore. This isn't, you know, I'm just gonna put it up here and then let's kind of build out what some outcomes would look like, and then some, you know, particular things that we could do to get there. Does that sound good? Okay. At the end of the day, these are your goals, so we want to make sure everyone feels unity and feels good about it. Okay. So, and I try to capture the outdoor recreation piece and wine maybe in the future. Just for clarity. All right. So if we want to create a welcoming community in Dallas, what does that look like, council? What does that look like to you? What would success look like in that area?
More people coming here.
Yeah, so like increased tourism? Okay.
Increased visitors. Say visitors, because it can that includes more than just what you think of as tourists.
And sometimes I feel like community members get tourism. We don't want tourists here, but visitors, sure.
Yeah, we have visits.
Right, they do. It is like a connotation, not connotation, connotation.
Well, after all, we have a formal visitor center, which is, Devin pointed out, is probably finally found a permanent home. So, yeah, I think visitors is good work.
Okay, visitors, yeah. All right, what else? What else makes a community welcoming, or what else does that look like? How else do you build out an outcome from a welcoming community?
I don't know how you quantify this, but the small town feel is very attractive to people.
Yeah.
Makes them feel welcome and comfortable and all of that.
That's definitely something that I heard too from council, like how do we want to grow, we need to think about financial sustainability with this, you know, increased commercial and,
But not lose the
industrial,
small
but we
town.
don't want to lose the small town feel, yeah, so maintain small town feel.
Quick question for counselors and staff. I've heard small town values forever. Is there a different thing that we call it? I mean, the reason why I say that is so often this conversation around this small town, it's the values is what we emphasize. Because small town has always been the headline of it, and we're still a small town, but that's, people they want housing to stop, usually when they get small town.
They want what?
Housing to stop. More
I mean,
residential.
maybe you can just focus more on the downtown, small town, because the downtown is where the small town feels.
Well, could we change, I'm just going on with what you're saying, could we just reverse the words values of a small town.
So, I'll pose this question. What does small town values means different things to different people.
Well,
So
friendly
can
is
we,
one.
friendly, so, yeah, so what if we said it that way? And kind of really like, what does small town, what does that mean to us? And we capture it that way.
I think you recognize and you honor your history, recognize your heritage, and that's important. And we're doing that with our historic district downtown.
We take care of each other, that's what I think, in small town, people
Caring,
look out for each other.
friendly,
Yeah,
caring.
carrying.
But I think a lot of those is, I mean, we didn't capture that in our mission. So if we're dedicated to supporting our mission, then we're gonna maintain that small town feel.
And that's why when we were discussing this, that point on there, the individuals that brought it up actually said the outcome of it was the next thing below it, correct? We want to say balance. Yeah, the balance economy. It was talking about Dallas can still feel small as long as people buy stuff here. Because when people used to talk about Dallas, they used to, and this is before I even came in '92, they used to be able to go and get everything they needed without crossing the bridge. And that's, Dallas doesn't have the small town that feel. That's why that was brought up, if I remember.
I wish I had a dollar for every time I've heard that mentioned, yeah, you're right.
And so, the Salem Bridge. Because right now, we lost, right before I came into town, we lost one of our terminals, and then we lost the mill, and then they just went downhill from there, and so we're recovering. And so that small town that we used to have is just overwhelmed with all these new houses. Well, 18,000 people is still a small town. And people don't get that. I mean, I came from a town of 127, so this is a much larger. But the balanced economy, I think, is more where we were headed with that welcoming community of still having a balance of businesses that value the citizens. Eliminating that need to cross the bridge.
And providing what they need, so.
Is that what you're talking about, Michael? Having services available that I can do here and not have to go elsewhere to do. I think that's what I understood when.
Live and work here. So was that an outcome of balanced economy or welcoming community?
I was moving all around.
You guys, what about eat, play, stay here? Eat, play, stay here. You talk about recreation, you talk about expanding your businesses, and you guys want people to stay. Eat, play, stay.
I was gonna add drink, but I don't know.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll capture it here for now. I don't wanna lose it, because I was like, where do I grab it? And maybe it was like, maybe it's overarching, but maybe like. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I, maybe just more overarching? Okay. Alright, I'm capturing it there. Any other outcomes that we need to be driving towards, or, oh, that's right,
Yeah, I was just, recently I was reading a book about Mark Hatfield. He's from Dallas, Oregon.
This is the show.
I did not realize
Yes, he
that.
was born and.
Excuse me, I'm talking. So anyways, he was born in Dallas, he moved away to Salem when he was 9. But what he describes in his book is Main Street. And he describes the different proprietors, shop owners on Main Street. And as he walks up and down Main Street in 1950 or 1945, it's still the same Dallas. Obviously, the owners have changed, but he's talking about the Blue Light place, and it's just a friendly environment. How we just love the Main Street, and we talk about this welcoming community. It is such a friendly, welcoming community, and we should promote that.
Yeah, so like a thriving Main Street. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. I didn't realize that he was from Dallas. That's really cool. All right, okay, so I feel like we've got some good outcomes here. Let's build out what these supporting actions could be. So we talked about tourism and nightlife, promoting activities, city identity, small town guys, I feel like we've captured that, so I'm gonna take that there, or attracting businesses, so still off to the side. Thoughts here, what can we do to support our welcoming community? What's things that the city's already doing that we can build on, or things that the council wants to emphasize? How do we support, something that, I mean, maybe I can lean on Benjamin here, what about, what's being currently done to support tourism?
So a few of these pieces are more in the weeds and just ongoing. We do partner with, is it Main Street America? We've got Tyler bringing in grant and working with our downtown community, actually makes up that's there to do on the tourism piece. Or ahead yet. On the tourism piece, the wine country angle, some of these businesses that are coming in, potentially at 791, maybe a wine bar, maybe using local products from the area, but trying to create more of a model for that type of activity. So people have stuff to do. I'm on the, I work with the ERDAC and the Historic Preservation Commission, and I hear a lot of these comments. A lot, it's been kind of done to death a little bit. But until we get some of the growth and the attractors going, to get some stuff that people want to do, I think it's our main goal for specifics though that aren't already in the work, so that we could put down to mark off for this year.
So continuing to partner with those groups.
Right, I think we're in the right pipeline. I think we're having the right network meeting, so.
Yeah, well, I mean, so something that can be helpful in your, like, in your council goals, it's something that you're doing, but it shows when you put it in there as a goal, it's just like, this is a priority of our council, and that there's kind of, it has some weight, there's some gravitas behind it. So you could say if there's, work being done with, you're partnering with your community organizations to support downtown revitalization.
Downtown and the South District as well.
Yeah, because then, how does council feel about a goal that says something like that, to partner with those community organizations? I think you rattled off a few, but it was like the down to Historical Preservation Society.
Yeah, the Historic Preservation Commission is ours, that's Dallas.
Oh,
I'm sorry, but I kind of lost focus. And so we're under welcoming community. And so does that mean like, how do we invite people to come and join us and do things here? Is that what we're still talking about?
I think so. So what I'm hearing from council is like there was this desire to increase tourism and promote activities and maybe attract some specific stores to support tourism. There's this topic around our community identity. How do we end this desire to like maintain small towns?
Things to do there, our disc golf course, people come from all over Oregon to play in our disc golf course. People come here. But the disc golf course is one thing. Or pickleball, we were talking about pickleball tournaments, or, those that will bring people in Dallas.
Is it a question about like promoting the city? Is the city, maybe it's this promotion?
We have things.
Yeah, and the city, so the city, this year, partnered with, Ultra Media to develop a web page, conflict with the visitor center. So we have like the Dallas website live, go see it now. And it highlights those things too, in and around Dallas.
It's just getting people to look at it, or?
Yeah, it is, so you people know that that's there, right? And it's, their city identity, it grows over time.
Sure.
And I think with, as I look across the board, I'm looking for an identity, right? Our identity isn't that we're growing, or that we want a balanced economy, or that we have, public safety, community safety. The only thing up there that really screams to me of building identity is around recreation.
the waterfront into,
And fastest food
Fastest
into,
food.
I mean, the wine country. To me, it feels like if we want to start to really solidify and crystallize our identity as a recreation community, and even a baby that needs to grow, a recreation destination, that needs to be a maintained focus of this council and future councils and our 2050 vision, that we're going to be creating, which I think fits under this last category we're talking about. To really say, what do we want Dallas to look like in 2050? We want to be a recreation destination that has these things, right, that enhances and grows our budding pickleball community, that enhances our disc golf course, right, that builds on these things, that has ties to amenities that are around us, Black Rock, fastest food, and the wine country, that's coming in here, right? And we're gonna have additional hotels and lodging facilities in Dallas, right? These are the things that we're focusing on. We want Dallas to be in our 2050 vision, and that's our identity. I mean, we're crystallizing around. We want Dallas to be a destination of recreation. When you come here, you're gonna be on this amazing, 5-mile trail because we've grown a little bit, 4 miles now. We'll be 5 miles in the future. This amazing 5-mile trail that's connected, and you can hop on it and go really anywhere east, west in the city. Those are things I think that the identity can really start to build around and crystallize around that. So that's what the council do.
So there's no 2050 vision up there yet, right?
There's not. I mean, that needs to be added.
Yeah, do you guys want to put that up there? That was one of the questions.
Yeah, I think so.
And it could go on the board.
Yeah, that's right.
Is there a consensus to add 2050 vision?
Yeah, we need to complete a 2050 community vision project.
Yeah, the one we're working on has only got 5 years to go, so we need to move it up.
And you want to finish that, you want to finish the new vision before the old one becomes reality. Yeah. Let's do that.
All right, so we've got 2050 community vision. That's gonna help with this community identity. What about, so this one, we kind of talked about it, and then we shifted gears a little bit. I just want to come back to it, partner with community organizations to promote Dallas. Is that something that we want
I
to do?
think that should go up there because we're already doing that.
Well, and I just thought of something else to go with that. So we have a middle school, a high school, and a pretty decent, like baseball and softball season, soccer season, sort of thing. I wonder if it's something for us to be able to focus on the athletics within the school district, and also promote us in that aspect too, because you're gonna have families that are gonna be coming into our community, and they're gonna be here for the weekend, looking for things to do, or coming in early, looking for places to eat and things to do to kill time. Our softball fields are packed during the summertime, early spring and summer, and in the fall. Maybe that could be another, outlet for engagement, for advertising or promoting, other activities and establishments for food and that kind of thing.
Certainly fits in with the recreation identity.
No, like you have, I'll just give you an example. So my kids play sports, so we would go to tournaments and we would be there for hours. And then there would be like a 4-hour break where, what are we gonna do? And you're looking for something to do in the community that you're in. And it would have been fun, like to watch a movie, or, go walk to the park, go grab a sandwich, and have a picnic, or play pickleball, whatever. But just as we kept capturing that audience too, I think we're missing out on a whole demographic when it comes to our school system bringing in outside people, for sporting events.
Okay, so I'm gonna capture that on the same thing, on the same note here.
I don't know how to make that sound better.
I think it makes it sound pretty good.
Yeah, it does, and so I'm trying to capture the essence here, so partner with community organizations to promote Dallas. The organizations that Benjamin mentioned, we've also got opportunities with the schools through tournaments, and then something that Sasha mentioned too, is like you've got regional partners too, like Travel Oregon, and what was the other one you said?
I think Travel Oregon.
like everybody's kind of on the same page, and there's a lot of different ways that you could go about this. I'm not seeing anybody saying, no, don't put it on there. Let's see. There's tourism here, or there's attracting businesses here. Which ones do you guys want to tackle first? What do you guys think about how might we encourage tourism? Is it this and this? Do you create a tourism plan, or do you create promotion materials? I don't know if the city has, or you've already got, or you're partnering with the visitor center?
I think the partnering with organizations to promote Dallas fits under the tourism deal, right? I mean, and that, along with Guy and Jennifer and Allison together with your partnership with businesses, you know, and that should also be in partnership with schools, to be honest, right? And their tournaments and programs that they have, you know, throughout spring and summer and fall. I mean, that can be expanded, right? And there's no reason why, you know, the schools shouldn't have the recreation guides in their offices or their district offices or other tournaments, right? Say, you know, while your team's waiting to play their next round, you know, the winner track or the track or the show, here's the village, right?
And they have a dog in this fight too, because as we improve our economic base and our tax base, they benefit from that as well, directly.
And as people are here for those tournaments and as visitors, they see that Dallas has some really good stuff going on, and if our facilities are nice, they might think, you know, hey, it's time to move on, I'm gonna consider Dallas as a place to come to live.
Yeah, so that's kind of gets at your partnering here. There's also promotion that's included here too. We already got your guide. So do we feel like, and then there's this facilities, schools are active department stores, recreation. Again, that might be with partnering. I feel like maybe there's a lot in here, if that all the nuance is gonna get lost, or if we wanna pull it out into two things. This is around tourism or building out. We also talked about a thriving Main Street for outcomes. Maybe there's something here, I don't know if we wanna, maybe like I'm saying, this might be too general. We wanna split it, focus on, one's focusing on Main Street, or one's focusing on tourism, or if we're capturing it in the notes, you have that context for the direction.
Carlos, I believe you brought up the idea that active department stores like an REI is one that you mentioned.
Yeah, I just felt like, more and more people that live here in Dallas, they're so active, even from the recently retired to the youth of Dallas, they're here and, you know, they're using the path, they're cycling, they're running, they're very active, they're active front center, so.
Maybe the goal is like attract businesses that support recreation.
Right, like REI or Cabela's or something like that.
I just kind of feel out a goal, setting like that, goal like that. Yeah. Is anybody not okay with that?
Even if it's like a small, like, bike shop or skateboard shop, swimwear, Nike, anything like that.
Just don't have a population for those big stores.
Yeah, you're big about recreation stores coming on the radar, but there's only about.
How about this? How about attract businesses to support our recreation identity? Sure. Okay, I'm seeing that now. The only other thing that I was thinking here, and maybe I just made a note when I was talking, was just around the business development index and the welcome center. But maybe that's captured under partnering with community organizations. Yeah. Okay. All right. So then my question to the group, let's just kind of like take a step back. And how this is setting up. So you've got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, shaping up for 5 goals, which is great because how many figures do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's really, really easy to count. Typically you don't want more than 5. But just thinking, taking a step back, we fleshed out each of these. How are you feeling about these goals? Do you feel like there's enough clarity staff, you feel like there's enough clarity in what council is directing you to do? Council, is there anything that you feel like is missing from this list? Your priorities for the future that maybe we weren't able to capture, or maybe we haven't discussed?
I don't know, what about the visitor center? Do we want to talk about that in that area or not?
Yeah, is that something that is would be in working with our community organizations?
I think it fits under there.
Okay, I just didn't send it, okay. I'll write it down too, so we got it, and I'll put it in notes. Yeah, so, I guess I'll pose that question again first to council. Council, how do you feel about the way these goals are shaping up? Do you feel like we're missing anything? Do you feel like it accurately reflects your priorities for the future?
Yeah, I would say yes.
I think it looks good, but some things, for me, more of a priority than other things, so I don't know if you wanna kind of like prioritize, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is a main thing, and this is great, it happens.
Totally, yes, and that's kind of my next step, I wanna make sure that we talk about that. Yeah, so we will get there in a moment. What about from staff, do you feel like this offers you clarity and direction? So thinking about council setting the what, do you have, being here and listening to the context and the nuances and the intentions behind this, do you feel like you have the information you need to start building out, your, department work plans and organizational strategic plans to continue making progress here? Are there any questions or areas of clarity that you feel like you want to address with council when we're all together? Everybody feeling good?
As we start working through that, then we'll spend more time with Brian on tuning it in.
Okay, good, all right, well, that's great, I'm really happy to hear that. Something that we put on our agenda as part of like our goal review process was to do a prioritization exercise. I checked in with Brian at the last break, and just because we were missing 2 counselors, I don't know if it's the best opportunity to prioritize the goals right now, so that we make sure that we hear from everybody. And so my proposal to the group is what we can do is as we clean up your goals, and we clean up the language around them, we can put some goal statements to these categories, and give that out to you to consider, and then put together like a survey, like an online survey, where you can, each person will have a link, and then you can share your priorities under each category. So like, if all of these are your actions, there would be a question here, and it's like, and you can prioritize, 1 to 5, like what's your top priority in here, and what's your top priority in this section, and this section, and this section, and then we could also, to Councilor Fitzgerald's point, we could also kind of have a higher level question of like, prioritize your goal areas. And now you have a little bit of time to sit and reflect with it, and you can look at the goals and the language, and then you can, we'll put a deadline on it for you to, so that we make sure we get a response. But what do you guys think about that in terms of, instead of doing it right here, that way you can hear from
That's a good idea.
I think it's good. The only thing I think
Yeah.
you miss from that is people's reasoning behind why they choose what they choose and having that sort of discussion. So you can just influence yourself and get your own perspective on why someone thinks something.
But we can have that discussion, because we can do it in a work session after we get the data.
So yeah, it is something that staff could follow up with you, like, so before the goals come to you for adoption, we could see it and have an opportunity for discussion. So I don't know. Okay, so agreement that that's how we can move forward for prioritization. All right, well then the second to last thing on my list is just to check in on progress reporting and implementation structure for the team. So I kind of say it with a little bit of a grain of salt or a smile, because like you guys are you have a really nice structure here at the City of Dallas, and your communication is really awesome. I heard really great things from council in terms of like, I feel like I'm getting all the information that I need from staff. You guys like the weekly updates, bullet points from the department directors, you guys love that. I feel like that work is working really well, but just wanted to make a little bit of space for a conversation around how do we want to agree to receive progress updates, communication, and kind of the implementation structure for how this is played out. So maybe we could just talk about the progress reporting piece
Well, one thing that happens now is that Brian, usually our council meeting, when we're deciding something specific, will say, will tell us, this furthers goal so-and-so. So we get that kind of feedback to some degree now. Maybe we could get more, I don't know, but I mean, that's already happened to a degree.
Yeah, so you're already including it in commission and staff reports? Yes, Jennifer?
I don't know that we formally get it in staff reports, though, that was gonna be my question, not to make enemies of my coworkers, because it would be a little bit of stuff, but right now in our staff reports, we have a format that we follow, timeline and, financial impact, blah, blah, blah. Would it be helpful and informative in any way to just have a line that says, forwards or applies to goal, city goal, number, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, so we used to do that, especially around the 2030 vision. So we used to have 2030 vision statements, and we would put, this relates to this 2030 vision, statement. I took that out because there's a Schroeder and Schroeder who the 2030 vision came to be. It wasn't always clear. It was a mess in my opinion. So, but I think having, if council wants to see how an action that you're reviewing in a council meeting relates to one of your goals, if it does, not all action items may relate to your goal. But when it does, having that explicitly stated there, is that something that you want to see? That's an easy thing for us.
Would be helpful.
Right, so include goals in the staff
Yeah, so
reports?
include goals in staff reports where they're applicable.
That's great for community too.
Yeah. Yeah, we do it on council. One thing that I would like to do, that I tell myself I need to do this and oftentimes I forget, is a regular just conference reporting of the council goals. That could easily be done in a work session or even during the city manager report, like business meeting. Is that something the council would like to see? So we're kind of looking comprehensively at all the goals that we set in the year. Doing that 2 or 3 times throughout the year.
Yeah, you don't want, burdensome, but yeah.
Yeah, and I had Kim put it on the calendar, she already did that, so.
No, I just was preemptively making space.
I want to make sure you're okay with that being on my calendar.
So what's the right frequency like? Are we thinking maybe like a quarterly update?
Yeah, I think quarterly is what we're at.
Okay, so quarterly goal updates, does that sound like everybody?
Well, I think if we do it any more often than that, it starts to get into the realm of busy.
Yeah, we typically recommend either like biannual or quarterly. You guys are just rock stars, you start with quarterly. But also like, quarterly is nice because maybe you're not making, like, I don't want to say it this way, it's not that you're not making progress on it, but it's nice to hear, this is front and center, we're moving forward on this, maybe like, this update on this particular goal is like, we're just continuing to push forward, but then it just has like the clarity and it's like, it's kind of front and center. So it's just nice to be able to have that information and be able to communicate it.
It's also really helpful for your comms plan. It continues to tell your stories, so you're constantly getting those updates every quarter, and so you guys talked about that, so it's just like kind of keeping your story at the front of your mind so that everyone knows about it.
Yeah, and then you can kind of share that progress and that good work with the community.
So we talked about not celebrating enough. I would like, when we complete a goal, that council does some sort of recognition of a goal being finished. Whether it's a ribbon cutting on a project that's completed, or maybe just something that was done and we recognize it in a council meeting, just, hey, we completed this goal, aren't we awesome? We all have to clap. I mean, just something that recognizes that we made progress on goals. And Latasha saying that part of your comms, right, is you're communicating out to, because we get people to our council meetings, right? Some of them we're happy to have there, and other people we need to the good stuff we're doing. So when we say good things, about the work we're doing, everyone needs to hear that.
Yeah, so what would be an next way to do that? We're just gonna start by doing it.
Yeah, I think it's just recognizing and celebrating our accomplishments when they happen.
Well, it worked really good having a $127,000 checking.
We did that.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Yeah, I think we just don't recognize our accomplishments frequently enough.
You need some sort of like ritual that you
I think it's important, I think I was adjusting about the $127,000 check, but I wasn't. I think it's good that if we have these goals, to embarrass one of the counselors by railroading them to stand up in front like they did with me. Yeah. To receive something, and what I mean by that is, it's not so much the embarrassment of going up and having to stand in front when the mayor won't do it, or the president of the council won't do it, but, you know, Michael will. Having you guys stand up as councils in front and, you know, shake hands and get a picture taken by our PR person to recognize it and get it out in the publications, instead of just having the negative comments that we get all the time. I think it's an opportunity we're missing, to pat our staff on the back by us receiving some recognition. I would take really, but I wanna make sure that staff knows that standing up and receiving that check had nothing to do with me as much as it did with you guys doing your job. And we really appreciate the opportunity to have that public. We thoroughly appreciate our staff.
Here it is.
I may want to take it a step farther and connect the celebration of success with the bigger overall vision. Hey, we completed this project, we got the filters all changed out of the water plant. What does that mean to people in the community? And connect that up, because seeing that check is fantastic, but people had to sit back and go, like, what does that really mean to me at the end of the day? Well, everybody just saw, I had to explain, the $127,000 check wasn't really what it was about. It was about saving actually $34,000 a year in energy costs, and actually being able to change out the bulbs and the parts, because we couldn't do it, because the parts were too expensive, even though it costs $1 million. But those, I mean, it's exciting. Yeah. For the record, my head was in the picture. I saw it. I purposely stood to the side so your head wasn't.
All right, well, I think that's good food for thought, and maybe, yeah, continue to think about what, if there's something that you'd like to do at council meetings, maybe it's a ritual that you do, maybe you do a cowbell, maybe you take a picture, you're sharing it on your social media pages or your city newsletter. I really encourage you to do that. Not only does it, it generates a lot of goodwill and trust in the community, but it also helps to foster a really strong team and partnership, which you already have here. So have some fun. Think about that. Anything else that we're missing? Partnership part, do you feel like we're here, we captured everything, we feel good about it? Good, got a nice list here. Okay, so then, talk about progress reporting. Final item on our agenda, wrap up and next steps. So what can you expect from here moving forward? So I alluded to it earlier, but these are kind of draft version goals with draft topics that we're gonna build and craft some goal language around each of these areas. So it's like and it really is gonna capture the pieces that are all these individual pieces under each category, but it's also gonna help capture some of the outcomes too. So we'll create draft goal statement language. We're also, and Sasha's already been starting working on it, is creating an action plan for you to go with your goals. And so in that action plan, it's in a spreadsheet in Excel. Love a good Excel document. I don't know if anybody can relate. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna organize your goals that way so that you can do tracking. And so you'll have your goal area, the outcomes will be clearly outlined, and then you'll have a line for each of these items that are under the goals. And then with that, we can work with staff after the fact, start to think about, okay, let's assign timelines to these. Who's gonna be the project lead for that? Are there any contextual notes to really capture the nuance of the discussion that's gonna aid in implementation? Sometimes cities will also have a column for boards and commissions. It's like if there's an opportunity to partner with boards and commissions, I don't know if that feels relevant to Dallas, but it's something to consider. And then you can have progress notes. So a lot of times we'll build out these action plans for cities, and then staff just continues to use it. So for your regular progress updates, Brian, you can collect all of the updates on the goals. You can put the Q1 update, Q2, quarter 3, quarter 4, and you can see how each of them progresses. So we'll build that out for you as well, for your use. And then another thing that we'll do is we'll craft a retreat summary report. So that's a valuable communication tools in your community too, so it documents this journey that we've been on today. I hope you have enjoyed it. But it document what we set out to do, how we got there, along the way, and then it'll also lay out your goals and the supporting actions too. And so that's a valuable tool that you can share publicly, you can put it on the website, link to it. So you have a summary report with all that information there. It outlines how you work together, outlines your system for progress reporting and for accountability and transparency in your goals with the community. And then also we'll put together a goals graphic too, so a summary page for you, and that can be a valuable tool for this team, for the community, or with a one-pager graphic of your goals. And so we've seen cities print it on a big poster or put it up on, print it on paper and then put it all over City Hall or council chambers, like maybe on the doors when you walk in, be like, these are our goals, this is what we're driving towards, this is what we're focused on. I've also seen cities laminated and have each a copy next to your microphone when you're at the council chambers, and it helps keep you focused about these are the things that we agreed upon and what we're bringing us together and kind of our rallying cry, what we're hoping to achieve in the next 1 to 2 years to come. So you could use that, that would be useful too. But those are kind of our next steps. So we'll refine the goals and the language. We'll work with Brian to get a draft version together and probably do a little bit more refinement. And then we can get that spreadsheet out to this team with the survey link so that you can do your prioritization exercise. And then we'll bring back those priorities and put them straight into the action plan so that it will number them in the order of priority too. So you have that transparency there. Did I miss anything with next steps, Sasha?
No, I was just gonna make sure that you mentioned prioritization, you nailed it, and then you guys get to celebrate.
So those are our next steps. Brian, what are the next steps for this team in terms of thinking about adopting council goals?
Yeah, so I think once we get the priority, all done and we have it packaged together, then I'd like us to get the goals, adopted just by motion in a council meeting ahead of putting them into like a polished strategic plan. And so that'll take place hopefully here over the next couple of months, and then the strategic plan will incorporate the council goals, will incorporate some of our department work plan items and objectives and priorities in there, and that will be implemented with the council by the end of fiscal year, since we are a strategic plan on a fiscal year basis. So that's kind of the next step. So you'll see all this work wrap up or good before you for an official adoption process of your goals as a council, and then following that, incorporate that into a strategic plan, which will include with some additional work items that staff will do to get to the how of the things that the what's that you've come up with today.
All right, any questions for Brian about next steps?
How does this, because we had goals from last year that a lot of them are, captured, that's the word, so that captured it there, but if there's anything that hasn't been captured, last year, are we gonna throw those in with this, or just throw them out there?
No, I think if there's anything that, from any of our goals from previous years, things that are still in the queue that you worked on, we'll work on. If there are maybe some work plan type items that maybe staff is working on, or like continuous items
then we can move into our reflection. And so, reflecting on the day, reflecting on, looking ahead and these goals that you set today. I want to go around the room and have you each answer this question: what do you need for success and achieving these goals together? So hearing from council and staff. So I think we can just maybe start with Ellen. So maybe just like one word or phrase, something that you need. Oh, that's right. We need things like time. How about we start with
Communication.
you need communication? Yeah. You've only, how many do you have? 5 months? You need, or no, you guys, oh, someone said time, and I thought you said the same thing, but you need time. I was like, wait a minute, you don't have time. Okay.
Well, 3 things, communication, one is one.
Okay.
Make it one word.
Staying focused, which we just discussed the mechanisms that we're gonna use to do that, the reporting and the prioritizing, all that stuff. And the third, maintain, how do I would say, this is such a collegial group that works well together, just maintain that atmosphere and whatever it is. So that we keep functioning in the same kind of teamwork relationship that we have here, just keep that up, just maintain that atmosphere so we keep operating that way.
Goodwill.
I think you just said in one word what I said in about 50.
Compassionate.
I didn't mean to apply it the first time.
I think the same thing with communication, which we're gonna talk about is the updates, quarterly updates.
Okay, so keep updates.
What about, accountability?
And then just what do you mean by accountability?
Just making sure that it follows through, you know, if you, I guess just
Showing your progress, and if you're assigned a specific project, or you said you were going to do something, just making sure that you have that accountability to follow through with what you said you're going to do. Yeah. No, that makes sense. Sometimes accountability can mean different things to different people.
I think that's just most importantly,
If you're to tell a story about something, make sure that you're laying the groundwork, and you're just accountable for all of the things that you're talking about. Thank you.
Cooperation.
Passion for our mission.
Commitment to get the job done.
That needs to be next on the list.
A lot of laughing happening.
It was his word from the start.
The reaction was what was funny.
I got a new pen.
So this is Sasha's.
Um,
not saying that I don't get it, because this team in this room is amazing at that, but just support, just continued support.
Would I be not to say money?
Money?
Money. Show me money.
Finance. Wonder why that is.
It is, yeah, do we talk about the great budgets and contracts? Budget contracts?
I would say flexibility. I believe my council said everybody has a plan until you punch them in the face. So we just need to be ready to bump them around.
Yeah.
There's a saying like military, no plan should rise contact with the enemy.
Flexible.
Yeah, so these are your goals, but you can still have some flexibility to be responsive to the needs at hand, so.
Just this plus sign next to communication. I'm too lazy to come up with that.
At least you're still awake, Mark. It's what it is like.
I think mine is close to accountability. It's a quote I steal from somebody else. Be impeccable with your word. Don't promise you're going to do something and you're not really going to follow through on it.
Be impeccable with
With
your word.
your word.
Collaboration.
Hold on, now I'm tired, you guys, collaboration, 2 hours?
Yes, for sure.
Thank you. I knew it did, just tired, lots of writing today.
And then for you, we all need the continued rapport.
Continued rapport? Okay, we don't want to miss out Benjamin, so he said continued rapport.
Continue to report. I thought of a new word.
No, we're done, I'm sorry.
Your turn now.
We don't have one now. Oh, wait, go ahead, Scott. Hold on. Let's hear from Emily, and then, was that Brian that you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
So mine is patience.
That was my word.
Because there's a lot of stuff on there, and, you know, we are not a huge staff.
I think that's
So just patience sometimes, because sometimes it takes us time, right? The ODOT gives us problems, and so it takes longer for us to start the Lock Ground Road project, or, you know, so patience.
Not to mention, you're losing 2 amazing,
Department
department directors that have this immense history and expertise and have been on their departments for a long time, so. So patience, yes.
I think it was very apropos that you said that at this time, as we're coming to a close, basically. If we had one of our youngest counselors on that was just appointed, started this whole process with that word. Would you say patience at the beginning? Yeah, you threw me off the youngest, I think.
Youngest in tenure.
Yes. So I
Youngest in tenure.
I just thought it was a great way that we started with patience in a different meaning and ended with patience.
All right, you guys, help me out, I'm tired, patience, again.
I just have one.
That's okay, that's right. Just again, I just like, you know, I know there's no spell
By the
check.
end of the day, we're just like, right?
There's no spell check.
Where's our
All right. I think this is a really good list, and I see all of those things already in this room. But just, we'll document this too in your report, and then you can just continue to think about this in the future as you're working together, as you're moving towards your goals. So that was my reflection exercise for you guys. You can take that and move forward. But I think you should feel really proud and good about the work that you've done today. And really good about the team that you guys have. Like I think I mentioned it like after the first couple of interviews. I'm really excited to work with this team. Really excited to work with this staff and this council. You've got it together. You've got great staff, great minds on council, great rapport, and it's so motivating and rewarding to be able to support teams like yours. So I'm really excited about how these things are shaping up, and we'll get to work to get these goals cleaned up to you with your
prioritization exercise as quickly as we can, so that you can get going on it. So that's all I have for you today, unless Brian, there's anything that you want to share before we adjourn.
Yeah, just, thank you to Ashley and Sasha. It's been great. We appreciate the help.
I'm just gonna add to what he said, Michael and I had a conversation during one of the breaks, and we both agreed that we